Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? Welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice, and I appreciate you guys coming here. If you were watching Broken Baker earlier, thank you for coming over and joining us, and thank you, Broken Baker, for having us on. That was a fantastic little chat we had, and I look forward to having. Hello, everybody. I look forward to having more conversations with you. Had a really fun time, and looking forward to having you on our show and continuing our conversation. So thank you for that. All right, so we are going to pick up on we're going to finish up on day 4 of Iowa versus Jerry Burns. He is on trial for the 1979 offing of Michelle Martinko. She was 18, and thus the title Forever 18. DNA caught up with Mr. Burns, so he got away with it for about 39 years, and he got caught in 2018, then went to trial in 2020. So this trial is from February of 2020. So it's kind of right as COVID was out there, and it was kind of as it was coming in and affecting people. But let's just see who's with us today. Butterfly Dana, good to see you. Therapist, thank you for joining us. Green-eyed cat, Fala. Krista, limited edition, always great to see you. Thank you. Brat, awesome. Lovely Beth. I see a lot of you guys. Baca, you guys were with me and Baker. That was fantastic. Red Pen, yes. Oh, Red Pen's resentment. You changed your handle. That's so funny. Why did you change it to resentments? Festivus?
For Festivus.
Oh, is that for Festivus? Okay, gotcha. Resentments. Funny. All right, awesome, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Erica, thank you. All right, so I had some screw-ups yesterday with the order. I didn't find the exact. I was missing a video, a stream, if you will. But I found it, and it's really important because I think this is the guy who talks about the brothers getting the DNA from the brothers. So let me find that. And this is actually the beginning of day 4. So we're a little bit out of order, but not too bad. All right, let me pull this up. Let me get this into our feed. Cue it up.
On the live feed, the live stream.
Okay. And let me pip squeegee myself down to here. Sorry, lovely Michelle, I gotta cover you just for a moment. Okay, so let us pick up on the beginning of day 4. I know it's confusing, but this is the beginning of day 4, and then we'll go into day 5 and day 6. So, Lily Wayne, great to see you. Seagate 1, Driama Landry, Capri Law, thank you so much. Yeah, Fala, take it easy there. League of Mind Friends, Karen Cole, good to see you. Sarah in Shock and Horror, nice. Fairly new to the channel and chat. Thank you so much for joining us, Sarah. I hope that you find your place here with us. And lovely Beth, nice to see you. All right, so we're going to pick up the beginning of day 4. Then we're going to jump forward to day 5 and 6 because unfortunately I didn't play this yesterday. So this is, I think, really important. So let's get to it. Squeegee, go in radio silent.
This weekend, it was brought to my attention that there is ongoing live feed that includes conversation between counsel and as well as Mr. Burns and his attorney that is continuing to not only be recorded but broadcast on the live feed, the live stream, after court has adjourned. This is not acceptable. I am fully aware and appreciate and welcome the media to be present and recognize that the media has a right to be here. However, I took what I felt were I took great care in drafting an order prior to these proceedings commencing, knowing that there had been a request for live stream both of the parties who are here in this trial, we've got a week invested in just in court time, well, at a minimum. And this is obviously a very important case to the parties and the family members, the people who are present. And it is also important, I understand and appreciate, for the media to have the opportunity to cover this case, but it is essential that these proceedings be untainted, that this jury have an opportunity to abide by the oath that I gave to them last week to decide this case based solely on the evidence that's heard inside the confines of this courtroom. And if there is coverage that is seeping out when we are not in session, that is absolutely unacceptable. The order that I filed on February 9th, prior to the start of this trial, included language that there would be no recording of any private court proceedings. This is paragraph number 4 in the order dated February 9, 2020. It was file stamped at 5:44 p.m. I appreciate no one would have had public access to that until 8 o'clock on the 10th. But paragraph number 4 goes on to explain that there shall be no audio pickup or broadcast of conference in a court proceeding between attorneys and their clients, between co-attorneys, between attorneys and the judicial officer held at the bench or in chambers. That's clear. That's crystal clear. And paragraph number 2, allowing the expanded coverage to encompass the streaming portion of the coverage, went on to direct that the recording equipment shall be staffed at all times to ensure compliance with the expanded media rules and the content of this order. When the court contemplates a contempt, the first order of business is whether there is an unambiguous order. Check that box. There's an unambiguous order. So consider yourselves, members of the media, on absolute warning that if there is any spillover, if there is any audio when the court is not in session, I will pull the plug and you won't be here. This case is important. The rights of the parties are as important as your right to be here. But I tried to craft an order that would allow the proceedings for the decorum to remain, for you to have an opportunity to broadcast this. I understand that there is public interest in this case, but the parties have a right to have a fair trial based on the evidence in this courtroom, and there just cannot be coverage. There cannot be a recording and a rebroadcast of any conversation that happens at counsel table. The attorneys are aware and are minding their mics, but I don't know if it's ambient. Somehow, some of the conversation, it was reported to me, has been broadcast after we were not in session, and that is absolutely not acceptable. The order that I will file later this morning will flesh out further that there can be absolutely no broadcast. If we are not in session, I expect the recording to stop. I understand that the camera has been pointed away, so it's either at the floor or one of the portraits on the wall, but the audio feed is what I'm concerned about today. So please take steps to ensure that there is no recording or certainly no rebroadcast of any conversation, any speaking that takes place in this room when we're not in session. Okay? Thank you, folks.
Your Honor, may I be heard just a little bit on this matter, please?
You may, Mr. Spees. Go ahead.
I know, of course, that the court is mindful of the right of the public to be in trial, and of course the court has granted the media permission to audio record, video record portions of the trial. I'm also, of course, sensitive to the court's adherence to the First Amendment. I am contemplating asking the court to direct the media outlets that violated the court's order, be it intentionally or inadvertently, to expunge from their media outlets any recordings that were obtained in violation of the court's order. I don't know how this can be fashioned. This is, of course, not a exercise by the court on prior restraint, but to the extent that there are recordings, be they audio or video, in violation of the court's order, I'm contemplating asking the court to order that those matters be expunged from public access, but I just want to let you know what I'm thinking about, and I think we can take it up a little bit later on.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Spees. Mr. Maybanks or Mr. Harris, any additional comments? Okay. Very good. Are we ready for the jury to join us?
Yeah, there are a couple other matters, Your Honor, that we filed over the weekend. One was a supplemental motion in limine, and another a motion to file a proposed exhibit under seal, but I think we can take those up at a later time.
I did review those last night. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We can have our jury come in.
Please rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Good morning, members of the jury. We're very happy to have you back here. I hope each of you enjoyed a relaxing weekend, got some good sleep, but we're glad you're all back here in your assigned seats. So, Mr. Maybanks, the state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state recalls Doug Larison.
Good morning, Detective Larison. Please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and be seated. Obviously, I did re-administer the oath, but please bear in mind the suggestions I gave you last week during your testimony.
I remember.
Okay. You may proceed with your examination, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Larison, or former Detective Larison. At the end of the day, Friday, we had just heard that in the investigation into Michelle Martinko's homicide, that a partial male DNA profile was found on the blood stain on the back of Michelle's dress, referred to as stain 5, and that fewer than 1 in 100 billion unrelated individuals would have that same profile, and that it was consistent with the profile developed from the male contributor to the gear shift selector. When you received that information in your investigation, what kind of break was that in the case?
Well, it was a huge development. It was actually unexpected, and it was really important for a number of reasons. First of all, it confirmed the same identity. It matched with the partial profile on the gear shift selector.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the witness's characterization of a match. It's improper opinion testimony, and there's no foundation to establish that.
Okay. If you could rephrase the question, please.
I think we were talking about what kind of break this was in the case. So you were talking about how I believe the profile from the dress and the gear shift selector was consistent, at least on the reports you got. Is that right?
They were consistent, yes.
Okay.
And the profile on the dress was also in blood. So from that, it just confirmed my belief that the killer stabbed Michelle to death and cut himself, probably cut his hand, and left his blood at the scene at 2 different locations.
After receiving that information, did you believe then that your efforts to attempt to find and locate a suspect would be improved?
I thought I was hoping it would be easy now because the profile could be submitted to CODIS at this point.
Did you do anything to release that information to the public?
We did eventually. We did a press conference to announce to the public that a complete male profile that can be identified was found on her dress. The purpose of that was to hopefully we would get some tips and leads from possible witnesses in the community that could give us the name of the suspect to match the profile.
And over the course of the next 10 years, generally, what did you do?
We started, we compiled a list of potential suspects from the police reports and started going through that list and tracking people down and obtaining DNA buccal swabs from them to determine if they would match the profile or if they could be eliminated.
Did this, what I've referred to as a suspect, in quotes, list, also include simply people who were part of Michelle's life, who she knew back then, who maybe weren't suspects, but you were checking them out anyway?
There were a lot of friends and family members. Some of these friends saw her the night of the murder, and we tried to leave no stone unturned, so we collected buccal swabs from everybody.
And did that suspect list also include individuals with whom she had a romantic interest on or near the time of her death?
Yes, they did.
You mentioned this earlier, and so I want to ask you to shed some more light on that and explain it for us. But what is CODIS?
CODIS is an acronym that stands for Combined DNA Indexing System. It's an FBI-monitored, the FBI runs this database, and it's a database that includes DNA profiles that are collected nationwide from prisoners and people who have been arrested in every state and every jurisdiction. And the CODIS system will take these known DNA profiles and potentially match them up to a suspect DNA profile, which we had in the Martinko case. But the CODIS system didn't give us a hit on this case.
And so, to clarify then, and what you're saying, is the, as in this case, the suspect male DNA profile from the dress entered into CODIS?
Correct.
Itself? Okay. And does that automatically compare to individuals who are already in CODIS?
The CODIS system, it's computerized and it automatically compares our unknown profile to every DNA profile that's in the system, including future DNA profiles that are later entered into the CODIS system.
Is that something that's ongoing? So if you were to enter a suspect profile, would alert you that it's a consistent or appears to be the same profile as the suspect one?
Yes, it's ongoing. So if a new profile is entered into the CODIS system and it matches ours, the system will match it and give us a hit.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
You're going to lay some additional foundation for this later on, aren't you? Yeah. You're not going to offer this now?
Handing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 8 for identification purposes. Detective Larison, do you recognize this 5-page type?
Yes, I do.
And did you assist others involved in this investigation, specifically Investigator Denlinger, in confirming the contents of this document?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to leave that in front of you just for a moment here. Does this contain the names of individuals whose DNA was collected and compared to the suspect male DNA profile from F5, the dress?
Yes, it does.
Does this also contain the names of individuals that were eliminated by your efforts through the CODIS system that you just described?
Yes, it does.
Does it also include indications of how suspects were eliminated in other ways, specifically that it was confirmed they were in custody at the time of the...
Excuse me, I'm going to object on the grounds of hearsay as to the last question. Calls for information obtained from this witness from a source other than himself.
Response to the objection.
Your Honor, this is not hearsay. This is information that's offered in terms of providing the officers with the information they need to continue to develop leads. It basically provides the next steps in the investigation. It's the information that provides the basis for the entirety of this exhibit to be received into evidence. We do have case law on that topic as well that provides for its admission for those purposes.
Any further argument, Mr. Spees?
We stand on the objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Over the defendant's objection, the witness may answer the question.
Yes, it includes individuals who were in custody at the time of the murder.
As the exhibit sits in front of you, does it also contain the names of suspects who were eliminated by investigator Denlinger's efforts, who will testify later about that?
Yes, it does.
And does this contain the essentially the contents of voluminous reports that otherwise could not be conveniently discussed and entered without consuming potentially hours of testimony?
Yes, absolutely.
And overall, does this contain what could be described as fruitless leads, or leads that were exhausted by the DNA comparison process?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, that's all I have for this witness at this time.
Cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
When you became involved in the reopening of the investigation of Ms. Martinko's murder, you told us that you had a conversation with Linda Sauer from the Division of Criminal Investigation Laboratory, right?
I had a conversation with Linda Sauer, yes.
And this is when she told you about the results of the testing that she had done.
That's correct.
And this would be the testing that was done in 2005?
That's correct.
In that conversation, and she testified about this last week, she told you that on the gear shift selector, the specimen obtained from Exhibit I, that she couldn't determine whether the male profile on that shift selector came from saliva, mucus, semen, or skin cells. Is that right?
Yes, I recall that conversation.
Yeah. So she also told you that the blood type that was raised from the shift selector was blood type A,
That's correct.
and that that's a common blood type in the American population.
Correct.
She also told you that there were too few loci obtained from that male profile to submit that profile to CODIS.
That's correct.
That you needed, 15 loci to submit it to CODIS?
I believe that's right.
And she only was able to extract or identify 11 on the gear shift selector.
Correct.
Now, you've told us that based on the information that you obtained, that this seemed to confirm your suspicion that the suspect had cut himself or herself, right?
Right.
And you've seen the crime scene photographs.
Yes, I have.
And earlier testimony in this trial described the violence of this attack. Would you expect, if the suspect himself or herself cut himself or herself, that blood would be throughout the crime scene?
It would depend.
On?
Well, in this case, it seemed that the suspect was wearing gloves. So, to me, it was apparent that the suspect cut through the glove and cut his hand. And the glove probably contained a lot of the blood from his hand.
And correspondingly, because of the violence of the attack, we know that there was blood throughout the car, right?
Yes.
And would you likewise expect that the blood from Ms. Martinko would be on the suspect?
Yes.
On the suspect's arms, pants?
Yes.
In addition to what you've testified about this morning, Mr. Larison, you also delivered some items of evidence to the DCI Crime Laboratory in October of 2005, right?
Correct.
And among the items that you submitted to the laboratory were parts of the car, the car visor, I think part of the headliner, a inside door handle. You sent those off to the crime lab as well.
That's correct.
And you also submitted the panties, the pantyhose, the dress, and the rabbit fur coat.
Correct.
You did not submit the scarf to the DCI lab, though, did you?
Yes.
You did?
Yes, it was with the dress.
In October 2005?
Yes.
If I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
What I'm handing you, Detective Larison, is a laboratory receipt from the Division of Criminal Investigation. And for your assistance, I've highlighted the areas
Sorry.
where in October 2005 you submitted evidence.
Okay.
Look on the next page as well.
Okay.
Did you submit the scarf with those items?
Yes.
Where's that?
It's not listed. It's with the dress. It's part of the dress.
Well, it's been separately identified as a separate exhibit. It shows a sack of dress, pantyhose, and panties, and I don't see that the scarf is included in there.
Yeah, the scarf was never listed individually.
Well, I think Ms. Sauer testified that she did not examine the scarf. Would she have been mistaken about that?
That I don't know.
Did your investigation continue after 2005?
Yes.
And were you still involved in the investigation in 2008?
Yes.
Or had the investigation been suspended at that point?
No, I was not suspended.
Okay. There was a catastrophic flood in Cedar Rapids, Iowa in 2008, wasn't there?
Yes, there was.
And a lot of the evidence, including evidence connected to this investigation, was flooded.
Correct.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for you.
Would you like to continue?
Yes, sir. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
First, I'll be handing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 18A, also Defense Exhibit F1. And Detective Larison, I think you've been shown this before, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And does that indicate the writing on the packaged materials describing Exhibit F, dress, panties, pantyhose of your partner at the time, George Bowd?
It does, yes.
And, go ahead.
Yes, it does.
And did you and Detective Bowd work basically hand in hand on this for the most part during the course of that 10 years?
We worked hand in hand, that's correct.
So you were present when Detective Bowd marked on that?
I was. We did this together.
And the State's Exhibit 18A show the package in its original condition, or is this appear to be a post-flood picture?
This appears to be a post-flood picture with the darkening of the yellow or brown packaging.
So to be clear, that the package didn't look like that when you sent it to DCI in 2005.
That's correct.
And this is State's Exhibit 18B, also separately marked as Defense Exhibit D1. And you've seen that before too, right?
Yes, I have.
And does that contain pantyhose in the scarf that you've been asked about?
Yes, it does.
And when you package those materials and send it up, as you testified to last week, did you consider the scarf to be an accessory of the dress, basically the same item?
That's what I concluded, that the scarf was an accessory and matched and was part of the dress.
When you talked to criminalist Linda Sauer in 2005, did she indicate to you that the gear shift selector did test positive for blood,
Yes,
and that blood scrapings from the gear shift selector were discovered to have the unknown at that time male DNA profile mixed together with Michelle's?
yes, that's correct.
And did she tell you that she could only determine that both profiles were mixed together in blood?
That's exactly my understanding, yes.
But as far as the source, as you were asked before, she was not able to determine if the source could also be mucus, sweat, or semen, but she confirmed to you they were mixed in blood.
Correct.
Did you also review her report at the time that she made?
Yes,
Was it your understanding that when Linda Sauer compared the profile that she was able to get from the gear shift selector to F5, that it showed a consistency, or that it was the same profile at every possible loci which she could measure?
right. My understanding was each one of those 11 points of the partial profile matched DNA points in the complete profile from the dress. So it was consistent and could not be eliminated from the complete profile in the dress.
Till that point in the investigation, as we discussed in terms of State's Exhibit 8, had there been numerous dozens of individuals who had been affirmatively eliminated.
Yes.
That's all I have for now, Your Honor.
Additional cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
Just briefly, Your Honor, may I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
You may.
So, Mr. Larison, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as Governance Exhibit 17-0. And this is a lab receipt, again showing the date of October 4, 2005, information obtained from you. I think you maybe testified about this last week.
That's correct.
What are the contents of Exhibit F?
That are listed under F would be dress, pantyhose, and panties.
Okay, and showing you Defendant's Exhibit F1, which is similar to one you've just been shown. This is the original packaging, or the flood damage packaging.
Correct.
And the lab report notes that it's Exhibit F, October 4, 2005. And what are the contents of Exhibit F?
That's listed. Dress, panties, pantyhose.
Okay. We offer Defendants F1. And you also testified about the photograph shown in Defendant's Exhibit D1. And this is, what do you see in D1?
That would be the scarf that was with the dress.
And do you know when this photograph was taken?
No, I don't.
We offer Defendant's Exhibit D1.
Does the state have any objection to either F1 or D1?
We do, since there was testimony that it was taken after a flood. I think just further explanation would be needed on that.
Okay.
Well, it's identical to the state's exhibit, Your Honor.
An exhibit that's previously been admitted?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I asked Detective Larison about 18A and B, but we haven't formally.
All right, well,
If I can, I think it's going to come in eventually. So I guess we'll just ask some more testimony or questions about it later.
Okay.
So with that understanding, at this point in time, we don't recess, Your Honor.
Okay. The court will receive and make part of the record exhibits F1 and D1. D as in dog, F as in Frank.
you were just asked again about the flooding, and was the evidence that was damaged by the flooding, was that during your tenure in this investigation?
Yes.
And were you responsible for seeing that the flood damaged evidence was sent somewhere to be dried?
I wasn't, no.
Do you know who was?
I don't know.
No other questions for this witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
Detective Larison, you were asked on cross and recross about various items, but our question for you is based upon what occurred in the development of this, what we've referred to as a suspect profile. At that time, pending the investigation of that suspect profile, were any other items further tested for the presence of a suspect blood?
No other items, to my knowledge, were submitted for examination or analysis to the lab after F5 was developed.
Was that a decision that came from the laboratory then?
That was primarily a decision from the lab, yeah.
In your investigation, at the time that suspect profile was developed, did you believe that that needed to be further investigated before anything else is done?
Well, I felt that...
Excuse me. This is way beyond cross-examination. I object. This is beyond the scope.
Withdrawn. With that, nothing further, Your Honor.
Additional cross-examination.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Detective Larison. You may step down.
Thank you.
State may call its next witness.
State calls Investigator Matt Deninger.
Please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and be seated. Investigator Denlinger, I trust that you've heard the instructions I've given each witness as they take in the witness stand. Please be mindful of that microphone and use it, and let the attorneys finish before you begin answering. They'll give you the same courtesy of not stepping on the ends of your answers.
Thank you.
Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names.
Matthew Denlinger, M-A-T-T-H-E-W. Denlinger is D-E-N-L-I-N-G-E-R.
Thank you. You may proceed with your examination, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Matt, you've been here the whole trial, but we haven't heard from you yet, so I'm going to have you introduce yourself to the jury in terms of you being a witness in this case. What is your current occupation?
I am a police investigator with the city of Cedar Rapids.
And how long have you held a position as an investigator?
16 years.
We're going to talk a little bit more about that in a moment, but as a matter of background, where did you grow up?
I grew up on the west side of Cedar Rapids.
Where did you go to school?
I went to Jefferson High School.
Were you familiar with Westdale Mall when it was still around?
Yes, I frequented that mall.
Yeah. We've had a lot of testimony about it, but where is that located?
It's located on the southwest edge of Cedar Rapids. It's about 5 miles from where I grew up.
Is that also in Lynn County?
It is.
Now, it's not there anymore, is it?
Well, it's changed a little bit. They changed the name of it, but a few of the actual physical buildings are still there. JCPenney's is still there. It still operates, and the property as a whole hasn't changed, other than they demolished, the main portion of the mall.
So with the nature of commerce, its original structure isn't there, but there's still some remnants left.
Yes, correct.
Tell us a little bit more. You mentioned that you went to Jefferson High School, about your educational background.
I went to Jefferson High School and graduated in 1992. After that, I graduated from the University of Northern Iowa. I went to UNI and got a bachelor's degree, specialized in special education.
Did you pursue a career in that field?
No.
Okay, what did you do?
Shortly after that, I decided to try my hand at law enforcement. So I applied and was hired by the Cedar Rapids Police Department in August of 1999.
And is that the only law enforcement department that you've worked for?
It is.
What positions have you held with the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
I spent the first 4 years of my career working kind of an overnight or swing shift on the patrol division. I was then selected to join the investigative bureau. I've done just about every assignment in the investigative bureau. I started working burglary cases for a couple of years. I joined the narcotics unit and worked there for 8 or 9 years, including a stint with the DEA task force. I worked sex crimes, youth bureau, crimes against persons. There's almost nothing I haven't tried my hand at a little bit.
Did you mention cold case homicides?
No, I didn't mention cold case homicides, but yeah, that's for the last 5 years now I've been working on cold case homicides.
Exclusively, or does that interweave with some other investigations?
Oh no, I get plenty of other regular current ones and stuff. I have to manage my time.
Don't we all? Growing up in Cedar Rapids, were you familiar with the unsolved case of the homicide of Michelle Martinko?
Yes.
And after you became a police officer, obviously, did you remain familiar with it and know that it was still ongoing?
Yes, I did.
Did there come a time when you were assigned to work on the case?
Yes.
Can you tell us how that occurred?
That occurred in 2015. Detective Larison was getting closer to retirement and wanted to transition out of that. And he and I worked right next to each other in the youth bureau. We had neighboring offices. So when I realized he was on his way out, I asked if I could step in and help on the case.
Did he give you a briefing then on case developments and whatnot?
He did. I asked him about the case, and he kind of brought me up to speed on what he'd been working on and stuff.
And from your conversations with Detective Larison, and then obviously having seen his testimony here in court, has the history that has unfolded here accurately described where you kind of picked up after Detective Larison left off?
Yes.
We just heard from him, so we're going to continue to talk about his efforts that were made and basically the handoff that took place to you. So first, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
And I'll be handing the witness again what's marked as State's Exhibit 8, 5-page document. I'll have that in front of you there, Investigator Denlinger, while I ask you a couple more questions. Who created this exhibit?
I did.
Okay. And where did this information come from?
Most of the information on here I got from Cedar Rapids police reports, DCI lab reports. A few of the items, such as individuals eliminated from CODIS, I made actual phone calls just to different agencies to confirm people were in CODIS. And then I would get a little bit of it from, oral conversations with Doug or with my partner in the cold case unit, J.D. Smith.
I guess we haven't talked about that yet. How did you and J.D. Smith end up being partners in this investigation?
JD's a retired DCI agent who lives in Cedar Rapids, and so part of what he does is he likes to come down to the Cedar Rapids Police Department. I think he's still got a passion for helping and law enforcement, so he was coming down and helping us organize our cold cases and spending some time there during the week. And so he and I became friends. I would sit and chat about the cases with him and stuff. And so we just sort of bonded and started working on this together after Doug was stepping aside.
So does State's Exhibit 8 then consist of information that has been summarized from the investigation in what would be voluminous reports into a format making the information in regards to the leads that were followed easier to summarize and convey?
Yes.
And did this information also include information regarding individuals who were eliminated, as indicated in the exhibit, by being in custody or by some other way?
Yes.
You're going to move to admit State's Exhibit 8.
Any objection to States 8?
Yes, if I may, a question of witness briefly, Your Honor.
You may.
Investigator Denlinger, you just told us that the contents of Government's Exhibit 8 comes from, as I wrote down, reports, oral conversations, other information you obtained from other investigators,
Yes.
including information from the State Division of Criminal Investigation.
Correct.
Great. Your Honor, we object because the exhibit is based on information from outside, namely hearsay, information from reports, oral conversations, and others. Rule 5-1006 did not overcome those evidentiary objections, and so we object on grounds both that it contains hearsay, and in addition, there's information on the document for which a foundation has not yet been laid.
Mr. Maybanks.
Your Honor, pursuant to State v. Elliott, 806 Northwest 2nd, 660, a 2011 Supreme Court case, as well as cases cited therein to include State v. Dowdy, that's D-O-U-G-H-T-Y, from 359 Northwest 2nd. A police officer may reconstruct the steps taken in a crimes investigation and may describe the events leading up to the defendant's arrest where the testimony is necessary and important to fully explain the state's case to the jury. There's a distinction between an officer testifying to the fact that he spoke to a witness without disclosing the contents from when an officer testifies to the contents of the conversation. This is not hearsay. It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, only offered to show the events and efforts that were undertaken in the fruitless leads and suspects that were eliminated as a course of the investigation over the time periods previously discussed herein. Also, as noted, the requirements of the summarization of records in Iowa Rule of Evidence 5.1006 have been established.
For the record, Mr. Spees.
Yes, Your Honor. For all the reasons that Mr. Maybanks just stated, this also violates the defendant's right of confrontation under both the federal and state constitutions and the request for testimony that was earlier filed by the defendant in this case. So on grounds of hearsay, it is hearsay, it contains hearsay, and its admission would violate Mr. Burns' rights of confrontation.
Counsel, I am going to reserve ruling on the admissibility of State's Exhibit 8. I want to have a chance to read the cases that were cited by the state. We'll take that up at a later time. Thank you.
Based upon your reference to the case investigative file and the information that you compiled through leading you to the steps you take to develop a lead in this case, how many individuals were eliminated as suspects?
161.
And what does that number consist of?
That consists of 128 people that we eliminated through DNA, so collecting buccal swabs right from them. And then the remainder of that are people that we confirmed by contacting the DCI and having them check in CODIS. So there would be, the remainder of that is people that were already in CODIS, and then there are a few people that we confirmed through state records were in custody at the time of the crime.
You mentioned CODIS, and we heard some testimony earlier about how CODIS automatically eliminates individuals as contributors or as matches or similar to the profile of a suspect DNA. Based upon your understanding of how CODIS works as a law enforcement officer and using it every day, how many profiles are in CODIS?
Well, as of December, there's more than 14 million profiles in CODIS, according to the FBI statistics.
And based upon the functioning of CODIS, then, and your understanding of how it worked, does that mean that 14 million individuals were compared to this profile?
Correct.
And as a course of the investigation, then none of those individuals were alerted to you as being a match?
Correct.
We had some testimony on this earlier, but to bring it out a little bit more, what happened in Cedar Rapids in June of 2008 that affected items of evidence being stored at that location?
In June of 2008, there was a catastrophic flood, which I'm sure most people are aware of, but it affected the Cedar Rapids Police Department specifically because we sit right on the banks of the Cedar River, so we had substantial damage because of it.
Did that make it fairly difficult then to continue to test items of evidence that still remained in the Martinko cold case investigation?
It did.
So when were you officially then assigned to work on this case or took over the duties of this case in transition with Detective Larison?
Would have been probably October 2015.
We heard some testimony about how you collaborated with the individuals who had worked the case and gathered some information. What other steps, if any, did you take to become familiar with the investigation?
Well, I read the case file as much as possible. It's pretty large, so over the years I would just continue to read more and more and more. And so other than talking to them about what they'd done, that's what I did.
What sort of strategy or plan did you develop then as you commenced your assignment on the case?
Well, when I first started, I liked Doug's strategy. I mean, we have a DNA profile from blood on the back of the victim's dress. I felt like if we could, just like he did, if you could just find the right person, comb through the files. Doug had worked on it for a while, but there were still more people in these files that we could get names from and maybe go track down and follow up on and collect from them. And eventually, hopefully, we could find a match.
So continuing that strategy then of what Doug was doing, did that result in any kind of substantive or productive or fruitful leads?
No, unfortunately, we didn't find a match by just following that path.
In the year 2016, did you become familiar with a company by the name of Parabon NanoLabs?
Yes.
And how did you become familiar with Parabon NanoLabs?
Well, I don't know if it's because I'm impatient, but by the summer of 2016, I'd been working on it now for the better part of a year, and I was aware that you could get more information from DNA than just whether a suspect was a man or a woman. So I called our lab to inquire about that. I was hoping that some of this information might be useful to help us, narrow down our suspect pool, give me some, better ideas on how we could maybe eliminate people quicker. So I called them. At their suggestion, they said, you definitely can get more information from DNA than just man or woman, but that's not what we're set up to do. be better off contacting a private lab that specializes in that. So I checked the internet, I called some private labs. Eventually, it was recommended that I call Parabon.
And what was your understanding about the nature of assistance that Parabon offered to law enforcement?
That they were going to be able to potentially take the sample that we currently had and use that to hopefully produce this information. What I understood is that they were able, through this process called snapshot, they were going to be able to make a picture or generate a picture of a prediction of what our suspect would look like. And then we could use that to show the public and hopefully generate more leads.
So was it your understanding that Parabon would require some of that DNA information in order to do that?
Yes.
All right, at this point in time, in order to assist with Investigator Denlinger's testimony surrounding these events and pursuant to an agreement with defense counsel, the parties have reached a stipulation in lieu of testimony from an official from Parabon NanoLabs to be considered only as facts establishing the responsive actions taken by investigators that led them to approach and interview Mr. Burns and collect his DNA, and not as proof or evidence of the alleged crime. It's been signed by Mr. Spees, myself, and Mr. Harris. At this point in time, we'd like the witness to read slowly into the record the stipulation.
Okay. Is that agreeable to Mr.
It
Burns,
is, Your Honor.
Mr. Spees?
Once it's offered, of course.
Okay.
And so we offer it as State's Exhibit 10.
And no objection?
No, Your Honor. I guess my only suggestion is perhaps consider it a joint exhibit.
Okay.
And so to that extent, no objection.
Upon the record made, the court will receive and make part of the record the joint exhibit offered, number 10.
I did write joint on it as well. Matt, if you could read this to us, and for the sake of everybody, take your time, okay?
Where would you like me to start on here?
Oh, I'm sorry, I read the first part there, so why don't you start right with Parabon NanoLabs.
Okay. Parabon NanoLabs, which was originally founded in 2008. The roots of the company are in bioinformatics. Bioinformatics takes biological information, like DNA, and turns it into what a computer can read, analyzes the data, and produces a raw data file. Snapshot was the forensic DNA analysis service that attempted to predict the physical appearance and ancestry of an unknown person from their DNA. This is known as DNA phenotyping. Snapshot then produces a composite image. Kinship analysis is used to help researchers better predict whether a certain individual or individuals are related to the submitted DNA sample. Genetic genealogy, as used by Parabon, involves taking the raw data from the original DNA phenotyping and uploading it into the public DNA database, GEDmatch. This is done in order to find individuals in the GEDmatch database that share similar DNA to a submitted DNA profile and have that data analyzed by genetic genealogists. Genetic genealogists then compare the amount of DNA two people share to determine their degree of relationship. GEDmatch was founded in 2010 as a free service to help people look for and identify prospective relatives. By comparing the uploaded sample to more than 1 million users who had uploaded their DNA profile, genetic genealogists can use GEDmatch to identify potential relatives of a submitted DNA sample. the Cedar Rapids Police Department employed Parabon to upload the raw data from the male DNA profile developed from the blood on Michelle Martinko's dress at the Steen F5 to GEDmatch and commence kinship analysis and genetic genealogy. On July 19, 2018, Parabon produced a report and provided it to the Cedar Rapids Police Department. The report directed investigators to investigate the descendants of 4 sets of identified great-grandparents in a particular family tree. Investigator Denlinger used this information to collect DNA samples from descendants of 3 branches of the family tree, and as a result, the lead he received from Parabon suggests that the investigation be directed towards one of 3 brothers, Donald Burns, date of birth 4/27 of 47, Kenneth Burns, date of birth 2/28 of 50, and Jerry Burns, date of birth 12/23 of 53.
Thank you, Investigator Denlinger. This being received as an exhibit would be available for later review. As needed. Gathering from that stipulation and what you just read, Investigator Denlinger, did you then engage in some efforts to give Parabon the necessary information to conduct their snapshot analysis?
Yes.
What did you do?
I sent Michelle's dress to DNA Labs International. We were going to try to get another suspect sample so that we didn't have to use the one we had on file.
And approximately when would you have accessed the dress in order to prepare that process and follow through on it?
June of 2016.
Was this process then coordinated with and done with the knowledge of the DCI lab?
Yes.
When was Michelle's dress sent to DNA Labs International?
Right away, probably July 2016.
And we're going to talk more about this collaboration with Parabon NanoLabs in a second here. I want to ask you, when you accessed the dress, what is it that you did to prepare it to facilitate its delivery to DNA Labs International?
Well, I went down to our evidence department to look at it, verify its condition and things like that. So I had an ID officer, John McDaniel, join me, and I checked it out of evidence. And then we took it over to our identification room where we opened the package to verify the contents and stuff. And we took photographs at that time also.
When you retrieved that dress from evidence, tell us about the condition of it.
Well, the dress itself in 2016 had come back from Munter, so it's in a plastic, like a heat-sealed bag, and then inside you can see what you've seen in some of the pictures, which is like a brown paper sack with the tags and stuff still on it. It's still sealed, but it looks like the outer paper's been either wet or sat in a human room for a while, and so we opened that, and then we opened the actual paper sack and removed the dress so we could look at it.
Since you mentioned the company Munters, can you tell us who that is or what company that is and what role they played in this?
Yeah, Munters is like a disaster relief company that helps out. What they did was right after the flood, our evidence room is in the basement, and the water's 8 feet high in a room that's only have 12-foot ceilings, so a lot of the evidence is wet. So we sent everything to Munters. They're not opening stuff or examining it or anything like that, but they are drying it out as best they can. Then they put it in these plastic bags, heat seal it, that way there's no mold or anything like that, and then they send it back to you. And that's what they did in this case.
Were you able to confirm then, through your investigation and observation of the dress in 2016 and by subsequent investigation into records kept at the police department, that Michelle's dress, along with her panties and pantyhose and scarf, were sent to Munters after the flood and then returned to the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
Yes, I was able to confirm that.
And when you retrieved these items in June of 2016, were they documented by photograph?
Yes.
One second. I approach you witness, Ron?
You may.
Handing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibits 10N1 through 10N6, and then 10N71. Ask if you've seen those before,
I have.
and are these photographs that you took of first the exterior packaging, including the Munters bag, and then the contents of the packaging of what was labeled as Exhibit F and discussed previously in this trial?
Yes.
And those represent fair and accurate depictions of the contents of the package labeled F in the Munters bag as you described here today when you photographed them in June of 2016.
Yes.
Move to enter States 10N1 through 10N6 and 10N7.
Okay.
Without objection.
Okay, I want to make sure that I understand 10N1 through and including 10N6, 10N7 sub 1, or, okay, not 71, but 7 sub 1.
I want it to be as complicated.
Okay, you are achieving the goal.
Thank you.
Okay,
Permission to publish those, Ron?
you may. Yeah, so that the record is clear, the court will receive and make part of the record 10N1 through and including 10N6 and 10N7, open paren 1, close paren.
I believe what you're looking at now is 10N1. Can you describe what's depicted in that?
Yes, this is the package as it looked when we first pulled it out of the Munters box.
And does this show then what's been previously described as some flood damage to the exterior of the package?
Correct. Inside the plastic, you can see the discoloration on the paper sack.
Let's go to States 10N2. And what's depicted in 10N2?
Same thing, we just kind of took a little better picture. We're trying to get rid of some glare and so you could read things underneath it a little better.
And does this contain the description of the contents in the packet as what's been described as Exhibit DCI designation F, dress, panties, pantyhose?
Yes.
Let's go to States 10N3. What is this a picture of?
This is the opposite side of the bag. And it's all the bags have that Munters label on it, the moisture control services, and then it's got a barcode on there, which I think is I don't know if you can zoom in enough, but that basically describes the location that had been kept and stuff like that.
Thank you. And then let's go to states 10 and 4. And what's depicted in 10 and 4?
That's the sticker that was at the, or the tape, I should say, that was at the top of the dress. We just took a picture of it at that, I think at that time I wasn't positive what that depicted, but I've since figured that out.
And based upon the review of your file, then what did you figure out that that designation was for?
That's the FBI number from the 1980 trip to the FBI.
Let's go to the next, Exhibit 10 and 5. What's depicted in 10 and 5?
This is the dress before we unfolded it. It was kind of folded up like that.
And then let's go to 10 and 6. What's depicted in 10 and 6?
That's, I believe that's the front of the dress as we unfolded it. We didn't try to be like all-encompassing with these photos, just sort of, let's just document we still have it, we verified it's really the dress, stuff like that.
And let's go to 10 and 7, sub 1. There you go. So what's depicted in 10 and 7-1?
On the left is the pantyhose, and then on the right is this scarf that everyone's talking about.
Okay. Was the scarf included then in with the other contents of the package?
Yes, it actually took me a minute to figure out what it was. I thought it was attached to the dress, but I thought it was maybe part of it or something that had been attached at some point, but yeah, it's just a scarf.
Go ahead and take those down then. I have some follow-up questions for you. Based upon this collaboration then that you were engaged in with Parabon and DNA Labs International, what was your understanding as to what DNA Labs International was going to do with the dress in order to assist with the lead generation through Parabon?
Well, it's my understanding they were going to take another cut off the dress to try to get a second sample so that we could use that instead of having to use the one we had.
And did you then package up that dress and send it to DNA Labs International?
Yes.
And based upon your correspondence with them, what was done with the dress at that location?
They took some more cuttings and looked for some additional DNA, but they were unsuccessful.
When was the dress returned to the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
Yes.
When they returned the dress to the Cedar Rapids Police Department, were you able to identify what kind of work was done on it in terms of cuttings and make those observations?
Yes, they explained to me exactly where they cut from, and so I observed new cuts at that location.
What location was that?
They cut 4 spots right around the F5 stain in the back of the dress, and so those were the new spots that I had observed. I didn't observe any other additional work that had been done.
Other than what they told you they did at the location of where F5 was originally found, and after confirming that those cuttings were taken from that location, did the dress appear, as you looked at it, to be in the same condition as when you sent it to the DNA Labs International with no other evidence of alteration, tampering, or substitution?
Yes.
Yeah. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
And again, I'll be using State's Proposed Exhibit 7A here. And now you can just testify about it from where you're perched up there. Do you recognize State's Proposed Exhibit 7A?
I do.
What is it?
This is Michelle Martinko's dress.
Does this appear to be in the same condition as when you received it back from DNA Labs International?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to show us where the additional cuttings were made on the dress by DNA Labs International based upon your observation of it. You can come get gloves and whatever else you need for that. Go ahead, yeah.
So, on the back bottom here, there are a total of 5 cuts. The square in the middle is the one that I observed in 2016. That's the one. That's the F5 blood stain location. When coordinating with the DCI lab, they asked, where'd you find the last sample? We'll just start there. That's the best. It's ground zero for suspect's blood. But so what they did is they took the other 4 cuttings and tried to find it at those locations.
And those 4 locations that are centered or circled around the original F5 that you testified to?
Yes, correct.
Can you, what did you do with the dress then after you received it back from DNA Labs International?
I just put it back in evidence.
Did you retrieve it again at a later day for purposes of this trial?
Yes.
When you retrieved it for purposes of this trial, was it, or did it appear to be in the same condition as when you submitted it back to evidence when you got it back from DNA Labs with no evidence of alteration, substitution, or tampering?
Yes.
At this time, we move to Interstates 7A, Your Honor.
Mr. Spees,
Just a couple of quick questions, if I may, Your Honor.
you may.
Investigator Denlinger, when you, if I may approach,
You may.
when you sent the dress, Exhibit 7 up to DNA Lab, did it have rabbit fur on it?
Did it have rabbit fur on it? Yeah.
All right. It doesn't have rabbit fur on it now,
Well, yeah, there's still fur on it.
is there?
Yeah.
Do you know, none of the rabbit fur was tested?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. The coat that Ms. Martinko was wearing, it was sent to the lab and tested, as you recall, right?
I believe so. I know it was sent to the lab.
Yeah. So aside from the alterations, from the 4 additional cuttings that were made by DNA Labs International, the dress is in the same condition it was when you shipped it off.
Yes.
And then I think you said that when it was returned from DNA Labs, you took it right back to the evidence room?
Correct.
No other questions, Your Honor. We have no objection.
The court will receive and make part of the record States Exhibit 7A.
Investigator Denlinger, you were asked about rabbit fur, and that was one of the things that has been brought up during this case. I know you don't have the gloves on anymore, but would you be able to show us, based upon your view, where you observe rabbit fur on this dress?
Yes.
I don't really need to put gloves on, but it's a little hard to see. Obviously, it's a black dress, but there's little. I mean, I'm going to point the spot, but there's there. On the back of the dress, it's although it's faint, it's all over. And she was wearing a rabbit fur coat, so of course she could have rabbit fur on the dress.
All right, thank you. And go back to your investigation and the collaboration with Parabon that you did through the assistance of DNA Labs International. After the dress was returned, what did you do next?
After the dress was returned and we didn't get what we were hoping for as far as the second sample, I coordinated with the DCI lab, to send the current sample we had to DNA Labs International.
Was that coordinated through the director of the lab at that time?
Yes, that was coordinated through Paul Bush, who's the director of the DCI lab, and then I was also working with Christine Harris at DNA Labs International.
So to continue these lead generation purposes in an attempt to gather some tips in the investigation and leads, was that sample then sent to DNA Labs International?
Yes.
And what, again, was the purpose of sending that?
They were going to use that sample to do the DNA, the snapshot testing.
And we heard from the stipulation what that involved. As a result of the snapshot process, did you receive some composite photographs then that you used in an attempt to further generate tips and leads?
Yep, I did.
For what purposes did you use those composite photographs, or what did you do with them?
We blew them up into a poster. We had a press conference. We showed the public so that we could generate some more leads, which it did do.
As a result of those leads that came from the composite photographs that Parabon was able to make through their snapshot process, were any other suspects developed?
Yeah. We got lots of leads from it, lots more people to follow up on and collect DNA from.
And through that process of following up on those potential suspects and collecting DNA, were you able to find anybody that had a similar profile or matched the profile to the one on the dress?
No.
What did you do with those images?
Actually, we kept them at the Cedar Rapids Police Department.
Did you end up using one or more of those images when you approached Mr. Burns in December of 2018?
Yes, I took them with me and I showed them.
After the leads then dried up as a result of this snapshot process that had these images that you released to the public and whatnot, did there come a time when you again collaborated with Parabon?
Yes.
And were you told about the additional services that they were offering called kinship analysis?
I was.
When were you told about that service?
April of 2018.
And were you also informed then about the services that were offered involving genetic genealogy?
Yes.
We heard from the stipulation in this case that genetic genealogy involves taking raw data from the original DNA phenotyping and uploading it to the public DNA database GEDmatch to find individuals in that database that share similar DNA to the submitted DNA profile. And then as a result, the genealogists compare that amount of DNA to two people that share, compare the amount of DNA two people share to determine their degree of relationship. Was that process ongoing then after April 2018?
Yes.
Did you stay in contact with Parabon as they engaged in this process?
Yes.
What was the hope of this lead generation technique?
Well, we were hoping that they would find a relative of our suspect and that it kind of point us in the right direction, just like we were trying before. We didn't, just need more leads. We were hoping that they would, this would produce more leads also. Have more people to go speak to and collect DNA from.
And as a result of that process, as indicated in the stipulation, on July 19th of 2018, did they produce a report for you and provide it to you?
Yes.
And did that report then direct you to investigate the descendants of 4 sets of identified great-grandparents in a particular family tree?
Yes, it did.
Was that based upon the fact that Parabon had indicated that the person who, the individual who is the suspect DNA profile and shared DNA with an individual in that family tree?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Yeah.
What did the report suggest as to the relationship between the suspect male DNA profile and these 4 sets of great-grandparents?
It explained that if I was able to collect DNA from a living relative on each branch of that tree and send that those swabs back to them, then they could tell me which branch of the family tree our suspect was on.
So what did you do next?
I started doing research on my own to find living relatives for each branch of the tree. And as soon as I would find one, I would collect DNA from them, send it back to Parabon. I did that a couple of times. And when I would send it back, they would explain, hey, this individual that you found shares no DNA with your suspect. Therefore, you can eliminate that entire branch of the tree and move on to the next one.
How many branches of the family tree did you get through?
I did a total of 3. I eliminated 2, and then on the 3rd one is when we got our hit.
Who was the individual that you located on the 3rd branch?
A gal named Janice Burns.
Were you able to make contact with her?
Yes.
Do you remember when you made contact with her?
August 2018, we met down at the Cedar Rapids Police Department.
As a result of that meeting with Janice Burns, did you collect DNA from her?
I did.
And what did you do with the DNA you collected from Janice Burns?
I sent that DNA back to Parabon, and then they recalibrated and gave me more information.
And after that, you did that, what lead was then generated by Parabon?
Parabon hypothesized that based on the amount of DNA Janice shared with our suspect, that our suspect was likely one of 3 brothers. And then the names I mentioned, Donald, Jerry, and Kenneth Burns.
What degree of relationship did Parabon hypothesize that Miss Burns had with these brothers?
They said that based upon the amount of DNA that she shared with them, that they were, she was likely first cousins with the suspect.
And they, as a result of that, did they direct you then to further investigate these 3 brothers, Donald Burns, Kenneth Burns, and Jerry Burns?
Yes.
And what did you do then with that information?
Well, I looked them up just to figure out where they lived and stuff. Jerry and Kenneth had Iowa DLs for Manchester, Iowa. Donald had a Davenport driver's license. And from my research, it looked like they all grew up in the Manchester area. So we set about starting surveillance on the 3 of them to try to covertly collect something from them that we could send to the DCI lab for comparison to our suspect sample.
When you investigated and obtained information on Jerry Burns' driver's license, what were you able to gather in terms of his height and eye color?
It was 5'7", blue eyes.
Were you able to ascertain from this investigation at any point in time as to whether Jerry Burns has an identical twin?
Yeah, no, there's no identical twin.
What efforts were then undertaken? You mentioned that covert DNA was a goal at that point in time. What efforts were undertaken for officers to be in a position to collect covert DNA?
Well, we had a couple, I asked a couple of my coworkers to help us out, but we basically just followed them around, tried to find something in public that they would discard. That's the way to do it. And so we set about doing that.
And to clarify, is this a process, this collection of covert DNA or discarded items from individuals that had preceded this development in the investigation? If you know what I mean by that.
No.
Had efforts to collect covert DNA been done with other individuals prior to the Burns brothers?
Oh, yes, yes.
So was that a fairly regular police practice in terms of trying to develop potential suspects to compare to the suspect male DNA?
Yes, that's something that's done.
Can you explain to us first how covert DNA was collected from Ken and Don Burns? And if you could start with Kenneth Burns.
We followed Kenneth around on one particular day in the fall of 2018. He eventually went and had lunch at a golf course clubhouse, and we went in and had lunch too. Just sat a little ways away from him. We waited for him to finish his lunch. He was drinking out of a glass, had a straw. As soon as he left, we had someone out in the parking lot to confirm that he was leaving. And then we just grabbed the straw and collected that as evidence.
How was that straw collected to make sure that it was done in a way that preserved the integrity of the item?
We handled it with rubber gloves, and we just put it right into a sack, sealed it up right then and there. We had all the supplies with us. We were prepared to do that.
And based upon your review of the investigative files, did that take place on October 24th of 2018?
Yes.
Explain to us then how you were able to collect covert DNA from Donald Burns.
So from Donald Burns, we did a couple different things. Number one, we just sat down the street from his house. On the day we picked to do it, it happened to be trash day. So he had stuck his trash out by the curb for the city to pick up. We grabbed a bag of that, threw it in our trunk, and then we also followed him around and grabbed a glass from him later in the day that he had used. But I believe they found the DNA off some of the items and discarded items in his trash.
And do you remember when that was done?
Right around the same time, shortly after Kenneth.
Before we proceed, I'm going to interrupt and give everyone a 15-minute break. We will be in recess for 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear in mind that admonition, keeping an open mind, not discussing the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. We'll see you back in about 15 minutes.
Please rise for the jury. You can leave your notebooks on your chair.
All right, so I knew that was going to be big. I knew that was going to be big because yesterday when I started the stream, I came in with the next video that I'm going to show. And it's like, and he all of a sudden starts talking about the straw that he found from the Burns brothers. I'm like, what? What did I miss? So I hope now we're all kind of on the same page. I know that should have been shown first yesterday, but I couldn't find that. I didn't find it, but once I found it, now to me it's all making sense. So this is spectacular, you guys. This is truly a mic drop moment. So let's go through it before we get back to Mr. Matthew Denlinger. So Doug Larison was called. He was recalled, I should say, from the previous day. So that was if you're following along, this was Monday, so that was Friday, so they had a whole weekend. The jury had a weekend to sit with it. But Doug Larison basically started this investigation, and then he passed it on to Matthew, or Matt, and Matt has been sitting there the whole time. So let's see. Doug was a recall from the previous day. He talked about the DNA information on the gear shift. He matched the DNA from the shift to what was on Michelle's dress. For the next 10 years, he compiled a list of potential suspects. He tracked down people, obtained swabs, and then he talked about CODIS, which he said is Combined DNA Indexing System, and it's a national database that the FBI handles and monitors. CODIS did not give a hit on the case. Male DNA was entered into CODIS. It contains voluminous info that would take months to come in via testimony. So it basically, I think then it goes into this 5-page document that we'll hear about later. But CODIS basically takes in all this information, and they can spit out a condensed version, if you will. So then Cross came up and said, well, the suspect had cut him. If they collected DNA in the car, that suspect must have cut him or herself. So he kept saying herself, which I agree. You don't want to just say him. That's the only way you could have gotten the DNA, is if somehow that suspect cut himself or herself. Blood would be throughout the crime scene. And he said, no, not necessarily, because the suspect was wearing gloves. So if the suspect cut through the glove and thus contained, then blood was found, but the gloves contained most of the blood. Then the defense says, well, was blood found throughout the car? Wouldn't blood be on the suspect? And that's a valid question. The scarf was not included. It was never listed individually because it's part of the dress. Linda Sawyer says Linda Sawyer never examined the scarf. And then they talked about the flood damage, and we were like, what? And then, so it ends up that there was a catastrophic flood in 2008, which we will get to. And then redirect for Mr. Larison, the scarf was an accessory to the dress. It was not a separate item. They kept talking about, where's the scarf? Where's the scarf? Where's the scarf? And even some of the witnesses were saying, I don't remember seeing a scarf. Well, it was just part of the dress. It was not just the separate thing that Michelle was, flopping around there. So then we get to investor Matthew Denlinger, and he's been there. He's been sitting with the state. Whoa, Rafa. Just got a visit from little Rafa Bean. Hello there. Hi. So he's been sitting with the state the entire trial. 16 years as an investigator, and he's very familiar with the mall because he grew up there. He went to a different high school, but he was very familiar with Michelle Martinko's case. He picked up where Doug Larison left off. So he was literally just handed the case. And let me know if you guys have any questions, see what you guys are talking about. Thank God for these investigators. Yes, absolutely. It is a Festivus miracle that they did what they did. Then Exhibit 8 came in, which is this 5-page document, and it basically summarized the case. It included eliminated suspects. And Brat, who's one of our fantastic mods, found yesterday an article that I will read after this testimony. That I guess, I'll read it, but he found it, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. So then, of course, objection. They talked about hearsay and I was going to say heresy, hearsay, hairspray, hearsay, and foundation. Of course, that got denied. They went through 161 suspects. 128 of them was through DNA. So again, that kind of blows the defense theory of like, oh, well, you only looked at my guy, you only looked at my client. No, they looked at 161 suspects. Let's see, Matt took over in October of 2015, and he used Parabon to make a composite of the subject based on the info they had. Parabon was founded in 2008, and it takes DNA and it turns it into what a computer can read. And then they sent it to Snapshot, and Snapshot attempts to predict ancestry, otherwise known as DNA phenotyping. So we got into that. And then JED came along, and again, Brat helped us out on this. It's genealogical data. So GED. Why am I cracking you up? Do I amuse you? How do I amuse you? channeling my inner Joe Pesci. So Jed, genealogical data, matches. So Jed was a match that helps people find relatives. So I guess it's like 23andMe or that kind of thing. I've never used it, not going to, but that's what it does. 1 million users use Jed. So in July 19th, 2018, Parabon produced reports for 4 sets of grandparents. So they produced this family tree. And that led the investigators to Donald, Kenneth, and Jerry Burns. Then he talks about munters. So munters, okay, so there was this catastrophic flood in June of 2018, and it made it difficult to test the items, right? So he took over in 2015. So munters came in, and they helped with the flood. They helped dry things off. They heat sealed, and they put it in plastic to reduce the mold. And then they showed photos to verify the dress, the pantyhose, and the scarf. Luckily, the undergarments were not there. Not sure why they didn't show those, but they didn't. He said the items were not tampered with or altered in any way. Defense kept going on and on about that, if you guys remember. He then got up and he identified Michelle's dress and goes over the various stab wounds. Then Snapshot generated a composite photograph, and they had a press conference to help generate leads. Then he said lots more leads came in. I was hoping he would have quantified that and given a number, but he did not. So lots, I'm assuming, 50, 100 maybe. All those leads allowed them to collect more DNA. They didn't find anyone, though, that matched at that point. He said he used photographs when he showed up at Burns, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. I don't know why they said that. So the leads dried up, and he said they collaborated again with Parabon, and they went for kinship analysis at this point. And in April of 2018, he talked about genetic genealogy. So in July 19th of 2018, a report again was generated. So maybe this is what they were talking. Yes, okay, so they kind of jumped around. So anyway, this report was generated that pointed to 4 sets of grandparents. And this is when somebody came in and gave us 10 cups of coffee. So, and I put that in our chat. So whoever you are, if you're watching, thank you very much. We really, truly appreciate that. Thank you. That's very generous of you. Thank you. So then I kind of missed this, but somehow Janice Burns, they contacted Janice Burns. I guess she used this genealogy place, and they found a hit. So I kind of missed that. I don't know if they said it or if they did. I missed that. But anyway, August 28th, Janice Burns came into the police department, and they collected her DNA, and they sent that to Parabon. And Parabon hypothesized it was likely 3 brothers, and she was likely to be the first cousin to them. Then they turned their attention on Jerry. They got a driver's license, and he's 5'7", blue eyes, has no identical twin. And then he talked about covertly collecting DNA, and he says that's typical, and we talked about this yesterday. Oh, bless you. It's okay. They covertly collected DNA from Ken Burns, not the movie director, but Ken Burns and Don Burns. So Ken, they followed Ken around, and he had lunch at a golf club. And when he got up to leave, they grabbed his straw. And then Don, it was trash day, and they grabbed a bag and they threw it in the van and they took off. So then we had a break. So now let's get back to the trial, and we'll hear more about this. So do you guys have? Red pen says, "Bless you, Aaron."
Thank you.
So yes, Shirley, she was the first cousin. So let's see. I should be singing this with my guitar. Yeah. While my guitar gently weeps, while Squeegee gently recaps. I'm not going to sing. Maybe I'll play guitar on one of my shoot the shits, but not here. At least not yet. All right, cool. So let us get back to trial. Our little Rafa is being our sweetest little wampum. You guys had a Polly moment yesterday. Maybe we'll get a Rafa moment today. All right. Sorry, Michelle. I've got to cover up your beautiful face just for a moment while I pip-squeege myself down. Okay. Sweetest little bean. All right. Radio silent. Here we go to day 4, continuing testimony of Matthew Denlinger.
be seated. The record should show that the jury has returned to open court. Lawyers and Mr. Burns are also present. We are ready to resume direct examination of Investigator Denlinger. You may proceed, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Denlinger, when we broke, we were talking about the collection of covert DNA from the three Burns brothers, and we had gotten through Ken. We're kind of wrapping up discussing collection from Don Burns. Is it your understanding from reference to the investigative file that the items that you described were collected from the garbage at Don Burns, on October 26th of 2018?
Yes.
So at this point in time, you had collected covert DNA, as you described, from Kenneth Burns and Don Burns, is that right?
Correct.
I want to take you to October 29th, 2018. Do you remember what you did on that date?
That was the day we decided to try to collect some from Jerry Burns.
And what did you do then to attempt to collect covert DNA from Jerry Burns?
Myself, Investigator Freeberg, J.D. Smith rode with me, and Investigator Randy Jernigan. We went back to Manchester and conducted surveillance. That's when we, through part of that day, we saw Jerry go to the Pizza Ranch in Manchester.
Was that then around the lunch hour?
Yes.
When you saw Jerry Burns go to the Pizza Ranch in Manchester, what did you do next?
We parked at the Pizza Ranch. Myself and Investigator Freeberg and J.D. Smith went in, and we sat in the booth next to them. He was with his son at the time.
Now, you had access to driver's license photos before then, is that right?
Yes.
And were you confident then, based upon the driver's license photo that you had been able to observe in the surveillance that you conducted, that the individual who you sat next to, in the booth next to in Pizza Ranch, was indeed Jerry Burns?
Yes.
And at a later date, just fast forward briefly here, did you have an opportunity to speak personally with Jerry Burns?
I did.
And was the person you spoke with at a later date, December 19th of 2018, the same person that you saw in the Pizza Ranch restaurant on October 29th, 2018?
Yes.
And is that individual in the courtroom here today?
He is.
And would you please identify him then based upon his location and general description?
He's sitting at the defendant's table next to Attorney Spees, wearing a black suit.
In the middle of the table over here?
Yes, the middle.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness identified the defendant.
The record will reflect the identification.
Explain what happened next then as you were sitting in the Pizza Ranch restaurant with investigators Freeberg and J.D. Smith.
Investigator Freeberg and I sat on one side of our booth so that we could see them at the next booth over. One of the things that we were looking for ideally was a straw. It was going to be easy to collect, and we knew it would likely have DNA on it since it had been in their mouth. We noticed that Jerry Burns was drinking out of a plastic glass, and it had a clear straw in it, and his son's glass didn't have a straw in it at all, so it was kind of easy to keep track of. And so he got a couple drinks throughout his meal. We ate too. And then as soon as they were done eating, they exited the restaurant and were back in their car. At that time, I walked over to the table and took the glass back to our table. And Freeberg had put some gloves on, and he collected the straw, packaged it right into a bag, and we took it back to the police department.
Do you recall observing Mr. Burns, the defendant in this case, initially accessing the straw and how he did that?
No, just from my own experience with it. I don't recall exactly how he accessed the straw. I think it was one of those you push one and one straw comes out things, if I recall.
You didn't take it out of a paper?
Yeah, I'm having trouble remembering that at this point, but I don't recall exactly.
After you observed Mr. Burns using the straw, you testified that you then were able to access that straw?
Repeat that, please.
Yeah, after you observed Mr. Burns use the straw, then you were able to collect that straw?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And after that straw was collected and handed over to Investigator Freeberg and packaged, what'd you do with it next?
We took it back to the Cedar Rapids Police Department. We checked it into evidence, and then it was checked out by Investigator or ID Officer Kruger and taken to the DCI lab in Ankeny.
And as a result of this investigation, was that straw then sent to the DCI lab in Ankeny for testing?
Yes.
And when the results were received from the DNA analysis and profiling that took place of the straw taken from the beverage that you observed Jerry Burns drinking at the Pizza Ranch on October 29th of 2018, what plans were made next?
Well, we decided we needed a couple search warrants. One of them was going to be to collect directly from Jerry's mouth, so I drafted a search warrant for that. And then one of the other theories in the case is that he had cut himself while he was killing Michelle Martinko. So I wrote a search warrant to look at medical records from the Regional Medical Center in Manchester right around the time of her death. Hoping to find some records that maybe he got treated for a cut or injury.
The search warrant in hand then to collect DNA from the defendant by DNA buccal swabs. What plans did you make in order to collect his DNA?
We decided that on December 19th, 2018, we were going to go, JD and I were going to go to his office and interview him and then just collect them at that time.
And we're going to get to the interview at a later date, but for now, when you made contact with Mr. Burns, were you able to collect DNA from him?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
I collected that through buccal swabs. So I brought a kit with me, which consisted of basically a long Q-tip. I put rubber gloves on. I collected from each side of the inside of his cheeks, and then I put those back into an envelope and sealed it. And it's a brand new envelope. And then those were given to Lieutenant Dostal, and then they were eventually taken to the DCI lab.
When you transported those, when the buccal swab was collected, what did you do to make sure it was done in a way that preserved the integrity of the evidence on the buccal swab and made sure there was no tampering, altering, or substitution of the biologic evidence on it?
The swabs themselves are in a sealed package, so you have to rip it open as you're doing it, much like you would at a doctor's office if they were swabbing you for strep or something. So I didn't open those until I'm ready to collect them. I open them. I have rubber gloves on. We have brand new envelopes that we use. So we go to great lengths to make sure that nothing's being contaminated as much as possible.
And was the individual that you collected the DNA from, the DNA buccal swab, the same individual that you identified here today as the defendant?
It was.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time for Investigator Denlinger, subject to recall.
Cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
Yes, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Investigator Deninger, throughout the course of your testimony this morning, you have referred to efforts in your investigation to obtain DNA specimens to compare against the DNA specimen of the suspect. You recall that?
Yes.
And in fairness, you were obtaining DNA specimens to compare against the male profile from the spot on the dress identified as F5, right?
Correct.
So this was a suspect, not necessarily the suspect.
Correct.
So turning back to June of 2016, when you were making some preparations to look at the evidence from the Martinko investigation that had been saved at the Cedar Rapids Police Department, I think that you said that in June 2016, you and other members of the Cedar Rapids Police Department staff went to actually look at what was there, right?
Correct.
And during the course of this examination in June of 2016, you looked at the evidence and you repackaged it at that point, or had it repackaged?
Yes, correct.
The material that you looked at in June of 2016 was still in the packaging from Munters?
Correct.
And Munters, as you told the men and women of the jury, was a service that I think you described it as disaster relief, where they dried out what they could of this evidence and repackaged it, right?
Correct.
And the repackaging that Munters did was back into plastic bags?
Yes.
And could you tell from what you looked at in June of 2016 that some of this material had been waterlogged and maybe even moldy?
Yeah, the outside paper sack was discolored, so it looked like it had been exposed to humidity or water.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. If I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to show you, Investigator Denlinger, first of all, Exhibit B1. Take a minute to look at that and see if you know what that is.
That looks like the packaging outside of the Munters bag.
Okay. This would have been how it appeared to you when you looked at the Martinko evidence in June of 2016.
Correct. Minus the bag, of course.
Beg your pardon?
Minus the Munters bag, of course.
Sure. And Exhibit C1, same question. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, that looks like a photograph we took of the evidence once it was outside the packaging.
Okay. And do both of these photographs accurately portray the appearance of some of the items of evidence as you examined them in June of 2016?
Yes.
We offer defendants B1 and C1.
Any objection to B1 and C1?
No, Your Honor.
B1 and C1 will be received and made part of the record.
If we could permit the jury to see those exhibits, Your Honor, please.
You may publish.
Okay, taking a look at what's up on the screen there, Investigator Denlinger, I believe that is Exhibit B1. Could you just generally point out to the men and women of the jury the different stickers that are shown on Exhibit B1?
Well, the blue tape there says Iowa DCI Crime Laboratory. The red tape also Crime Laboratory tape. And then there's a CRPD evidence tag on it. And then there's just a variety of handwritten things on there also.
Yeah, and I think earlier in this trial we heard testimony from retired investigator Richard White and also from investigator Murphy about some of the writing that they recalled making on the original packaging, right?
Correct.
And so some of this we can see in Exhibit B1, although now it's smeared either by water or time, right?
Correct.
And similarly, Exhibit C1. Again, this is a close-up of the, well, is this a close-up of the tag that Investigator White talked about? He didn't think it was his writing, but in any event, it was a tag back in 1980.
Correct.
And again, we see in the red writing at the top of Exhibit C1, it looks like the writing that Investigator Murphy had made when he examined the evidence back in 1996 or 7, right?
Correct.
Okay. And as you have told us, these are the bags that were inside the bags from Munters.
Correct.
And is that mold at the bottom of C1 there?
Yeah, I don't think I observed. Yeah, I don't recall if I really identified any mold, or if I even knew what mold would look like on this, as opposed to just, you know, dirt or darkness. But it was discoloration for sure.
And it smelled, didn't it?
Yes.
Smelled like the Cedar River or something else?
It smelled like the flood.
Now, Munters, as you said, was a disaster restoration service. They weren't a specialized service that was used scientifically to preserve or restore scientific evidence. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you repackage, I should ask you this, did you actually repackage the evidence, or did you have someone else assist in doing that for you?
I don't recall. ID Officer McDaniel and I were together, so I'm not sure which one of us. We probably would have just thrown some tape on it as we resealed it. Wouldn't have. We definitely didn't discard the old packaging. We kept that.
All right. So diverting from your examination of the, you can take that down, thank you. Diverting from the examination that you did in June of 2016, you told us that you had learned about a new method for perhaps getting more information from DNA, and recruited Parabon to assist you with that.
Yes.
You asked to have or did you arrange to have the Martinko dress, Exhibit 7, sent to DNA Labs?
I sent it.
And it was still in the Cedar Rapids Police Department custody at that point?
Yes.
The packaging to send it to DNA Labs, did you do the packaging, or did you have someone assist you with that?
So in an effort to send it to the lab, we took it as is, so as or similar to this, over to FedEx. And then we just set it in a FedEx box, and then we sealed it up. So FedEx provided us the box and the tape and stuff. And so I didn't let the FedEx guy handle it or anything like that.
And it was sent to DNA Labs, I think, from your testimony in July of 2016?
Yes.
And after DNA Labs examined it, as you told the men and women of the jury, they took 4 additional cuttings around the spot that had been designated as F5.
Yes.
And those are the 4 cuttings, like at 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock on State's Exhibit number 7.
Correct.
They found no DNA.
Correct.
When this item was sent to DNA Labs, was it then returned to you?
Correct.
Having found no DNA, did you arrange to have the dress resent to DNA Labs?
No.
You had the cutting from F5 sent to DNA Labs?
Correct.
Did you have the dress sent anywhere else between July of 2016 and the end of November 2016?
No.
Can you tell us who H. Caldwell is?
Harvey. Harvey Caldwell.
And who is Harvey Caldwell?
He's an officer at the Cedar Rapids Police Department.
Is he in the evidence section?
No, he works at, at that time, he was working at the front desk.
So between, do you know when the dress was returned from DNA labs?
No, not without reviewing a report or the evidence.
Would it have been about September of 2016?
Yes.
And what became of it after September of 2016?
It was put back in evidence.
And to your knowledge, how long did it remain there?
Until we got it back out to photograph it briefly, and then until court today.
Investigator Denlinger, was this dress unaccounted for a period of time at the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
Was it unaccounted for?
Unaccounted for.
Not to my knowledge.
Isn't it a fact that this dress was found in a box on your desk for some period of time?
It was, Harvey put it on my desk.
When did Harvey put it on your desk?
Whatever day they got it back from FedEx.
Can you tell us who Sergeant Moyle is?
He's the evidence sergeant.
And was Sergeant Moyle trying to find this dress?
I don't know what he was doing. He was probably looking to put it back in evidence.
Okay. And didn't Sergeant Moyle find this dress sitting on your desk and not having any idea how long it had been there?
Yeah, that's what he put in the notes, but he could have just checked with Harvey.
Well, he put it in the notes because he didn't know where the dress was, didn't he?
He put it in the notes because he didn't know what day Harvey received it.
Well, he put in his notes that he had no idea how long it had been sitting on your desk.
Right, because he didn't ask Harvey when it showed up.
Let's turn to when you had contact with Parabon, okay?
Sure.
In your interaction with Parabon, you eventually, as you told the men and women of the jury, that you used information that had been compiled about the male profile on the spot F5 to assist them in preparing a phenotype or a picture of the suspected person, right?
Yes, they used the profile from F5 for that.
Okay. And then eventually you used the same service, Parabon, to upload genetic information from F5 to try to, as you said, trace down descendants or ancestors of the suspect.
Correct. They used the same phenotyping test they had previously done for snapshots, so they just used the same one for both.
You didn't have the permission of any of the people who were using GED match to get that information, did you?
No.
And you told us that there was an extraction sufficient to identify 4 branches of a family tree, and you said that you gathered information from 3 of those branches.
Yes.
Just as we've stipulated here today.
Correct.
Did you, in November of 2018, again photograph and examine the evidence?
Yes.
And again, this was information that Officer Eganhouse assisted you with?
He did.
And tell us who Officer Eganhouse is.
He's an identification officer with the Cedar Rapids Police Department.
And in the course of your looking at the evidence with Officer Eganhouse, you discovered that there was an evidence bag in there from a specimen of blood and urine from a murder victim unconnected to this investigation.
I don't know. Maybe it had been in the same box.
If I showed you Officer Eganhouse's memorandum of that incident, would you be able to remember?
Sure.
With permission of the court.
You may.
That help you remember about that incident?
Yes.
Okay. And does Officer Eganhouse reflect that when the evidence was being looked at in November 27, November 29, 2018, evidence connected to the Martinko case, that there was some other evidence from an unconnected investigation?
Correct. In the boxes. Munters probably just put a bunch of evidence back in the boxes and sent it back to us.
With that, Your Honor, no further questions of this witness.
Redirect, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Denlinger, with respect to the item you were just questioning about, the specimen kit of blood and urine from another homicide, to your recollection, was that contained within the same packaging as any of the items in the Martinko case, or
No.
a separate package?
No, it was a separate package.
Was that item at all in any way in a position where it was touching directly the other items involved in the Martinko homicide?
No. Everything's in those heat-sealed bags.
Can you find them? I think we have some. As we talked about in your previous testimony and you were asked about in cross-examination, the database GEDmatch, is that a public database?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that something that you as an officer or any individual can get on to try to find people who may be your relatives or ancestors?
Yep, absolutely.
With respect to September of 2016, when you received the dress back from DNA Labs, or when the Cedar Rapids Police Department did, can you tell us about that day when you received the box and put it back into evidence?
Regarding Harvey receiving the box?
Yeah.
So Harvey works at the front desk. All FedEx packages come in, and he probably saw my name on it, walked it back, and set it on my desk. I'm sure I wasn't there that day, and then Dale came and got it. He was probably, I don't remember the circumstances on why it was, I don't think Harvey knew what it was. So he just set it on my desk, and Dale took it and put it back in evidence. But the Detective Bureau is secure. It's not like it's out in the public atrium or anything like that. And at that point, we had already found the useful information on it. DNA Labs had already explained to me that we're not going to find more DNA on it. It went through the flood. There was humidity. That's the reason we stopped testing when we did. It's because we knew there wasn't going to be any more DNA on it.
Tell us about that, if you would. You mentioned humidity. Did you learn through this process the effect that simply humidity might have on the presence of DNA?
Yeah. So, as you can see in some of these photos, although it potentially got wet, you can still read a lot of the writing on it. So I suspect it was probably on one of the higher shelves, and water is sloshing around below it. It's the middle of the summer. That room has no windows or ventilation, really, so it's going to be super hot in there. And when I explained this to Christine Harris at DNA Labs International, she says, well, I'm telling you, Matt, that's probably why we're not getting any DNA on it. And honestly, I don't think it would be fruitful to keep cutting the dress looking for it. I think she said humidity is one of DNA's worst enemies. So at that point, we obviously would hang on to the dress just for purposes like, to show a jury if need be.
You may approach witness, Your Honor.
You may.
This will be 17R. Just hand this to you, Investigator Denlinger, for identification purposes, and ask if you've seen that photograph before.
I have.
What is that?
This is a picture that ID Officer Eganhouse took in the fall of 2018. This is how Martinko evidence was kept. This is the box that came back from Munters with barcodes that, kind of identify it. And it has a pallet number, so they kept track of what pallet it was on. But we took the evidence out of boxes like this.
And when the items were returned from Munters after the flood, were they done so in these type of boxes?
Yes.
And were items from different investigations oftentimes combined within the same pallet or even the same box, although packaged separately?
Yes.
Move to admit states 17R, Your Honor.
Any objection to 17R? Or if you need a chance to look at it?
No objection.
17R will be received and made part of the record.
And finally, just for the record, based upon your knowledge of the investigation, then had all the testing that resulted in any kind of DNA results on the dress been done prior to the flood of 2008?
Yes.
We have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Additional cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Investigator Deninger, the exhibits you just shown us, 17R, with the box of Martinko evidence, is this the box that you and Officer Eganhouse were looking through in November of 2018?
Yes.
And in what box was this unconnected specimen of blood and urine found?
Well, you'd probably need to let me go through all the photos. That would help me. But I would guess maybe that box.
The Martinko box?
Sure.
I mean, you were there to look at the Martinko evidence and came upon this
Right.
other evidence.
Yes.
Turning back to Mr. Caldwell, or Officer Caldwell, he received the evidence from DNA Labs on November 9, 2016, didn't he? If I may approach her.
You may.
I'm showing you the FedEx tracking information for that shipment from DNA Labs.
Okay.
And it was addressed to you, right?
Yes.
And delivered on November 9,
Yes.
2016, and signed for by H. Caldwell.
Correct.
And it was on November 21, 2016 that Sergeant Moyle found this box on your desk, right?
Correct.
No other questions? Thank you, Governor.
Redirect, Mr. Maybanks.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Investigator Denlinger. You may step down.
Thank you.
State may call its next witness.
State calls David Dostal.
Good morning. Please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and be seated. There are just a couple of rules in the courtroom. Please wait for the attorneys to finish any question before you begin your answer. I'm going to ask them to give you the same courtesy to allow you to finish your answer before they ask a second question. Also be mindful of that microphone that's in front of you. We want to make sure that everyone can hear you.
Sure.
All right? Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
It's David Dostal, D-A-V-I-D. Last name is D-O-S-T-A-L.
Thank you. You may conduct your examination, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. What is your current occupation? I am a lieutenant with the Cedar Rapids Police Department. And what kind of positions have you held with the police department? I've been a patrol officer. I've been assigned to the Drug Enforcement Administration Task Force. I've been a patrol sergeant. I also was a sergeant that oversaw our narcotics unit. I was promoted to lieutenant, and I was a patrol lieutenant. I oversaw a shift, and then my recent assignment is I'm the lieutenant in investigations. And was that your assignment as of December 19th of 2018? Yes. On that date, on December 19th of 2018, were you involved in, actively involved in the investigation of the death of Michelle Martinko? Yes. And what was your role or your contribution at that point in time to the investigation? At that time, I was basically the commander that oversaw the operation in which we were going up to Manchester to have two investigators interview Jerry Burns. I kind of coordinated some of the resources and just oversaw the time we were up in Manchester. As a result of events that transpired that day, some of what we've heard about here, did you obtain custody of the known buccal swabs of Jerry Burns? I did. And who did you receive that from? I received those from investigator Matt Deninger. What did you do with, well, first of all, in what packaging or what kind of condition did you receive those? The swabs were placed in I'm going to say medium-sized manila envelope that the flap would fold over, and then it had like a metal clasp to secure it. That is how I obtained it from investigator Denlinger at the time. And then I held on to it, and I was going to meet up with a crime scene unit investigator to pass off that evidence to him so we could get it to the lab, DCI lab. And did you do that? I did. Who did you hand off that to? That event, ultimately, I met up with investigator Kraig Kruger. He's a crime scene unit investigator. I met up with him. I wanted to get an evidence seal to put over the flap. I was going to initial that or whatnot. When I met up with him, he did not have one, so I maintained custody of the envelope. I met up with another investigator a short ways away. He did have a evidence label, and after I obtained it from him, I put the evidence label on the folded over flap. I initialed it, and ultimately I gave it off to investigator Kraig Kruger. And while you were in custody of the known buccal swabs of Jerry Burns, did you handle those in a way to make sure that the integrity of the biologic evidence on those was secured? Yes. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
No questions necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
State may call its next witness.
State calls Kraig Kruger, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Kruger. Please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and take a seat. When you come into the courtroom, Mr. Kruger, there are just a couple of rules. I would ask you to please pause after each of the attorneys finishes any question. Take a deep breath and then give us your answer so that we're sure to hear what you have to tell us. I'm going to ask the attorneys to give you the same courtesy to have a bit of a pause at the conclusion of your answer before they ask the next question. Also be aware of that microphone that's right in front of you so that we're able to hear your testimony as you give it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
Kraig Kruger, Kraig, Kruger.
Thank you. You may conduct your examination, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. What is your current occupation?
I'm a crime scene investigator with the City of Cedar Rapids Police Department
How long have you been with the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
for 20 years.
And what kind of positions have you held with the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
For approximately 15 years, I was uniform patrol. The last 2 of those years, I was an ASAP officer processing intoxicated drivers, and then I was assigned to the investigative bureau with crime scene.
Is that the current assignment that you have?
Yes, it is.
Is that also known as an identification officer, or are you technically a crime scene officer?
Crime scene investigator. ID officer was a promoted position.
In your position as a crime scene investigator, does that involve the preparation, packaging, and delivery of items of evidence collected by the Cedar Rapids Police Department to the DCI laboratory for further analysis, including DNA, forensic analysis, and profiling?
Yes, that's included.
And were you working in that position on or about October, November, and December 2018 into January and February of, 2018 into January and February of 2019?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Can you describe the process that's involved in taking items of evidence to the DCI crime lab for chemical analysis or for DNA forensic analysis?
We fill out a pre-log for those items that need further tested beyond our abilities at our crime lab, and they are checked out to whomever transports them to the state lab. Our evidence bureau many times checks it out to myself, and I transport it, hand deliver it to the evidence bureau at the DCI.
May I approach a witness, Your Honor?
You may.
You hand the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 11A and ask you, Investigator Kruger, if you see your name indicated on this exhibit.
Yes, I do.
Okay. On or about October 30th of 2018, did you deliver the following items of evidence to the DCI lab for analysis in connection with the investigation of the cold case homicide of Michelle Martinko, to include items in that report?
Yes, I did.
And did that include items assigned lab number 49, agency number JB1, a straw described as straw collected immediately after being used by Jerry Burns?
Yes.
And did you also deliver item lab number 50, agency number D, dog, B as in boy, 1A1, straw with lid collected from the garbage of Donald Burns?
Yes.
And did you also deliver lab number 51, agency number D, B as in boy, 1, B as in boy, drinking glass collected after being used by Donald Burns?
Yes.
And did you also deliver lab number 52, agency number D as in dog, B as in boy, 1, C, bandage with blood collected from garbage of Donald Burns?
Yes.
Did you also deliver lab number 53, agency number D as in dog, B as in boy, 1, D as in dog, described as a toothbrush collected from the garbage of Donald Burns?
Yes, I did.
And did you follow the proper procedure and protocol for the delivery of these items to ensure the integrity of the items remained intact with no alteration, tampering, or substitution taking place?
I did.
And did you turn those items over to the custody of Stacy Prall, last name P-R-A-L-L, of the DCI lab, an evidence technician?
Yes.
Is this a record that's kept in the regular course of business activity meant to document the delivery of these items to their custody?
Yes, they are.
Approach the witness again, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, the witness must be marked as State's Exhibit 11C for further discussion and identification. Did you have a chance to review that, Investigator Kruger?
Yes, I did.
Does that document also contain your name?
It does.
On or about or on December 19th, 2018, did you deliver an item containing known buccal swabs from Jerry Lynn Burns to the DCI lab for analysis in connection with the investigation of the cold case homicide of Michelle Martinko?
Yes.
And does State's Exhibit 11C describe those items in note your delivery of those items to Nicole Kaufman of the DCI lab?
Yes.
Did you follow the proper procedure and protocol for delivery of those items to ensure the integrity of the items remained intact and that there was no alteration, tampering, or substitution?
I did.
Is this also a record kept in the regular business activity of the Cedar Rapids Police Department and the DCI lab meant to document the delivery of these items to their custody?
Yes.
Approach witness again, Your Honor.
You may.
Any what's been marked as State's Exhibit 11D. I ask you, Investigator Kruger, if you also see your name on this document.
I do.
On or about February 8th of 2019, did you deliver the items described in that document to the DCI laboratory for analysis in connection with the investigation of the cold case of Michelle Martinko?
I did.
Did you follow the proper procedure and protocol for the delivery of these items to ensure integrity of the items remained intact with no alteration, tampering, or substitution taking place?
Yes.
And did you turn over those items to the custody of Melissa Osmick, an evidence technician of the DCI lab?
Yes, I did.
Is this also a record kept in the regular course of business activity with the Cedar Rapids Police Department and the DCI lab meant to further document the delivery of these items to their custody?
It is.
Approach witness again, Your Honor.
You may.
And does this include item number, lab number 55, agency number D as in dog, B as in boy 2, known buccal swabs of Donald Burns?
Yes, it does.
And does it also contain lab number 56, agency number K, B as in boy 2, known buccal swabs of Kenneth Burns?
Yes.
And were those items and all these reports then turned over to the DCI lab for further analysis of DNA testing and forensic profiling.
They were.
That's all I have for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
But just briefly, Officer Kruger, in your training and experience at the Cedar Rapids Police Department or in other law enforcement contexts, would you agree with testimony earlier in this case that the bundling together of individual items of evidence containing biologic material is not good practice?
From my training, yes.
Yes. You would agree with that?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Thank you. I have no other questions.
Redirect, Mr. Maybanks.
And does that training indicate the importance of ensuring that items containing biological evidence from different persons not be bundled together?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further from this witness,
Nothing
Mr.
else. Thank you.
Spees? Thank you, Mr. Kruger. You may step down. The state may call its next witness.
Okay, could you hang on to those? I got it. All right, state calls Nicole Kaufman, Your Honor.
Good morning. Please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and be seated. Just want to remind you of a couple of rules we have in the courtroom. Please make sure that you pause after the attorneys finish asking a question before you begin your answer. They will give you the same courtesy of making sure that you finish before they begin speaking. Also, obviously, there's a microphone right in front of you, and we have that there so that we can all hear you. So if anyone has trouble hearing you, I will ask you to adjust it, but I think you should be fine.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names.
Nicole Kaufman, NICHOLECOFFMAN.
Thank you. You may conduct your examination, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Kaufman, what is your current occupation?
I'm an evidence technician with the Division of Criminal Investigation.
Can you describe for us the duties of an evidence technician for the DCI?
We receive and maintain the evidence that's submitted for cases, not necessarily all cases or all items in all cases, but the ones that are submitted come into the lab, and those are taken in by evidence technicians prior to being tested by the criminalists.
What procedures and protocol do you use to ensure that items of evidence that are placed into your custody by law enforcement personnel are handled to ensure the integrity of the items and to keep them intact so there's no alteration, tampering, or substitution?
We have a list of what we call submission guidelines. They're on our website, as well as we can verbally tell them, the officers, that we ask that all items submitted to the lab be properly sealed, which means either a heat seal, evidence tape, or a self-sealing item. They're dated and initialed to prevent any kind of leaking, any kind of access to the actual evidence before it's brought into the lab.
Were those procedures and protocol in place on or about October 30th and October 26th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
I approach witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Handing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 11C. Ask Ms. Kaufman if you had a chance to look at that prior to today.
I have not, no.
If you take a look at it, can you tell me if your name is indicated on that form or on that report exhibit?
Yes, it is.
Does this indicate that you received an item of evidence from the Cedar Rapids Police Department in connection with the case they were investigating with a victim of Michelle Martinko?
Yes.
Does this indicate that on December 19th of 2018, Kraig Kruger with the Cedar Rapids Police Department submitted to you an item described as lab number 54, agency number J, B as in boy 2, containing known buccal swabs from Jerry Lynn Burns?
Yes, it does.
Does this indicate then that the items were received on that date therein and then placed into a secure location at the DCI lab pending further examination and testing by a criminalist?
That report you show me doesn't show that, but yes, that was what happened.
Okay. Have you been able to confirm through documentation that that's what happened in this case?
Yes, I have.
And by virtue of the existence of this documentation, does that ensure that the proper procedures and protocol were followed in receiving and preserving that evidence for a criminalist to review?
It does. We document anything that may be a discrepancy that is different from what the officers say they're bringing to us, whether it's packaging or if there is anything open, it's immediately a phone call to the agency to discuss what we have to make sure nothing was lost, especially if it comes to us through mail or courier, which did not happen in this case. It was hand-delivered. Everything that item said, how it was delivered was the way it was. That was, and actually, if I remember correctly, that item, the buccal swab for Mr. Burns, was hand-delivered to me, and as soon as I verified the contents and the information, it was transferred to the custody of Michael Schmidt, who is the criminalist who tested it.
I approach witness again, Your Honor.
You may.
Before I do that, who is Melissa Osmond?
She's also an evidence technician.
And to your knowledge, she's been trained in the same procedures as you that you use at the lab?
Yes, she has.
Okay. And what's been marked as 1701. And I ask you, Ms. Kaufman, if you've seen that or are familiar with what this document is?
Yes, I have.
What is this document?
It's our chain of custody. It shows the actual location of the items brought in, each individually, both date and time stamped for every move that it makes from the time that it comes into the lab to the time that it leaves.
Okay. And does this document indicate to you chain of custody in regards to an exhibit described as item I
Yes,
in connection with the same case number as what we've been talking about?
correct, yes.
And does this indicate some activity taking place with item I in regards to March 15th of 2019?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It's,
Or actually, is this a fair and accurate copy of this record and that's kept in regular course of business activity?
yes.
Move to amend 1701.
Mr. Spees, have you had an opportunity to inspect proposed exhibit 1701?
I have, no objection.
1701 will be received and made part of the record.
What does this indicate as far as activity with exhibit I?
This is indicating that it was sent via FedEx to an independent lab for testing.
Is this meant to document that activity taking place with respect to exhibit I leaving the laboratory and being sent via that method?
Yes, again, every move that the items make, whether it's coming in or coming out or anything in between, it's all logged.
That's all I have for now, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
No questions for this witness, thank you.
Thank you. You are excused. Thank you. Once again, the attorneys have perfect timing. It's an appropriate time to take our lunch break. We will be in recess for 90 minutes, plan to be back here at 1:30. And as always, bear in mind that admonition to keep an open mind, not to discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else, or permit anyone to speak to you about the case. We'll see you back at 1:30. Thank you.
All right, so we are going to do a little recap here. We'll get to mullet woman there, but Erica, you rocked a mohawk. I would love to see a picture of that. All right, so let us see. All right, so we picked up on Matthew Denlinger. Okay, so he was big. All right, let me just get my notes together here. All right, so he was basically he talked about finding matching the DNA to the Burns brothers, and then they took a break. So he came back and he then described how they collected the DNA from Don's garbage. So then he did talk about, and before the break he talked about collecting the garbage from Don. Then he went into collecting collecting DNA from Jerry Burns. So on October 29th, 2018, he and two of his partners followed Jerry and his son to a pizza ranch. He had a driver's ID, so he knew what Jerry looked like. They ate too. He had a little giggle. I guess the pizza ranch. Red Pen, you were talking about you would never go to a pizza ranch. I've never heard of a pizza ranch, so I'm intrigued as to finding out what that's all about. He retrieved the straw after the meal, and he said the son had I don't know if it was a clear glass or whatever. He did not have a straw. Or maybe he had the clear glass and Jerry did not have a clear glass. But in any event, it was easy for him to discover which straw it was, and they grabbed that. He took it back to the office, and he sent it to the DCI lab. They obtained a search warrant for a swab and also medical records around Michelle's passing, just in case, because they think they know that the suspect hurt herself. So they were looking to see if there was any reports of somebody going to a hospital at that point in time. He collected DNA from Jerry from swabs, and that was taken to the DCI lab. They didn't really spend a lot of time on how he went to Jerry's house. I wish they had shown that, but they didn't really talk about that. Cross-examination talked about the June 2016 repackaging of the items. The items had been exposed to water, and they were even moldy. You could see that they were discolored. And they talked about specimens taken from one crime, and there may have been cross-contamination. And I think, Chad, we're kind of talking about this. That seems to be their defense. Their opening arguments was nothing about. It was all about cross-contamination, and this isn't our guy because the police botched the job, and search warrants. It was also about search warrants. So that's what they're really hammering about. On redirect, they talked about the blood and urine were from a separate package and never touched due to being in heat-sealed bags. So, again, that was a nothing burger. They blew that out of the water. The FedEx package came and it sat on his desk, but it was taken back to the evidence room. He said it wasn't out in the vestibule or the public public area, if you will. So there was no contamination. He said humidity does have effects on DNA. He thinks it was because during this catastrophic flood of 2008, he thinks that the evidence was on a higher shelf and there was some sloshing around, of course, humidity. But he said it didn't really damage the writing, because you look at the writing on the photos, it wasn't like submerged in water where it was completely destroyed. And he said, we're not getting any more DNA because it just wasn't fruitful to keep cutting into the dress. And even though humidity is one of DNA's worst enemies, the dress was still valuable to show to a jury. And they also felt at that time they had collected all the DNA they needed. They really didn't need any more DNA. So, and then Lieutenant David Dostal got up, and it was real quick. He commanded the operation to interview Jerry. I wish they had talked more about that, because they didn't talk about that at all. They just basically got swabs from Jerry, and then that was it. Then he met up with Kraig Kruger, and then Kraig Kruger came on next, and Kraig Kruger basically delivered Don Burns' items to the DCI lab, which was a straw, a drinking glass, a bandage of blood, interesting, and a toothbrush. And then no cross, and then Nicole Kaufman showed up, and she was evidence tech, and she received and processed the swabs and described the chain of custody. So right now it's all about Don. They're not really talking about Jerry. So at this point I want to talk a little bit about what Brat, who's one of our mods, sent about Mr. Denlinger he found yesterday. So I'm going to take this little moment here. So I'm just going to read through this. It's somewhat of a long read, but well, not too bad. All right, just a few minutes. Oh, let me see, hopefully. Okay, just a few minutes. Matthew Denlinger was only 5 when Michelle Martinko was attacked and stabbed December 19th, 1979. As he got older, he learned more about the case because of his father, Harvey, was a Cedar Rapids police detective at the time. Harvey joined the department in 70, and in 79 he had been promoted to detective, now called investigator. Harvey was not assigned to the Martinko case, but he interviewed several Kennedy High School students where Michelle attended. Anytime his parents would drop off Matthew and his siblings at the mall, they wouldn't necessarily mention Michelle, but they would stress safety. Meet us here at this time. Don't go outside the mall. Don't wander around. So this is now, the father, was there at the time, and Matthew was only 5. So it's kind of this weird small world thing. The whole city was affected, Denlinger said. This young, vulnerable person was involved, and to never get an answer, it feels like danger isn't out of town. So growing up, Matt had no plans to go into law enforcement. He set out to be a special ed teacher. And again, this is the officer that has been sitting, he's an investigator, he's been sitting the whole time at the state's table, and then he testified. He brought in the best testimony to me so far, probably of the entire case. Basically, the whole DNA, how they described it, and how they fingered the Burns brothers, and then ultimately Jerry. So growing up, he had no plans to go into law enforcement. Let's see, he finished his student teaching in Davenport. His father never talked him out of law enforcement, but was supportive. When he was 40, then Harvey was 44 at the time that Michelle was offed. And then coincidentally, Matthew, the son, was the same age when he helped solve the offing and the arrest of Jerry Burns. So that's pretty cool. So the dad was 44 in 1979, and then the son Matthew was 44 in December 19th, 2018. That's pretty cool. When Denlinger took over the case from Doug Larison, we heard about that. He followed Larison's master plan of obtaining more DNA from possible suspects to compare with the profile that criminalists from the DCI had developed in 2005 from the blood on the back of Michelle's black dress. Investigators had believed the suspect had cut himself while doing the deed. They knew she fought him by the many defensive wounds on her arms and hands, and she had been stabbed 29 times. And we had heard earlier from the ME that she basically bled to death. She lost 2/3 of her 3,000 cc's of blood, both internally and externally. DNA evidence which showed less than 1 out of 100 billion of unrelated individuals would have the same profile. Denlinger, Matt, thought it would only be a matter of time. Going through hundreds of boxes of information reports, he said, could feel overwhelming. He says it's not how you start a case that big. That's how you start a case that big. You start by pouring yourself a cup of coffee and wheeling yourself over to Larison's desk so he can tell you about the case and why it's solvable. He also talked to J.D. Smith, who we have not heard from. He's a retired, or I assume he is a retired investigator who volunteers once a day. After working the case for 5 years and going down many rabbit holes, he ended up reading every report in the file, about 7,800 pages. So after 8 months of working this, he grew impatient. Authorities needed a new plan, not swabbing everybody at random. So in 2015, this is where it gets interesting. Not that it isn't, but here's even more. 2015, Matt bought his wife a DNA kit from Ancestry to explore her family roots. He remembered looking at the map of the world where different areas were highlighted, showing where her ancestors lived. His wife suggested, what if we could do this in your case? And Matt says, I was like, exactly, great idea. So once again, the woman solves the case or leads them in the right direction. He called officials. See, we didn't hear about this. I don't remember him testifying this. He called officials at Ancestry to see if he could upload the suspect's DNA profile into their systems, but they told him that's not what the services provide. The company wouldn't let law enforcement submit samples to compare with their clients. So the state crime lab suggested calling private labs. So then we heard about the Parabon NanoLabs. So and Snapshot. We heard about Snapshot. Yep, we heard all about that. So it was an expensive process, $5,000. So he put together a presentation to his supervisors to sell them on the idea. So in 2016, chances where the suspect was, so it was 2016 and the chances were the suspect was closer to passing away because again, this was 40 years ago, 35 years ago. Michelle's parents had passed away in the 90s, but her older sister Janelle and her husband John were still alive, and he said they deserved answers, which I believe they did too. So when the images generated from the DNA profile were shown to the public in 2017, police received hundreds of tips and leads, and he talked about that. Authorities collected over 125 DNA samples, but none led to the murder suspect. So in 2018, Matt felt something else had to happen. He kept thinking about his wife's ancestry results, and he wondered if building a family tree could help solve this case. About that time, the Golden State Killer, who had terrorized California in the 70s and 80s, was finally arrested with the help of genetic genealogy. So then Parabon called Matt to explain the process, and he received the report showing four family trees of great grandparents, and let's see. So it was Brandy Jennings from Vancouver, a distant cousin, and she led to Janice Burns, who was likely a first cousin. Okay, so Matt and the retired investigator looked through county records, gravestones, newspaper clippings, birth and marriage announcements, and obituaries to find possible relatives on that family tree. They came up empty-handed on two branches, so they've got four. So the first two, they came up empty-handed, but they found a hit on the third, and that was Brandy Jennings from Vancouver, who ended up being a distant cousin, and that led to Janice Burns, who was a first cousin of the Burns brothers. So fall of 2018, and again, they talked about Janice Burns, but they didn't talk about how they found her. So in fall of 2018, Matt interviewed Janice, and she was so nice and accommodating. She provided him DNA samples and even provided him a family tree of her own. Parabon took that sample and narrowed it down to one of the three brothers. Then Denlinger started covertly collecting DNA. We heard about that. The drinking straw, toothbrush, we heard about that, and that took about 2 weeks. Collected the straw from the Pizza Ranch. Sitting that close to him, Matt says there was a bit of tension in the air because there's a 33.33 chance that this is the suspect, because there's three brothers, right? 33%. Of course, he didn't know who we were, and he said he was feeling excited. He did say they ate with a little giggle. He said he wanted to make sure everything was done by the book. They weren't violating anybody's rights and doing justice to the case. He called Janelle, who is the sister of Michelle, and told her that they had narrowed the suspect list to 3, but didn't want to give out any names. And then he also told his father that they think they found a suspect. So that's awesome. All right, then it goes into some more stuff, but I'm not going to read that because we haven't heard that yet. Okay, so we haven't heard this yet. If they don't talk about this in testimony, I'll come back and read that. But, right, that's pretty cool, right? I think that's really neat. Oh, Capri Law, your grandmother's maiden name is Burns? That is so cool. I'd be a little creeped out at living on the cemetery. Yeah, that was dedication, Traveling Teresa. Sinbad, yep, great detective work. This is definitely fantastic. Red Pen's Resentments. That is the piece I was wondering about. How did they find Janice? Yeah, now I know. Thank you, Brat. Thank you for that. That was awesome. Thank you so much. All right, so cool. Yes, Sneaky. I know you're up north there. Oh, needed to see the doc before the new year. Oh, good. I hope everything's okay, Sneaky. All right, cool. All right, so let's go on. Now we are actually into. Now we can go to day 5 because I screwed up. I screwed up the order yesterday. Now we are actually fully caught up. So I hope now that you guys that watched with me day 4 afternoon, I hope now this kind of makes sense because we heard a lot of testimony from the DNA people yesterday and criminalists, but now we're actually going to get to day 5, and we should be all good now. So we're going to get to day 5. So again, Brat, thank you so much for that article. That really helped. Really, really helped. And it may help even further. There's some more information in there that I'll read. If it doesn't come out in testimony, I'll read it. All right.
Mr.
And this has closed captioning. All right, I'm going to pip squeegee myself over Michelle. Sorry, Michelle, and your wonderful picture there. Okay. All right, so now we are starting day 5. What about the recap? I did just recap. All right, so we're going to go to on to day 5.
Mr. Bitterman, you make me smile every time you come in the courtroom when you take your hat off. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, members of the jury. Again, the attorneys and I had some items that we needed to take up. I wasn't sure how long they were going to take. My hope had been that we weren't going to delay you this morning. We did take a little bit of your time, and I apologize. But we are at this point ready to resume the state's case. Mr. Maybanks or Mr. Harris, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state recalls Matt Deninger.
If you'd please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Please be seated. I do re-administer the oath, but you know the expectations in the courtling. So
I do,
please,
thank you.
Please tell us your full name again and spell your first and last names.
Matthew Denlinger, Matthew. Denlinger is Denlinger.
Thank you. You may begin your examination of the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Matt, yesterday there was some testimony received regarding State's Exhibit Number 8, which now has been received into evidence. I'm going to hand this to you and ask, is that, again, is that a document that you compiled that you and Detective Larison described yesterday?
Yes, it is.
Permission to publish State's 8, Your Honor?
You may.
While that's happening, Matt, does this contain the names of individuals in this investigation that were ruled out as suspects because their DNA was compared to the suspect male DNA profile, resulting in them being eliminated as a contributor?
Yes.
And as it's now displayed in the TV above you there, did you indicate by highlighting the name of Mr. Burns in this document?
I did.
And what does that signify?
That's the one name on the list that we were not able to eliminate.
And we heard that testimony yesterday. Through the course of the investigation, then, did you and Detective Larison collect DNA from some individuals that were known to Michelle back in 1979 and had been friends with her?
We did. We collected DNA from as many of her friends as we could come up with, including ex-boyfriends and the people that were, had contact with her that night: Andy Seidel, Merlin Winkler, Todd Bergen, Tracy Price, Kurt Thomas, Bergen. We collected from all of them.
For example, here above you, we've gone to the page here where Charles Seidel, is that Andy's first name, Charles?
Yes, it is.
And can you indicate then for us how where his DNA was checked and eliminated?
Right here, Charles Seidel. It's checked in that box, and at the top, it's listed as being eliminated under the watch of Doug Larison.
Okay. And same for, we can get to it, Mike Wyrick.
Correct. Mike Wyrick, right there, also done under the supervision of Doug Larison.
And then at the top of the same page here, do you see where Kurt Thomas is referenced?
Yes, I do.
And again, was that eliminated under the watch of Detective Larison?
Correct.
And then I believe Mr. White, who we heard from in this case too, he's there? Is that right?
Yes, Jeff White, right here.
And you mentioned some other individuals, Mr. Price, Mr. Bergen, and Mr. Miller. Are they also on this list?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and take this down then for now. As part of this investigation, Matt, did you locate some photographs of the defendant from the approximate time period of this case?
Yes, I did.
May I approach you, witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Been handing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibits 13A, 13B, and 13C. Have you seen these exhibits before?
Yes, I have.
And are those the photographs that you were able to obtain in your investigation of the defendant, Jerry Burns, at various approximate times around this, the time period of this homicide?
Yes.
Your Honor, pursuant to a stipulation between the parties, the state hereby moves to admit States 13A through 13C.
Is that a correct statement of the
It
stipulation?
is, Your Honor, yes. We've agreed to the admission of these exhibits and therefore have no objection.
Okay. States Exhibits 13A, B, and C will be received and made part of the record.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
In what's shown as State's Exhibit 13A, Matt, is this, to your knowledge, a picture of Mr. Burns' wedding photograph from approximately April of 1975?
Yes, it is.
And then we'll go to 13B. And based upon your investigation into this case, is 13B a picture from approximately December of 1980?
Yes, it is.
And from your understanding, then, the gentleman in the middle, the older gentleman, is that Mr. Burns?
Yes.
If we could go to 13C now. And is it your understanding from the investigation that this photograph also of Mr. Burns is from approximately the summer of 1979?
Yes.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and take those down. We heard some testimony yesterday that the known buccal swabs of Ken and Don Burns were also sent to the DCI lab where profiles were developed and compared to the suspect male DNA profile from F5, resulting in both Ken and Don Burns being eliminated as contributors in reference to States Exhibits 11D, 11D1, and 11D4. Were you involved in the collection of those buccal swabs?
Yes, I collected both of those myself.
And do you remember what day you collected those buccal swabs?
January 31st, 2019.
Just to make sure we cover it, can you tell us about how you collected the buccal swabs of Ken Burns first, just the procedure involved?
We drove to Manchester and we met with him. I used the same procedure that I always use. I put on rubber gloves. We used the sealed swabs and an envelope, and I collected them by taking the Q-tip. I rub it on the inside of both cheeks. You're just doing both just to make sure you get enough DNA. And then we put them back in the envelope, we seal it up, and eventually turn them into the lab.
And when did you collect the DNA of Don Burns?
The same day. We drove right from Manchester to Davenport. We met with him and did the same procedure.
And were both done and Ken Burns' DNA then properly secured and delivered to the police department where, as we heard yesterday, investigator Kruger delivered them to the lab for further analysis?
Yes.
I want to take you to the day of December 19th, 2018. And my first question for you is, what was the significance of that day?
That's the 39th anniversary of Michelle's death.
Did you and the investigative team at the Cedar Rapids Police Department decide to develop a plan for December 19th, 2018 in terms of approaching Mr. Burns?
Yes.
And was that date chosen after you had received the results of the testing done on the straw that was taken from Mr. Burns, as we heard yesterday, that found that he could not be eliminated as a contributor to crime scene F5?
Correct.
What preparations were made to conduct the interview that day?
Well, we just made plans at the police department. I think there was about 18 of us that were going to go to Manchester that day. But specifically myself and J.D. Smith were going to conduct an interview. It had been 39 years, so we weren't really sure how someone was going to react.
Okay,
Just
that was
wanted-
gonna
just wanted to be
my next
mindful.
question. I'm sorry, we're talking at the same time. Go ahead.
We just wanted to be prepared.
All right. And so the purpose of having multiple officers involved is essentially you didn't know what was going to happen, so you wanted to be prepared for any possible scenario?
Correct.
Despite the number of officers involved, was it the plan to arrest him when you talked to him that day?
No, the plan was to interview him. We had no fixed intention to arrest him.
And you mentioned, I believe earlier, but who were you partnered with that day?
J.D. Smith?
And is he the older gentleman who retired from the DCI who had been helping you with this case?
Yes.
Did you indeed conduct an interview of Mr. Burns on December 19th of 2018?
Yes, we did.
And where did you conduct that interview?
We conducted at his business, which is at 1608 230th Street in Manchester, Iowa.
Approximately what time did you conduct that interview?
We started shortly before noon. I think it was about 11:45 a.m.
Was that interview recorded?
Yes, it was.
And not to give away too many secrets here, but can you tell us how that interview was recorded?
We took a covert camera, so it's a little hidden camera that also has audio so that it would record the video and the audio of it so that we could refer to it later. And then I also had what we call a transmitter, an audio transmitter with us so that the other units that weren't in the interview could listen to the interview in case they need to help us or just for information.
So you brought the covert camera to record video and audio directly of Mr. Burns?
Correct.
And there was also a live feed of sorts set up so others could listen?
Yeah, they could listen. They couldn't see the video, though.
When you arrived at Mr. Burns' place of business on December 19th of 2018 at approximately 11:45 a.m., were you in uniform?
No, I was wearing some dress pants and a button-up shirt. Had my jacket on. It was chilly out, and that's what I normally wear to work.
And so did you have a Cedar Rapids Police Department badge visible when you talked to him?
No, I left my coat on the whole time.
Any guns showing or sidearms or anything like that?
No.
Is that pretty standard procedure then for a soft interview approach or just to go talk to somebody about
Yes.
information?
Correct.
Tell us what happened when you walked inside Mr. Burns' business to speak to him.
It's a business. They have customers, so the side door that I think the customers probably use, that's the door we went into. It was standing open. So I went in and I didn't know where anyone was at, so I said hello a couple times, and then I heard Mr. Burns from his office say, "Come on in."
Where was that office inside the establishment?
Right inside the door is a short hallway, and to the right is his office.
Did you enter that office area, make contact with Mr. Burns?
We did.
What did you do once you made contact with him?
We introduced ourselves. I told him we were at the cold case unit. I gave him a business card. Asked him if it'd be all right if we sat and talked to him.
And where did you sit when you spoke with Mr. Burns?
We just sat on the other side of the desk. I assume that's where he has customers sit when they come in to talk to him about business and stuff.
How did you introduce yourself to Mr. Burns?
Well, verbally I introduced myself, but I gave him a business card.
Did you tell him at the time, if you recall, what unit you were working with?
I did. I told him we were with the cold case unit.
And as you began to speak with Mr. Burns, did you tell him what case you were working on?
I did. I told him we were working on the Michelle Martinko homicide case.
Did the defendant indicate that he'd heard about that case?
He did. He said he'd heard about it back in the day.
Did you tell him why you were there to speak to him?
I did. I told him his name came up.
And what was his response to that, if anything?
He said, strange.
And what kind of reaction, if any, did you observe when you mentioned Michelle Martinko's name?
Not much. No really visible reaction from him at all.
We talked about the fact that this interview was recorded, right?
It was, yes.
Can I approach a witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Behind the witness, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14A, and I'll ask you, Investigator Denlinger, if you have, or can tell us whether State's Exhibit 14A contains the contents of that interview with Mr. Burns.
It does.
And is this recording that was made with the covert device containing the video and audio that you had with you when you spoke to Mr. Burns on December 19th, 2018?
Yes, it does.
Does that contain a fair and accurate report?
Yes, it does.
Move to admit 14A, Your Honor.
Mr. Spees, have you had an opportunity to review 14A?
I have and we have, and no objection.
The court will receive and make part of the record State's Exhibit 14A.
1 second. Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
You may.
Beginning the witness, what's been marked as 14C, 14D as in dog, and 14E. I'll ask you, Matt, do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
What are those?
These are the images that were created by Parabon during our investigation.
Did you use these photographs during your interview with Mr. Burns?
I did. I brought all three of these with me. I printed off color copies and showed them to him.
And when you, well, you described these as the images created by Parabon. Is that in reference to your testimony yesterday regarding the snapshot and phenotyping that was done that developed a composite image of prospectively what the suspect's DNA individual would have looked like at a certain age?
Yes, correct. This is their logo down here that says snapshot phenotyping underneath it. But yes, these are the images they created.
And these are the ones you used to show Mr. Burns or to discuss with Mr. Burns?
Yes,
As is depicted on the video?
correct.
Move to amend States 14C, D, and E.
Mr. Spees, have you had an opportunity to review those proposed exhibits?
I have and we have, and no objection.
The court will receive State's Exhibits 14C as in cat, D as in dog, and E as in elephant. They will be made part of today's record.
We're going to publish those in a second here. Matt, during the interview with Mr. Burns, based upon your observations of him, did he show any emotion about the questions being asked or in providing any answers to those questions?
No,
And did that continue up to the point where he was ultimately arrested?
Yeah, even after being arrested, he showed almost no emotion or reaction to anything.
First, can we publish the pictures to the jury, Your Honor?
You may.
And we're showing, first, I believe, State's Exhibit 14C. And, Matt, is this one of the photographs that you brought with you to talk with Mr. Burns?
Yes, it is.
And according to your testimony yesterday, you explained this was developed by Parabon as a potential snapshot of the individual whose DNA was found at the crime scene that they developed. At what approximate age is this intended to depict based upon what Parabon told you?
This one's the standard one, and they give you the standard one at age 25.
And let's go to 14D, as in dog. And appears to be a similar photograph, but with a different hairstyle. Can you explain what's behind that, or?
This particular one is artist age progressed to age 50.
And let's show 14E. And what is this intended to depict?
And this one is also at age 25, but it's intended to have an alternate hairstyle, something that I asked them if they had anything that they thought was more reminiscent of the 70s, and this is what they provided.
Okay, thanks. We'll take those down now. And, Your Honor, permission to publish and play State's Exhibit 14A, the interview.
You may.
Thank you.
And counsel, I would just remind you, as the video and audio plays, please remain quiet. I'm not going to ask Ms. Thomason to take down the testimony that will come in or the sound that will come in through that exhibit.
Hello? Hey, how are you today? Jerry, my name's Matt. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, I'm with the Cedar Rapids Police Department.
Oh, yeah.
This is JD.
Hi. Hi.
He's with me. Hey, can we chat with you for a second about a case we're working on?
Sure.
We got a cat here, huh?
Yep.
What's the kitty's name?
Bella.
Bella. Oh, she's nice. Is she a farm cat?
Yep.
Can I pull up this other chair with that?
Sure.
JD has some. Don't drink my coffee, JD. We work in the cold case unit down at the Cedar Rapids Police Department, and we're following up on an old case. I don't know if you've heard it in the news at all. It's a homicide that happened at Westdale Mall. Michelle Martinko, is that something you've ever heard of?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see it in the paper or anything like that?
No.
How-
Long time ago.
Long time ago. I got a business card, by the way. I should probably give you one here. Well, what we've been doing lately, gotta find my pen here. What we've been doing lately is we've been following up on leads. And we had an article run in the paper the other day, and so we just got a bunch of new leads and stuff like that, people calling in, giving us tips and whatnot. And so we've been stopping by and just chatting with people and trying to kind of determine, which leads are good and which leads are not and stuff like that. Well, long story short, your name came up.
Strange.
Yeah. Well, it's not that uncommon. I mean, people call in all the time. We had a picture made from our suspect's DNA. And then so what people do is they often think that, certain people maybe look like the image and stuff like that. So that's kind of how we come about that. Did you ever see those pictures we had? I got a copy of one here. So they're like those kind of things there.
That's not it, though.
Well, that's the picture we had created.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And then there's a couple other ones, like younger ones and things like that.
Wow.
It's kind of...
Boy, it looks a lot different than I look in the mirror. But
What's that?
it looks a lot different than I look in the mirror, but
Oh, I don't totally disagree with you. Be all right if we just asked you a few questions about it. So this happened in December of 1979, and you said earlier that you kind of heard about it. What do you remember hearing about it?
just it was a big deal.
A big deal. I mean, do you remember what happened?
Not exactly.
Like, do you remember who the victim was, anything like that?
Not really, but
Had you
no,
ever...
I just seen something about Jody Husentroot recently. And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a similar kind of thing or whatever with the girl. But had you ever heard of Michelle Martinko before that this case came out? Had you ever seen her picture in the paper or anything like that?
A long time ago.
This is a picture of Michelle.
Mm-hmm.
Is that anyone you ever remember seeing or anything like that?
No.
Is not that's not a name you knew or anything like that. Okay. Are you from here originally?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you give me your first name again?
Jerry
Jerry. That's right. And what's your middle name, Jerry?
Lynn.
And Burns, right?
Yeah. Boy, that's strange, those pictures.
I know.
Do I look like that?
Well, I kind of think you do a little bit. Enough that we bothered to come up here and talk. Now, some people call in and we find like driver's license photos or old yearbook photos and stuff and kind of compare them, and then we sort of make some sort of educated guess on whether or not we think it's worth our time. And a lot of times we just err on the side of caution and we just, let's just go chat with them. What are we out? We get a day on the road to go chat with someone. No big deal. What's your date of birth, Jerry?
12/23/53.
So, do you have a phone number? Sorry.
319-360-8190.
And where'd you go to high school?
West Delaware.
Did you go to college at all?
No. Cat's friendly.
That's all right. I got a cat at home myself. Have you always lived in Manchester?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever live in Cedar Rapids?
No.
So, I know it's a long time ago. Can you think back? Do you remember ever working in Cedar Rapids?
No.
Never worked in Cedar Rapids? What did you do for a living in 1979?
I was a salesman, worked in Elkader.
What did you sell? Do you remember?
John Deere.
Like, kind of like what you got out in the lot? Those, like, mowers and stuff, or big tractors?
Combines, tractors, everything.
Oh, sure. So in 79, did you ever have reason to be in Cedar Rapids or anything like that?
Not really. So,
Did you go to Westdale Mall?
oh yeah, we've gone to Westdale Mall.
Sure. How about what kind of car did you have back then? Do you remember?
1979. '74 Chevy Malibu.
Do you remember what color it was or anything?
Brown
Brown.
with a white top.
So in...
Those are the only pictures you had? Those three?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, so they make one picture, I'll show it to you again here. So what they do is they take your bad guy's DNA, and then they make this young picture. So this is the bad guy at 25, or it's kind of an estimation. Yeah.
Interesting.
And then the picture with the longer hair is the same image, only it is with like shaggy hair. We had him put like a kind of a 70s hairstyle on it. No, I didn't know you in 1979. How old were you? If you do the math real quick.
26.
So you know,
No. 27, 26, somewhere.
you know better than we would if you look like that in 79.
Well, I don't think I ever looked like that. I was a good-looking guy if I did.
Right, right. Well, you probably were. So, you never worked out at Westdale or anything like
No.
that? Never did any jobs there?
No.
You never remember seeing her? You don't know her? You weren't there? I'm trying to think. So, the mall just opened in October, like October 12th or something along that line. So, it'd been open for like two and a half months, right? And so what they did is, so she was murdered out in the parking lot there, and so they followed up on it for almost 40 years now. And so they've been just following up on people, and then more recently we had some of the evidence processed and we found some DNA. And so from that we've kind of been reaching out to all these people that are in the reports and just kind of comparing them to see if we can find a match. And just so far we just have not found anyone in those reports that we matched with. So that's when we had the picture made, hoping to get more people to call in. And so people have been calling in. We've taken probably 125, 130 more phone calls of people, and we're knocking on doors.
So, when you were at Westdale, when you would have gone out there for just
I don't know, Christmas shopping or, different times over the years.
Christmas?
Sure. Did you ever go
Those
there?
kind-
Oh, I'm sorry. Go
Go
ahead. Did you ever go there by yourself, without your family?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
With that picture, do you have any brothers that look like you, or
Yeah.
closer than that?
Well, I don't ever remember them looking like that either.
Okay. You have some brothers that, how many do you have?
Two.
Two? They live here too?
One does, and one's in Davenport. But back in 70, you said 79?
Yep.
One brother was probably either lived in Ottawa or in Minnesota.
Okay. And the other one here?
Yeah.
Okay. They don't look any more like that then?
No.
Okay. Were you married back then?
Yeah.
Do you remember hearing, one thing we like to ask people is, do you ever remember hearing rumors or stories about what happened to her?
Not really.
Or who might have done it or anything like that? I know you're a little further away from the case than some of the people that knew her specifically, but you don't ever remember hearing any rumors or how she died? You ever
Not
remember
really.
hearing how she died? So we're going to collect it today and send it to the lab. There's your copy of the search warrant.
Never seen one of these before.
Yeah, it's... Well,
Okay.
I got some gloves here. All it is a little Q-tip. I just collect it from inside the mouth. It's not,
This takes a few days
yeah, just
at
collect.
the lab, and
Okay.
And I just need to collect a little from the other side.
we'll contact you afterwards, let you know
Okay.
the results. And
Okay.
I'm just thinking, gosh, I'm just spitballing here, but, hold on, I think it's probably my wife here. Yep, that's my wife. I'm just thinking, you know, we kind of know going in that this is probably going to be a match.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why would that be?
Well, we were kind of hoping you'd tell us. The reality is, oh my gosh, what does she need? The reality is we're not here on a whim. We're here to confirm what we already know. I already collected some DNA from you that you got rid of before. And so I'm telling you, Jerry, I already know that your DNA is going to match the DNA that we have on file.
Just one heck what I got rid of.
Well, people get rid of stuff all the time. Just throw it away. But I think that's kind of irrelevant to what we're talking about here. Jerry, so the reality is we have your DNA at the crime scene. And so we know you were there that night this happened. But what we don't know, Jerry, is why it happened. There's a lot of reasons things happen in life. And there might be an explanation for this that would help us better understand what happened. That would not make this, you know, a terrible thing for you. But I don't know what that explanation would be if I don't hear it from you.
Well, I don't know.
How would we get your DNA at the crime scene there, Jerry?
I don't know. Test it, see if it is.
No, we did. How would it be there, Jerry?
I don't know.
What happened that night?
Wait for the test to come back.
Jerry,
I don't think it did.
it did.
I don't think so.
Okay. Jerry, what happened that night?
I don't know. Test it and see what happens.
Yeah, we're going to test this.
Okay. Go
Okay.
ahead and test it.
We are. But what I'm telling you is I'd already collected some DNA from stuff you discarded. And it matched our sample from the crime scene, Jerry. Let's just, can we back up for a second? Would that be all right? And can I ask you a little bit about the crime itself? And we can just forget about the straw for a minute?
Okay.
Okay. And like I said, if you got to get back to work, let me know. The crime scene's pretty limited, okay? It's not, you know, like all over the town. It's just in one little spot out of Westdale Mall in her car. Is it possible that you're out at Westdale Mall and you run into some girl that you feel like talking to, or maybe you knew casually, and that you were just having a conversation with her? That's not possible. If at any point is it possible that you ran into her and said hi to her by the, you know? No, that's not possible.
No.
There's no conceivable way you would have ever just, you know, sat down next to her at the Orange Julius
No.
and said hi?
No.
Okay, because that kind of thing has never happened before, or what?
Not really.
Okay. Hey, you ever accidentally get in the wrong car out at Westdale Mall?
No.
Okay. You ever accidentally, you know, run into a young girl out there and
No.
say hi to her or anything like that?
No.
You ever say hi to any young girls out there that weren't your wife?
No.
Okay. I mean, I understand your concerns about putting yourself there, but I mean,
The reality is, though, we kind of know you were there. And we're past kind of know. We know you were there, but the why part is what we're not positive on.
No, we better prove I was there first.
Well, I don't think that's a problem.
Okay.
Okay. I think dropping anyone off.
No?
Do you ever bank there?
No.
Did you ever shop at J.C. Penney's there?
No.
No.
Not unless we were Christmas shopping.
Right. And all
Or
the
shopping.
shopping you ever did there was with your wife or
Yeah.
your family or something? Go to a movie?
No.
Never went to a movie out there?
Well,
There was
we did, but with the family.
Right. Ever have any mental episodes in your life or anything like that where you can't remember?
I don't know.
You don't know if you've ever had any?
Right.
Have you ever
Well-
taken any medication for that kind of stuff?
No, not exactly. I might have no. Can't think of the word where you hit your head.
Concussion?
Concussion.
Concussion?
Yeah,
Playing sports or working or what?
working.
Oh, sure. You ever seriously injured yourself other than that?
Not really.
And when was the concussion?
No, several.
Before?
Nothing I mean, I've never went to the doctor for one, but I've been knocked out, so
Do you remember when that would have been?
probably 3 or 4 different times.
Okay.
Falling, banging my head, and that kind of stuff.
Were you an adult or?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever go to Cedar Rapids, like go out to the bars there, go visit your buddies?
Not really. I didn't really have any friends that drank much. So.
Okay. So when you say not really, did you ever go to any of the bars in Cedar Rapids?
Not that I can think of.
Or at that time in your life at least? No, not at all.
Not really a bar person.
Did you ever have any substance abuse problems yourself?
No.
Okay. No drugs, no alcoholism or
No.
anything like that?
Well, I drank a fair amount when I was younger, but
Sure. Do you think that may have contributed to what happened that night?
I don't think anything happened that night.
Do you remember hearing about it in 1979?
Oh yeah, it was a big story.
Right. What do you remember? Or do you remember where you were when you first heard about it?
Not really. It's just on the news.
Just on the news. And you don't know how she died, right?
Not specifically.
What do you think happened to her?
I don't know. She was attacked or whatever.
Yeah, that's accurate. Do you know where?
Not at Westdale Mall, yeah.
It's just stuff you've heard in the news. Nothing firsthand.
Right.
Any reason anyone would have written down your plate, your license plate, that particular
Not if I
night?
wasn't there.
Yeah. Well, I think we've already established that you were there.
I don't think so.
We just haven't. Do you know what today is?
19th of December.
Did you murder someone that night, Jerry?
Test the DNA.
Jerry,
Test the DNA.
why did this happen, Jerry?
Test the DNA.
What happened?
I don't know.
You
I was
don't-
not there that night.
You don't know why this happened?
I was not there that night.
Well, we know better than that, Jerry. You know better than that. You know I'm not lying. Okay.
I don't know.
You
I don't
do
know
know,
what-
Jerry.
I don't know what games play.
You know for a fact I'm not lying about that. Okay? You know for a fact that I'm not lying about that. Okay, that's the one thing we all know.
We don't know that.
We do.
Well, I don't assume you're lying.
You don't assume I am?
You believe what you believe.
Well, I appreciate you giving me that. What I don't believe is that you don't remember being there that night. And I'm starting to feel like your reluctance to explain why you were there.
If I was there, I don't know. As far as I know, I was not there.
If you were there, you don't know what you were doing there?
I don't know. I don't have a recollection of being there.
Okay. Well, is it possible you were there shopping by yourself and someone wrote your plate down for some other reason?
I don't
I
believe.
mean, I know that's something you previously said no, but if you really thought hard about that,
What was the plate number?
what's that?
What plate number do you have?
Oh, I don't even have any of my paperwork with me. I just brought that picture to show you.
I don't believe it. If there was a plate number, why would it take that many years?
Take a good look at her picture for me, please. And just really make sure in your mind that this is not someone you know
I don't
or
believe
that you
so.
met. This is not a girl you ran into at a bar that
No.
night.
No.
It's not someone that
I don't go to bars, really.
did you ever talk to? Well, okay, I'll give you that. I don't go to bars that much myself, but you know, I can envision someone coming down from Manchester, from Manchester, and just stopping out at the new mall, checking it out. You know, maybe there was a bar in the mall. Maybe going to the bar in the mall. Maybe running into girls that work there. And I'm not judging you if you're trying to, you know, talk to girls or whatever at that time in your life. You were young. Although you claim this picture made you good looking, I think you probably were back in the day.
Not like
Okay.
that, but
What's that?
not like that. But
Not like that? Well,
can I make this call quick?
sure can.
It's my brother.
Oh, okay.
Good. Oh, okay.
Would you like us to step out?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see anything. Okay. 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 All right, appreciate it. Bye. Were you guys sitting on the gravel road watching me?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, okay, that's what that was about.
Oh.
Take the exhibit back out here. Can I approach with the shrine?
You may.
This is what's been previously marked and introduced as State's Exhibit 2C. Photograph of Michelle Martinko. Is that a similar photograph? I think you may have had a black and white back there to the photograph you showed Mr. Burns on December 19, 2018.
Yes.
So there's not any confusion here. Do you have a plate number for Mr. Burns?
No.
What was that about?
That was a bluff. I was hoping he would assume that someone had seen him there and be more forthcoming with me.
During the interview with Mr. Burns that we just saw here in court, do you recall asking Mr. Burns directly, did you murder someone that night?
Yes.
What was his response?
I don't remember it was test it. That's his response. Test it.
During your interaction with Mr. Burns, did you see some noticeable scars to his hands or to his arms?
Yeah, he had a bunch of scars on his hands and arms.
Were they on both hands and both arms?
Yes.
Was there quite a few of them?
Yeah, there was quite a few.
Shift gears just a little bit here, Matt, and take you to March of 2019. Did you coordinate with DCI lab criminalist Mike Schmidt in Bodie Laboratories in Lorton, Virginia, to send Bodie DCI lab exhibit I, the blood scrapings from the gear shift selector?
Yes, I did.
And as we heard yesterday, was that done? Was it sent then?
Yes, it was.
On or about June 3rd, 2019, did you then receive a request from Bodie to send more evidence to be used as comparison to the blood shift, the gear shift selector with the blood?
Yes.
And what did you prepare and send to Bodie on or about June 3rd of 2019?
They asked for one of Jerry Burns' known buccal swabs to compare to the profile that they had developed from the blood scrapings from the gear shift.
So was it your understanding they had developed a profile, but they needed the swabs for comparison?
Yes.
May I approach witness, Your Honor? Hey, the witness.
Excuse me.
Oh, sure. Hey, the witness must be marked as 17T for identification purposes. And do you see this, Investigator Denlinger?
I do.
Okay, what is this exhibit?
It's just a FedEx receipt from when I sent the buccal swabs to Bodie in June of 2019.
Does that show that you, as you just testified to, that you packaged and prepared and then sent Jerry Burns known buccal swabs that had been at the Cedar Rapids Police Department after being returned from the DCI lab to Bodie Laboratories on June 4th, or on June 3rd, but the delivery date confirmed as June 4th?
Correct. They asked that we send it overnight.
And the second page here, can you tell us what that is?
This is just the sticker that FedEx put on there for me, and it just shows that it was sent to Bodie, and then shows that I was the sending party.
And there's any highlights on that document there?
Yeah, it just shows the arrival time of June 4th at 10:30 a.m., priority overnight mail.
Are those highlights that you put on that document?
Yes.
And does that just further show that those known buccal swabs were sent to Bodie?
Correct.
Move to amend state 17T.
Any objection to
No objection.
17P will be received and made part of the record.
At this time, we have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Investigator Denlinger, before you and retired DCI agent J.D. Smith went to Manchester, Iowa on December 19, 2018, you'd already done quite a bit of background checking on Mr. Burns, hadn't you?
Yes.
You knew on the date that you went to see Mr. Burns that he was living in Manchester, of course,
Yes.
and that he had, back in the 1970s, worked at a business called Wallace's.
Yes.
And Wallace's is what kind of a business?
It's an agricultural business. They sell products for farmers that have livestock. It's my understanding.
Well, Wallace's was an implement dealer, wasn't it? And an equipment dealer?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of a different thing. Yes, you're right. Wallace is an implement dealer.
And Wallace's was a business in Manchester, Iowa?
I believe so.
And then you also learned in your background investigation that Mr. Burns had worked at a firm called Walnut Grove,
Correct.
and Walnut Grove sold what?
I believe Walnut Grove's the company that sold the products for farmers that raise livestock.
And Mr. Burns had worked there.
I believe so, yes.
By the way, Investigator Denlinger, what is the distance between Manchester, Iowa, and Westdale Mall?
I don't know the distance.
Well, did you investigate that as part of your work in this case?
Probably. Even today, I'd want to pull it up on my phone if you're asking me to give you a distance. It's about 45 minutes drive.
Close to an hour, though, to drive from Manchester to Westdale Mall?
Maybe.
Well, do you know?
I usually drive from downtown Cedar Rapids, so yeah, if you want to add 15 minutes, I would say an hour is probably a good approximate.
Okay. As a matter of fact, as part of your investigation, you also went to the Delaware County Treasurer's Office to see what kind of vehicles, cars, trucks Mr. Burns had registered back in the 1979 era?
Yes, I did.
And did he in fact have vehicles registered in Delaware County?
Yes.
What kind of car or truck?
I didn't review the paperwork prior to coming today, so I don't recall.
But in any event, you looked into that before you met with Mr. Burns in December of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. You knew, of course, that he had been married.
Yes.
And the reason you knew about where he worked is because you looked at his engagement announcement in the paper.
Yes.
And also you learned that he worked at Walnut Grove because there was a story in the paper back then in Manchester.
Yes.
Did you know that he had young children in 1979?
Yes.
Did you know that before you met with him in December?
Yes.
And how old were his children in December of 1979?
You put me on the spot. He had two at that time. One was young, born in, I think, early 79. One had been born 75, 76. So probably, 3, 4, and then less than 1.
Okay. Now, the investigation that you did into Mr. Burns's background, as we have, I think, discovered during the course of the last week and a half, was put into a report.
Correct.
And like all Cedar Rapids police officers and investigators in particular, when you run something down, interview someone, you put it in a report.
Yeah, for the most part.
Nope. Well, in this particular case, you made fastidious reports about who you interviewed and what you did in your investigation, didn't you?
I tried to, yes.
And the information that you learned about Mr. Burns's background, his employment, his marriage, his children, his car registration, all showed up in reports.
Yes.
And as part of the rules of criminal procedure and the dictates of the United States Constitution, the reports that you prepared are roughly described as discovery.
Yes.
And those discovery materials, as required by the rules and as required by the Constitution, are furnished to the defense, aren't they?
Yes.
Sorry.
Sorry.
We need to ask him their opinions for legal opinions on discovery. He's qualified to answer those. And also, I'm not sure the relevancy of
Response, Mr. Speaker.
Its relevance is going to be made plainly evident in the next witness who's appearing for the state.
The objection at this point will be overruled. You can ask your next question.
Could I hear the court's ruling again, please?
Oh, the objection will be overruled.
Thank you.
Can ask your next question.
Thanks. So, do you handle any federal criminal cases?
Not in a long time.
Okay. Are you familiar with the discovery rules in federal court?
No, I'm not familiar with the discovery rules in federal court.
Okay, but in state court, in state criminal cases, the defendant and the defense lawyer are entitled to have the discovery materials.
Okay, yes,
And a person in jail is allowed to review their own discovery.
yes,
In the course of your investigation, and I think that you referred to it earlier in your testimony today about the number of people who had been eliminated based on the comparison of those persons' DNA to the male profile in F5, this found in Exhibit 8, correct?
correct.
And in the course of your investigation and becoming familiar with the groundwork that had been laid by your predecessors, you learned that there were a lot of potential suspects whose identity, investigation, DNA was all explored by investigators like you and your predecessors.
Correct.
And you learned in your preparation for your work in this case that there were a number of people who had actually confessed to killing Michelle Martinko.
Correct.
And among the people who had confessed were an inmate in the Anamosa State Penitentiary, right?
Correct.
By the name of Billy Byrne or William Byrne.
Correct.
And then there were other people who had confessed to their spouses or parents having killed Michelle Martinko.
Correct.
And you actually compiled a list of the people who had confessed or admitted to killing her, didn't you?
I don't remember compiling a list myself.
Had you seen such a list in the investigative file?
I don't know if there's a specific list just dedicated to people that have confessed over the years.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what is page 100 out of a 535-page file. This is an excerpt from the investigative files.
Do you have the first page of this?
That's as much of the 535 pages as I brought, but that's the one page. Would this have been a page that you would have reviewed in the course of your preparation for your work in the case?
Is this part of it?
Yes.
So this report was prepared by Doug Larison.
Right, and you would have reviewed that report in the course of your preparations and your work in the case?
Yes.
So in any event, there were a number of people identified, such as William Byrne, who had allegedly confessed to the killing.
Correct. That document is not a list of people that have confessed. That's a list of suspects they've compiled, which includes people like that, but it's not specifically just people that have confessed.
But a number of people in this list had confessed either to other inmates or to parents or to spouses about the killing.
Right, and we take that seriously, so we looked into those.
And these materials were part of the investigative report that were turned over to us.
Correct, yes.
In your review of the investigation that had preceded you, were you able to determine whether the identity of the man who had frightened Michelle Martinko 4 days before her death had ever been located?
Give me a little more background on that one.
Sure. I believe Mr. Seidel testified that in 1981 he had told an interviewer with the Cedar Rapids Police Department that 4 days before she died, she told him that she had been frightened by an ugly or a grotesque man, and she was worried about that. You remember that testimony?
Right, yes, I do.
And do you know if that person was ever located or identified in any way?
No, there was no name, and no one had anything to specific to follow up on that.
Do you know if any of Ms. Martinko's friends were asked about that worry?
I don't know specifically. Yeah, I don't know without reviewing all those reports again to see if they were specifically asked about that.
In questioning Mr. Burns on December 19, 2018, and this, of course, occurred at his office in Manchester, Iowa.
Yes.
And what kind of work does Mr. Burns do with that business?
Powder coating.
And could you tell the men and women of the jury what powder coating is?
Well, he could probably describe it better than I could, but it's painting. It's some sort of a painting where they sandblast metal and then put a more durable paint finish on it.
And did you, aside from going into the office, go into the work area of the business?
No.
Did you see also in the picture shown in the video that we just watched, number 14A, did you see hanging on the wall some belts?
Oh, yes, yes.
And what are those belts?
I don't know what the belts were for.
Well, they also sold Hustler mowers there at the shop, didn't they?
Yes.
And would those be drive belts for the blades that run the mowers?
I don't know.
Well, you were asked about scars on Mr. Burns's hands. Did he explain those scars to you?
He said he had lots of scars and he didn't know where they all came from.
In fact, he told you about an accident he had there at the business, didn't he, where his hand got smashed or cut by some equipment?
Yes, he did.
Did you also know before you interviewed him in December of 2018 that he had farmed?
No.
You didn't know that he farmed?
No, I don't think I knew that he was a farmer.
You noticed him blinking a lot?
I did?
Did he tell you that he had glaucoma?
Yes.
And they used medicine in his eyes?
I assume that. I don't recall if he said that specifically.
Well, you told us that he didn't exhibit any reaction at all. Do you know what his normal reaction is?
No.
But he did tell you that he had never lived in Cedar Rapids, right?
Correct.
And he was a salesman out of Elkader?
Correct.
And can you tell the men and women of the jury where Elkader is?
Not without a map. I know it's up near Manchester somewhere, but I don't want to tell them where it's at without looking at a map.
Well, how long does it take to drive from Elkader to the Westdale Mall?
Same answer. I don't want to guess. I've actually never been to Elkader.
I beg your pardon?
I've never been to Elkader.
You didn't go to Elkader to try to investigate Mr. Burns's background in employment at Walnut Grove?
Correct. I couldn't find any records that Walnut Grove still exists.
So Mr. Burns told you that he had gone to the Westdale Mall, and I think, as I heard the audio, that he said that he had gone there with his family?
Correct.
Christmas shopping?
Correct.
Had been to Penny's?
Correct.
And of course, he was, as you have told us, he was married in 1979.
Correct.
And he actually said he had gone Christmas shopping there over the years.
Correct.
He said that it was not possible that his DNA would have been there at the scene because he wasn't there.
Correct.
And he said that he didn't think anything happened that night,
Correct.
that there wasn't any possibility that his DNA would be there,
Correct.
traced to the crime.
Correct.
He didn't understand where this information came that he was potentially involved, where that would have come from.
Correct.
He didn't believe it, that testing would connect it to him.
Correct.
And he said repeatedly, "I was not there that night."
Correct.
And if he was there, he didn't have any recollection of it.
Correct. No recollection of being there.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for you.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. First, along the lines of those last few questions Mr. Spies asked you, now, with regard to what Mr. Burns said, you were asked, he said he didn't believe his DNA was there. Is that right?
Correct. That's exactly what he said.
And he said he had no recollection if he was there, right?
Correct. He said, I have no recollection if I was there.
So when you were asked what he said, were you reporting your belief in what he said or just what he said?
No, I thought it was all a lie.
Well, I mean, basically from what you were saying, then you were just reporting what he said. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did he indicate to you specifically at any point in time that on December 19th, 1979, he was Christmas shopping at Westdale Mall?
No.
As indicated by the questions you were asked by Mr. Spies, did you and other investigators conduct what you could as far as a comprehensive check of Mr. Burns' background?
We did.
And would that pertain then to kind of what's referred to sometimes as some intelligence, just to figure out what was going on in his life back then?
Yes.
Okay. And through that, were you able to develop any kind of connection between he and Michelle Martinko?
None.
And I know you're not an eye doctor or anything like that, but you did notice the blinking that took place during the interview?
I did.
And did that observation change at any point in time during the interview, or?
No.
Okay. We heard testimony from Andy Seidel earlier in this case that he reported that Michelle stated to him she was frightened by this man, and from what Andy said, she didn't seem that bothered by it. Was there any more information available based on your review of the investigative file in 1979 to follow up on that?
No, there's nothing more that I could do to follow up on that.
As far as you could tell, was that a singular incident reported by Ms. Martinko that there was no other information to follow up on?
That's what it looked like.
Do you know, or have you heard of Billy Byrne?
I have.
Okay. And who is he?
He's just, he's an individual that's been arrested in Cedar Rapids for a number of years for a lot of things.
Does he have a violent history?
He does.
You were asked about Mr. Byrne and an indication that he may have confessed to killing Michelle Martinko. Is that something Mr. Byrne told you or anybody else?
No, he didn't tell me.
Any of these individuals who allegedly confessed to this, did anybody confess to a police officer about this?
Not to my knowledge, no.
To your knowledge, were these reports then second, sometimes third-hand reports?
Yes,
Now, you and other investigators wanted to solve this, didn't you?
I did.
So if somebody confessed to the killing of Michelle Martinko and you could prove it, would you have made an arrest?
Definitely.
Now, Mr. Byrne, let's go back to him specifically. Did he make this confession allegedly in a jail cell?
That's my understanding.
Or in prison?
Yeah, correct.
So, based upon your experience, have you encountered situations where individuals are trying to impress other people around them and would say something like that as an intimidation factor? Does that?
Yes, exactly. I've heard that multiple times.
And to the extent you were able to do it, did you eliminate any individual who purportedly confessed to killing Michelle Martinko through your investigation in/or DNA comparison?
Correct.
May I approach the exhibit, Your Honor? Indeed, with respect to Exhibit A, do you see the name William James Byrne on that?
He is about 3 spots below Jerry Burns. It's spelled differently, the B-Y, R-N-E, and he was eliminated through a CODIS as a...
Okay, is that the system that eliminates upwards of like 14 million different individuals with criminal records and whatnot?
Absolutely, yep.
Being assured to know that there's no rush to judgment even when there's these alleged confessions. With regard to that list that was shown to you by Mr. Spies, again, does that contain a list of multiple people who allegedly confessed to this, or just a handful or so, just a few?
It's just a handful or so.
That's all we have, Your Honor.
Additional cross-examination, Mr. Speaks.
Yes, thank you. Well, Investigator Denlinger, you knew from the interviews that were conducted of Ms. Martinko's friends that when she was working at the Westdale Mall, that she was concerned about somebody stalking her in the mall, weren't you?
Yeah, I don't remember the specifics of that. I do remember there being talk of people at the mall, weird men at the mall and stuff like that. Having worked at the mall myself, I'm familiar with, people talking like that.
Well, irrespective of your experience, many, many years later, I'm sure.
Yes.
You knew that her friends were aware that she was concerned about somebody looking in, stalking, looking through the windows of the store that she worked at.
Yes.
And as far as Mr. Byrne or anybody else who allegedly confessed and was, by your tally on 8A, eliminated, their DNA was compared to F5, right?
Yes.
No other DNA that was present in the car.
Correct, F5.
Thank you. That's all.
Additional information for this witness.
Yes, Your Honor, and briefly here, we're going to test your knowledge of the file, Matt.
Okay.
At the time that Michelle was working she working at Lindale Mall at the time?
Yes.
Okay. Where's Lindale Mall?
Lindale Mall is on the opposite side of Cedar Rapids from Westdale.
In this report that this individual was looking at her and grossed her out or whatever it may be, is it your understanding that report was made while she was working at Lindale Mall?
Yes, it was.
And several days, if not weeks, or a week before this occurred?
Correct.
That's all, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Spies?
Nothing further necessary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You may step down, Investigator Denlinger. The record will show that parties in counsel, as well as members of the jury, have returned to the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I've informed you a couple of different times that we aren't ever certain how things are going to proceed and how quickly or how slowly certain evidence will come in. We're actually running a bit ahead of schedule. And I commented last night on the amazing timing of these attorneys that we would get to the conclusion of a witness when it was appropriate for us to break. We do have a bit of a break right now, and the attorneys and I have some items that we need to take up outside your presence. So we will recess at this point until 1:30 this afternoon. You're free to go about your business and come back at 1:30. And please, as always, bear in mind that admonition to keep an open mind. You haven't heard all of the evidence in the case. It would be contrary to your oath to make up your mind at this point or to discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. You can only do that when you meet as a group to deliberate after all of the evidence has been submitted to you. But we will stand in recess until 1:30. Thank you, ladies and
Hey, all right. Excuse me. All right, so we heard Matt Denlinger. He was recall from the previous day. And let's go over his testimony here. Because this was good because we were shown the interview and the arrest of Jerry. So Matt was called in and he has a document that highlights Burns, but he was not able to eliminate him. They eliminated all the males that were close to Michelle. So they talked about her boyfriends and any other, several other, I think it was about 4 or 5, maybe 6 males that were close to her that they eliminated them as suspects. Then they showed Jerry's wedding photo and the family photos from December 1980. So we actually got to see what Jerry looked like at that time. Then he talked about Ken's swab that they took on January 31st, 2019. And they also collected Don's the same day. And these are his brothers, the Burns. Yeah, that was fantastic testimony. He's definitely given the best. Yeah, he's the one that seals the deal, I think. His plan was to just interview Jerry, not to arrest him. And they had a covert camera to record video and audio. I'm not sure where that was. And they planned it. They interviewed Jerry December 19th, 2018. So it's the 39th anniversary of Michelle's passing. So pretty poignant, for sure. So they went to Jerry's business, and it's like a sandblasting, powder coating company. And they showed the interview, which was Exhibit 14A. They showed the images that Parabon had created to show Jerry at certain ages of his life. I think as a 25-year-old, which I think he was about 26 when this happened. 25-year-old, maybe 35 or 40, and then a 50, 55-year-old. Let's see. He said he had heard of Michelle and he had heard of what happened, but it was in the papers, And I don't think the police dropped any information about well, did you hear that she was found slouched over? If they did, I didn't hear that, but I don't think the police dropped anything that was not in the papers, and it was heavily reported. I mean, this was a huge thing. Here's this beautiful 18-year-old, going, prime of her life, if you will, and she's just destroyed horribly in a mall. I mean, it's a pretty big deal. So a lot of papers reported it, news reported it. So he had heard of it. He was a John Deere salesman in 1979. He didn't show much emotion. He did a lot of blinking, which they claimed was he had glaucoma and he used eye drops. He claims he wasn't there. Then they talked about Jody. I missed that because I was doing something else, unfortunately. But she was a TV reporter, so there were a lot of eyes on her. The interview and buckle swab on December 19th. What date did he finally get arrested, Mandy? I think it was the 19th. I think it was the 19th of, I'm pretty sure they arrested him. I have it in my notes. Yeah, in the notes, December 19th, 2018, he was arrested. So they just went there to interview him. They didn't go there to, did they get the swabs from him earlier? They just went to interview him. Yeah, they didn't drop any additional info. Groovy Cheryl, I like just saying that. So they talked. He said he had lots of scars on his hands and arms. March 2019, they coordinated with the DCI lab to send the blood from the gear shift, and they compared Jerry's swab. So March. So Mandy, I guess they took a swab in March because they sent Jerry's swab to compare with the blood. So they must have taken his swab earlier. And I'm not quite sure when. They collected Don's on January 31st of 2019. They collected Don and Ken's the same day. All right, well, in any event, they arrested him 39 years later. Cross came in, talked about his work history at the time. The distance from Manchester to the mall is about 45 miles, roughly about an hour. I mean, he could very easily have done it. They talked about his vehicles that he owned, his marriage and kids. One child was born in 75, 76. The other one was early 79. Not sure what that really meant. They talked about, I guess, multiple people confessed to this, doing this to Michelle, and one of them was Billy Byrne. And if I'm not mistaken, we may hear from him, but I'm not sure. They talked about, that Michelle was frightened by an ugly or grotesque man, but that person was never identified, I guess in the mall. And I guess she worked at the mall, that somebody was following her. They talked about the blades from the mowers at the place of business, and that Burns said he had an accident at the office. Burns was a farmer, so yeah, that could explain some, his scars. I get that. And his lots of blinking was because he has glaucoma and he uses eye drops. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the lots of blinking, I know you guys chat, you're concerned about that. And I guess is that indicative of somebody who's lying or not telling the truth? That one didn't stick with me too much. Then on redirect, he said he didn't believe his DNA was there. That's what Burns said. He's like, I didn't believe my DNA was there. I didn't believe this. I didn't believe that. Or I don't believe that I was there. I don't believe. Matt just straight up said, I thought that was a lie. So. Oh, Cheryl, Groovy Cheryl, thank you. Aaron just let me know that you bought us cups of coffee, so thank you so much. I will also tag you here. Thank you. Thank you for the cups of coffee. Appreciate it, Groovy Cheryl. Enjoy saying your name. Are you groovy? Groovy Cheryl. Cool name. All right. All right, so we're still in day 5. We're going to get through day 6. It's going to be an 1, 2, 3. We got about 3 more hours, so yeah, we'll be done around 6:30-ish. So let's continue on. Let's forward we go. All right. Do you guys have any questions while I'm here? Oh, thank you, Groovy Cheryl. Appreciate it. Yes, the news anchor. Crazy inmates will confess to anything to make other inmates not beat their butt, Mandy Strong says. Yeah, Red Pen, you were the one that said, actually I pulled your post. Jody Hensutwit, spelling, was also a cold case, disappearance case in Iowa. She was a TV reporter, so lots of eyes on that one. I pulled your post. So they did talk about that. Yeah, I was distracted at that point, so I kind of missed that. A little miss. I can't look up the case about Jody because I can't keep in my mind how to spell her name. Yeah. All right. Let's continue on with day 5 testimony. And again, I apologize, Michelle, for, oops, don't want to do that. Putting myself over here for the moment. Don't want to cover you. There you go. And if you guys have any questions, just go ahead and post them. And we will get to them either in the chat or during the next break. No. Hold on. Why am I... All right, hold on, guys. OBS is asking me to save. Unsave changes. All right, let me save. Okay. That was weird. Okay, hold on there, Judge Faye. Let's get to this. Okay, I will see you guys on the other side of this.
The record will show that counsel and Mr. Burns have returned to open court. The jury has also returned. We are ready to hear from the state's next witness.
State calls Christina Nash.
Good afternoon. We're headed right over here. Before you sit, please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and be seated. Ms. Nash, there are just a couple of expectations in the courtroom. Please allow the attorneys to finish their questions before you start your answer, even if you know where they're going to go.
Okay.
And I will ask them to give you the same courtesy to wait to see that you finish your answer before they ask the next question. Obviously, there's a microphone right in front of you.
Yes.
We have that there so that we can all hear you.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
Christina Hayes Nash. Christina, Christina, Nash, Nash.
Thank you. You may proceed with your examination, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. What is your current occupation?
I'm employed as a senior DNA analyst at Bodie Technology in Lorton, Virginia.
Can you tell us about Bodie Technology?
Yes, Bodie Technology is a private DNA lab that works on cases from all over the world, different agencies, different clients, as well as innocent project cases. We receive evidence there, test it, issue reports, and go testify if needed.
You mentioned Innocence Project then, and is that one of the organizations that sends you evidence to test or sends Bodie?
Yes. So Innocence Projects, every state we've received cases for different client agencies, police agencies, attorney agencies.
How long have you been employed by Bodie Technologies?
I've been employed at Bodie for about 5.5 years.
You told us that you work as a senior DNA analyst. Can you describe what duties are entailed in being a senior DNA analyst?
Yes. So as I described, that we received evidence from different agencies around the world. The supervisor will assign cases, of which, depending on the technologies, will be assigned to myself or other people on my team. I'll process biological material from items of evidence, make comparisons to references that had also been submitted, and issue reports on my conclusions. I also help train newer analysts and review other analysts' work.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Beginning the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit C, V as in Victory 4. Can you tell us what this is, Ms. Nash?
Yes, this is a copy of my CV.
Does this contain an up-to-date summary of your education, training, and experience, as well as your qualifications to testify as an expert witness in this case?
Yes.
Move to enter State's CV4, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Spees?
No objection.
CV4 will be made part of the record.
And that will be an item of evidence for the jury to review at a later date, but I do want to take some time and further introduce you to the folks in the courtroom here and have you describe some things about your background. First, what is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from Virginia Commonwealth University, as well as a Master's of Science in Forensic Science with concentration in Forensic Biology from the same university.
So have you had coursework in the area of genetics, biochemistry, molecular biology, statistics, and population biology as a part of that education?
Yes, along with many other classes.
Okay. If you could describe for us your continuing education that you received that's relevant to forensic testing or DNA testing.
So as a DNA analyst working in an accredited lab, we're required to meet a certain number of hours of continuing education so that we stay up to date in the field of forensic science and any new technologies. I've attended multiple continuing education. I have to have at least 12 hours. It ranges from 8 to 12 hours depending on your specialty within our lab. Continuing education is usually put on by guest lectures or additional literature reviews, when we read scientific articles, or we attend specialized training within our lab and outside our lab.
Could you describe for us, just with respect to Bodie Laboratories or Bodie Technologies itself, the training process that you underwent at Bodie to become a forensic analyst?
Yes, so when I first arrived at Bodie, I was employed as a reference analyst. So this is an analyst who works on only known DNA samples, so buccal swabs, swabs of your cheek, blood samples, hair samples. Trainees will usually get signed off in references or sampling, and if they prove themselves, they will move up, obviously, within our organization to be allowed to work on casework, DNA forensic casework, and actually issue reports. My training involved watching a senior analyst perform all of the technologies that I'm signed off in, as well as participate in moot testing in the moot court. Essentially, we process fake evidence from fake crimes and make sure we're developing the correct profiles. We also have to take a written, verbal, and moot court examinations.
How many samples have you analyzed using DNA typing techniques that you learned through your experience and through Bodie Technologies?
Thousands of samples.
What sorts of samples have you used DNA typing techniques upon?
Oh, we test items of evidence ranging from cups, guns, bullets, swabs, blood stains, underwear, items containing suspected semen, hair, bones, teeth, which qualifies as bones, hair, clothing, any type of item of evidence that someone would come in contact with that may be submitted for a potential criminal case, we can test it usually.
Okay. What is proficiency testing?
So proficiency testing is a way to assess an analyst's ability to correctly develop DNA profiles. We are proficiency tested twice a year. Myself, I'm actually proficiency tested 4 times a year because I'm also qualified in paternity and kinship testing and statistics. We receive mock cases from an outside agency of which we do not know the correct answers or the conclusions of the case. We process the case as real evidence within our real casework workflow. We generate a report, issue that report to that agency, and they let us know if we've completed it satisfactorily or not.
How many proficiency tests have you personally participated in?
I participated in about 8 or 9 proficiency tests.
And did you perform those proficiency tests satisfactorily?
Yes. While the current session is still being graded, all previous submissions have been graded satisfactory.
I want to ask you some more questions about Bodie. How long has Bodie been established, and how long has it been performing forensic DNA typing?
Bodie has been around since 1995 and has been doing forensic testing since that time.
By whom is Bodie accredited?
Bodie is accredited by ANAB. This stands for the ANSI National Accreditation Board. They're an outside agency that comes and audits our lab to make sure we're following our own guidelines and to make any suggestions for changes that they may notice.
What type of quality assurance measures does your lab take to ensure that your results are reliable?
So we have many quality assurance measures. A couple can be that our facility is a secure facility. You can't just enter the facility and access evidence. Our evidence is secured in a further lockdown location. We wear protective equipment when we go into the lab, such as lab coats, goggles, hairnets, gloves. We bleach in ethanol, so we clean our area before working on each item of evidence. We only work with one item of evidence at a time. We initiate controls throughout our testing, such as negative, positive, and reagent blanks. We also have all of our work reviewed by another trained analyst and possibly a supervisor before issuing any type of reports.
You touched upon this a little bit, but I'm going to ask you to elaborate if you can. For what purposes does Bodie perform DNA analysis?
So the purpose of DNA testing is to link or exclude an individual from an item of evidence that may have been used in the commission of a crime. We, again, work with criminal agencies, police agencies, innocent project attorneys, and we also work with some private clients, as well as the government on special contracts.
What are the various forms of testing that Bodie performs in the arena of DNA forensics?
Bodie offers serology screening, which is looking at body fluids, identifying body fluids, as well as hair examinations, STR testing, so autosomal DNA testing, YSTR testing, which is specific to males. We also offer mitoDNA DNA testing, and we also now offer genealogy testing and comparisons.
Are your analysis methods at Bodie accepted and used by other forensic DNA laboratories across the nation?
Yes.
I think you mentioned some of the various testing that Bodie performs. Does that include the short tandem repeater, the STR method that you wouldn't know, but we've heard about in this case? And also, I think you mentioned YSTR?
Yes, so we offer STR testing and YSTR testing at our lab. Only certain analysts are trained in both kits. I'm trained in both, not kits, both methods, but we do offer that type of testing.
Have you ever testified as an expert witness in forensic DNA analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many times, if you can tell us?
About 37 or 38 times.
In what locations have you testified?
Idaho, Iowa now, California, a lot of stuff in California, Texas, Georgia, Florida, Virginia, Maryland, D.C. There's an island off the coast of Asia. I've testified for that. I don't remember the name, sorry.
Wow. Okay. That's all right. It's a lot of places. Can you tell us, do you testify in terms of criminal investigations for both the prosecution and the defense?
Yes. Our testimony is the same regardless of who calls us for testimony, but we are hired specifically sometimes by, of course, a prosecution-type client or a defense client in the case of innocent project.
If you were to provide us an idea, what would you say would be the ratio of cases in which you testify in terms of defense and state?
Probably 70-30, 70 being more for the prosecution, 30% for the defense, but usually defense cases or innocent project type cases don't require that I come to court and testify. Usually the DNA report suffices as getting someone out of jail.
If another person, let's say another DNA lab professional or consultant would want to check your scientific work, in what way could they do that?
Well, we offer a discovery packet, which is a document that contains our full case file as well as our raw electronic data. They would have the ability to look at everything we've done for that case. Every movement with the evidence is documented. Every conclusion is documented. They would also have access to all emails and any client communications regarding the case. So if they did want to review the case, they could do so. Bodie also offers that service where we will receive discovery packets from other agencies to review their data to make sure their data is up to par with what the client is requesting.
Okay, Ms. Nash, so we've asked this of all of our DNA experts. I'm going to give you a shot at it too here. Should be easy one. What is DNA?
So DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the building block that makes you unique, allows the body to function. It's the code for everything. You get half of that from your mother, half of that from your father.
Okay. Is DNA the same between human beings?
About 99% of it is the same, but there's the 1% that makes you as an individual unique.
Is it that 1% area then that's normally the focus of the type of testing that you do?
Yes, so the locations that we're specifically looking at would be unique to you unless you have an identical twin.
And is the DNA in all parts of your body the same?
Yes, so if we obtain a DNA profile from your hair, it would be the same in your saliva, in your blood, in your fingernail, from your touch swabs. The only instance that I've come across where it's been different is if you've had a bone marrow transplant, because now you're generating blood from a different individual.
Your Honor, may I encourage the witness to get a little closer to the microphone, please?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, thank you. So when you're doing your DNA forensic testing, how do you get a DNA profile?
Well, we usually generate a DNA profile following the DNA workflow. It starts with sampling from an item of evidence, extracting DNA from that item of evidence, quantitating, which is the estimation of how much DNA was on that item. We then amplify that sample at the locations, that 1% that we talked about. And then we visualize that on our instrumentation, at which point I would analyze that data and make comparisons to a reference sample that has undergone the same process.
How much biological material do you need to generate a DNA profile?
Well, for a complete profile, we like to have at least 20 cells, which translates to 6 to 20 picograms of DNA will give us a full profile.
And what are chromosomes then?
So chromosomes are just packages of DNA. You have 23 pairs. Again, half of that from your mother, half of that from your father.
All right, we can talk a little bit about a new term that we've heard, I think, in this courtroom now, and that's the Y-STR testing. So is that Y-STR? Is that how you guys spell it?
Yes.
Okay. And in order to explain that to us, and go through some of the foundations of that. So we've heard of the fact that there's X and Y chromosomes. Can you explain, first of all, how those are inherited?
Sure. So those are the sex chromosomes. XX will refer to a biological female, and XY is a biological male. Females can only pass on an X, and males can pass on either an X or a Y. So individual sperm will only carry an X or a Y. Again, that combines and you have a person, which results either in a male child if XY or XX if the sperm cell that's donated is carrying an X chromosome.
Can you apply the conventional method of STR testing, the short tandem repeat that we've heard about, to testing of the Y chromosome?
Yes, we use the exact same molecular biology techniques to develop that profile, a YSTR profile. The only thing different is that we're looking at a different location. So we're specifically targeting the Y chromosome. So only Y male DNA will amplify in that test.
And is that what separates YSTR testing from STR testing?
Yes. So STR testing is much more discriminatory. It's a unique testing. YSTR testing is specific to males only and their paternal line.
So specific to males only in their paternal line?
Yes.
In what circumstances then, as a DNA analyst assigned to the cases that come in front of you, would you use YSTR testing instead of conventional STR testing?
So we will use YSTR testing, one, if it's requested, if that's the requested type of testing. Two, if it's a sexual assault type case in which we know there'll be clouded human DNA, so clouded female DNA with a small percentage of male. It helps us target the male DNA only, because if we did traditional STR testing, we would likely only obtain the female victim's profile.
Can the same reasoning be used for using YSTR analysis? Can that be applied in cases where there's a mixture of DNA and the male donor is the major donor to the mixture?
Yes. So we can, if we have a YSTR mixture, meaning there's at least more than one male present in that, if we have a major component that we can deduce from that profile, we can then use that for comparisons as well.
Are YSTR testing procedures generally accepted as valid procedures by the scientific community?
Yes. As a matter of fact, the FBI and the Armed Forces DNA Lab have been using it for more than 10 years.
Do the techniques and procedures used in YSTR testing produce accurate and reliable results?
Yes.
So if two samples share the same YSTR profile, what is the significance of that match?
Well, the statistic that we use for calculating such a match is called the counting method, at which point we would search our accredited mandated SOP database, where we're looking at a small fraction of males in the United States, and we see if we can find that profile in that database. If we can't, or if we can, we develop a statistic based off that match with a 95% confidence interval.
Is this a generally accepted way to present the relative rarity of a profile in the population?
Yes, for YSTRs, this is the method we use.
And has YSTR analysis been admitted in other court proceedings in the United States?
Yes.
And for the record, does YSTR analysis differ from STR analysis in that you can't really compare the results with each other?
Correct. So if I've developed an STR profile and a YSTR profile, those two cannot be compared because we're testing totally different locations.
So, for example, if in this case there was a previous STR profile developed by one of the analysts, that shouldn't be used to compare to a YSTR profile developed.
Correct.
Is that kind of like apples to oranges?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, so did your laboratory, Bodie Laboratory, receive evidence from the Cedar Rapids Police Department and the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigations Laboratory regarding the investigation of a cold case homicide involving an extract from blood scrapings taken from a gear in a known buccal swab of an individual by the name of Jerry Lynn Burns?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Start by just going over a couple of business forms here from Bodie. Hey, Ms. Nash, here you go. I'll take the CD from you there, and I'll trade you for that.
All right.
So 17P, can you tell us what that is?
This is a copy of the inventory for this particular case. So it's the documentation of when we receive items of evidence and what we do with them when we take it into the lab initially. So our first time opening the envelope, what we see, and what it's labeled as, and any item numbers. Item numbers.
And is this a record kept in the regular course of business activity to document the chain of custody of items, among other things that you receive in the laboratory?
Yes, so we do have separate chain of custody documents. This inventory does document who had the evidence at the time and what they did during their initial examination of those items.
Okay. Move to enter into evidence 17P, Your Honor.
Mr. Spies, have you had an opportunity to review 17P?
I have, Your Honor, and we have no objection.
17P will be received and made part of the record. P as in Paul, is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
P as in Paul. Thank you.
And can we publish that, Your Honor?
You may.
So just so we know, while this comes up here, and when we're referring to items later in the report that you developed as a result of this, do you assign a Bodie item number to the items that come into your laboratory?
Yes, so when evidence is initially arrived at our agency, we assign it a unique case number. Once the evidence is taken into the lab and we're deciding what needs to be processed, each item that's being processed is given a unique item number.
Okay. You witness Nash, can you hand me that? There. And so is this the case number here then that this was assigned by Bodie?
Yes, CCA 1961-0082.
And does this here indicate then the items that were received for your analysis?
Yes,
So the same number appears here on the first item with a hyphen or dash. E, is that 01?
yes, EO1 refers to evidence item 1.
And when that arrived, did it have a designation, looks like an I in front of it?
I.1.3, gear shift extract.
Described as a gear shift extract.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next item underneath that, same case number, hyphen R02.
R02, that refers to a reference. So evidence items get E numbers, references get R numbers, and it's just in sequential order as we have those items of evidence.
And so does this indicate then that you received an item described as the buccal swab from a Jerry Lynn Burns?
Yes.
We can scroll down on that just momentarily here, and this is what you're talking about as far as the description of the items as they came in and documenting the time and such on the right of when the descriptions were noted and the items came in.
Yes.
May I approach witness again, Your Honor?
You may.
I'll trade you again. I'll give you a 17Q.
17Q. Okay.
Quiet. And ask you if you recognize that document.
Yes, this is the initial chain of custody that we generated once we received the item of evidence and assigned it a unique case number. We document where that evidence came from, the tracking numbers, what common carriers such as FedEx or UPS or USPS delivered those items, and we have documentation of who checks it in and out of our evidence section.
And is this a record that's kept in the regular course of business activity with Bodie Technology?
Yes.
Move to enter state 17Q, Your Honor.
Without objection.
17Q will be received and made part of the record.
Scroll down for that. And if we could publish that, Your Honor?
You may.
Yeah. And does 17Q document the arrival of the item that we previously noted and described as the gear shift?
Yes, along with other DNA extracts.
Okay. And after its arrival then at Bodie Labs, it was the items then secured for further analysis?
Yes.
All right. May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
You may.
Trade you one more time here. Well, not one more time. Second to last time. This is 17S here, and do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the chain of custody generated for the second submission of evidence in this case.
And as previously noted, is that the chain of custody form documenting the arrival of the known buccal swabs of Jerry Lynn Burns?
Yes.
Okay. Is this also a document kept in the regular course of business activity?
Yes.
Okay. Move to enter States 17S.
Again, without objection.
Okay. 17S will also be received and made part of the record.
And yeah, if we could just put that up really quick.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And maybe you can tell us then, Ms. Nash, when that second item, the buccal swabs, arrived. Let's scroll up there.
So these items, this item of evidence was received June 4th, 2019.
Okay. And does this document then the chain of custody, the evidence until the time that it was sent back?
Yes.
Okay. And I think on the bottom we have one last date there. November of 19, November 12th.
Yes, so this is when we're finished with testing. We notify the client, or the client notifies us that they would like the evidence back. At that point, we package the evidence and draw down any extracts and return them to the submitting agency.
Okay. May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
You may.
And the witness would have marked as State's Exhibit number 12. I'll have a few questions about that. First of all, what is this document? How would you describe it?
This is the final report I authored dated July 10th, 2019, detailing my results and conclusions for the testing in this case.
And was this the report that you completed based upon the request of the Cedar Rapids Police Department and the Iowa DCI lab to examine an extract from a gear shift selector in order to develop a profile from it and compare it to a profile developed from the known buccal swab of Jerry Lynn Burns?
Yes.
And was this document made at or near the time you conducted your analysis of those items?
Yes.
And is this also a record kept in the regular course of business activity?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a fair and accurate copy of that report?
Yes, this is the complete report.
And do you believe this report would be helpful in explaining and helping explain the testimony regarding the results of your analysis?
Yes.
Before we get to that, can you explain the process you used to test these items? I think you gave us a kind of a general description, but maybe just refresh us on that.
Sure. So the general workflow is, again, from sampling. We receive the item of evidence. We take it into the lab. We take a small portion of it. We sample that item, add chemicals to it during our extraction process to help release DNA that may be present on the item. We then quantify. Again, that's the estimation of DNA on that item. This allows us to appropriately target in our tests. We then amplify. So this means to make copies of the DNA locations that we're interested in. For this specific case, we're interested in locations on the Y chromosome. Then we separate and visualize. This generates an EPG or electropherogram that I look at and verify that all the peaks are actual alleles and remove any artifacts. For this particular case, because the gear shift agency description, that item that actually arrived was an extract, a DNA extract. So we skip the sampling and the extraction and the quantitation part of our tests, and we go straight to amplification. There's no need to redo those things if a previous lab has done them. We take it from that point forward, along with the reagent blanks, which are controls used during that initial testing.
As a result of that process, you then generate the results that you came up with in your report.
Correct.
Move to enter State's Exhibit number 12.
Without objection.
12 will be received and made part of the record.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, so we'll just go down the report here so you can explain your findings from us. First, looks like you indicated, at least replicated from the inventory form, the items that you received. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. and you put designations, again, to the gear shift extract of the Bodie case number with a hyphen E01 at the end of it?
Yes.
And was there anything done with either of the other two samples there, the Regent blank?
Those are reagent blanks, so those were received with the item of evidence. They would have been documented in the case notes section of the inventory, so the little paragraph that we skipped over a bit. These are processed along with the extract. So from start to finish, accredited labs use a control throughout their processing to make sure their reagents they're using aren't contaminated or have any issues. That's what we call a reagent blank. We initiate our own controls, our own positive and negative controls. Since this case was a DNA extract, it came with its own reagent blanks. So we have to continue that processing to make sure any results we obtain are accurate and of quality. So both reagent blanks that came with that case were also processed. And that's what the RB stands for, reagent blank.
Okay, right. And then down farther there, you indicate, as you said, from the chain of custody forms on June 4th of 2019, you received the buccal swab from Jerry Lynn Burns.
Yes.
Okay. And getting to the results, conclusions, and statistics here, the process that you documented, was that the same process you just described for us here?
Yes.
And under number 1, you indicated a Y-STR profile was obtained from the sample described as Jerry Lynn Burns, or the buccal swabs of Jerry Lynn Burns.
Yes, so that profile was used for comparisons to the evidence profile that we developed.
So you developed your own profile from the buccal swabs. You didn't use any previous laboratories profile?
Correct.
Okay.
So that would have arrived as a swab. So we would have went through that whole DNA workflow from sampling to separation and visualization. Again, the DNA extract went from just a portion of that workflow.
And further on down here, you indicated a partial Y-STR profile was obtained from the sample that's described above as the gear shift extract. Can you tell us about that finding?
Yes. So a partial profile just means it wasn't a full profile. For this test on the Y chromosome, we're looking at 23 locations. A full profile was developed from the reference sample. From the evidence extract, only a partial profile, so not all 23. I believe it was 13 locations out of the 23 were developed. But because it was a single source profile, meaning coming from one individual, not multiple males, we're able to make comparisons even though it's partial.
And so I was going to ask you about that. Then when you evaluated this sample and did the testing out, you only found one single source?
Correct.
So you were confident you were dealing with just one strand of DNA from one individual?
From one contributor, yes.
And then your finding indicates the individual associated with Jerry Lynn Burns, so that's from the known buccal of Burns, is that right?
Yes.
Cannot be excluded as a possible contributor of the partial Y-STR profile. Can you explain that finding?
Cannot be excluded means this person is included as a match to this profile.
What would you need to be able to exclude somebody?
We would need a mismatch in our allele table. So if you want to scroll to page 3
Yes,
of the
please.
report.
Yeah.
So this is an allele table. It's a summation of all the DNA testing I've completed and the analysis. It results in the 23 locations that we tested, which are listed here, the DYS locations. These are different locations on the Y chromosome. This first column is sample E01, and the second column is the reference for Jerry Lynn Burns. We then make our comparisons. Again, this is a summation. I actually look at the raw data and the electropherograms, but this is a quick comparison so that it's easier for juries and attorneys to understand.
Thank you.
So as you can see, we can go locus by locus. DYS 576 is that very first one. And we'll see that. So these are different locations. These are the 23 locations we tested. In the evidence sample, we obtained a 17. In Barnes' profile, we had also obtained a 17. And at all the locations that we looked at where we developed DNA, they matched to what we have from Barnes' reference sample.
I think you mean Burns, right?
Burns,
Okay.
yes,
That's okay.
Burns.
Right.
In order to exclude someone, which is usually our first go, it's our first goal to see if there is any mismatches, there would have to be at least 2 numbers missing, mismatched from this person's profile.
So all you'd need is one allele not to match?
Correct. Well, two locations.
2 locations.
Yeah. Only because we allow for mutations.
Okay, all right. But you didn't find any evidence of there being any lack of a match at any of the...
Correct. All those alleles correspond to the alleles we see in Burns's profile.
I think we'll go to page 2 then. Is that where the calculations are? Okay,
Yes.
great. So that's my next question then here. You've got the information, you developed the profile from the gear shift extract, or what was described as such, and then the profile from the buccal swab of Mr. Burns here. What do you do with this information in order to generate a random match probability calculation?
So this is referred to as the counting method. Random match probability is what is usually reported for STR statistics.
Thank you for clarifying that.
No
Okay.
problem. Those numbers are usually much higher and what people are used to hearing on TV, 1 in quintillion, 1 in sextillion. With YSTRs, we won't see statistics like that because of the paternal inheritance of the Y chromosome. We know it exists in more than one individual because you had to obtain it from someone else. So father to son to grandson, so on, any paternal cousins, uncles, all male relatives would have the same YSTR profile, barring any type of mutation. So the counting method is used here. So it gives a statistic that doesn't look as nice as a STR statistic, but it is significant for YSTRs.
And when you say there would be more than one individual that would have this profile, and you talked about the line, and would that be in the same ancestral line?
Yes, that would be in the same paternal line. So grandson, grandfather, father, son, grandson, all those male individuals, if they're all of the same paternal line, would have that same YSTR profile.
So do you then take that profile that you developed and use the information that's on this report to come up with some calculations?
Yes, so we have a database that we search. It's referred to the US YSTR database. It's a subset of male individuals in the database to represent the United States as a whole. And obviously, it doesn't contain everyone in that database, but that's why we apply a confidence interval to our statistic. So looking at the statistic, we have different database groups that we search through. So African American, Asian, Caucasian, Hispanic, and Native American. And then we give a total for the combined populations within this US YSTR database. So in the African American database, we did not see this partial profile at all in the about 1,300 individuals. In the Asian database, we didn't see the profile at all in 650 individuals. In the Caucasian database, we didn't see this profile at all in about 1,400 individuals. Hispanic database, again, we didn't see the profile at all in 961 individuals. And in the Native American database, we didn't see this profile at all in 882 individuals. So that gives us a total for combined populations of 0 and 5,305 that we didn't see this profile. We then apply a confidence interval to this statistic, which basically translates into me saying that we are 95% confident that we would expect only one individual in about 1,700 male individuals to have this YSTR profile.
So is that your overall finding then, with consideration to all the databases mentioned here, that you'd only expect to see one profile on 1,773 that would be similar to what you developed?
Yes, that would be an exact match to the partial profile. So if I had a room of 1,700 male individuals, I would expect to see this YSTR profile once.
What does that decimal point number refer to that's underneath it?
So that's our profile frequency. It's just the mathematical conversion of the 1 in 1,700. So this is 0.0564% of U.S. males would have this YSTR profile, this partial YSTR profile.
So you're including less than, well, not quite 0%, but 0.0564% could potentially be included as having this partial profile.
Correct, 0.00564%.
And then in regards to the number of individuals or the percentage of individuals that would be excluded from having this partial profile, can you give us that figure?
Yes, so that would just be 100 minus the 0.0564, and that's about 99.94% of male individuals, U.S. male individuals would be excluded from this partial profile.
And for a YSTR profile, based upon your experience in identifying, in developing and comparing YSTR profiles, is this a significant number?
Yes, this number is expected with the partial profile that we have using YSTRs.
So with the partial profile that you developed, this is a number that you would expect to see?
Yes. There are instances when we have a database search that results in us seeing a profile. So this would change the frequency. So the number of observations, instead of 0, we would have seen it once or twice, or 3 times here, 5 times there, and it would change our total frequency. For this particular profile, we did not see this profile at all in the database.
And these numbers, are they intended then based upon your practices at the laboratory, your accreditation and such, to then be extrapolated to the population as a whole?
Yes, so we have to, since we can't test everyone, we have to use a database of a certain size to make sure that we can extrapolate. That's why our statistic has a 95% confidence interval on it. So we're 95% confident that we would expect to see this partial profile out of one time in about 1,700 males.
That's all I have for now, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Nash, you've told us that the partial profile that you obtained from the analysis of the specimen obtained from the buccal swab from Jerry Lynn Burns, you determined that that partial profile was, I'm sorry, the partial profile that you developed was from examination of the gear shift extract, right?
Correct.
And-
Gear shift extract was the item we received. We did not receive any gear shift swabs.
You did not obtain the gear shift swab.
Correct.
So the extract that you examined was, did you re-examine that extract?
During our testing, yes.
Okay. And the partial profile that you obtained from that extract, you described as coming from a sole male contributor. Is that accurate?
Was described as the YSTR profile being from one individual. It's possible that it's a mixture in an autosomal test, like a traditional STR test. But since we're using YSTRs, it would only target the male. So I would only ever see males in this profile, regardless if it was a mixture of male and female previously.
And I think you just answered my next question. In determining that profile, you didn't look at the female contributor to that mixture.
Correct. This test is specific to males.
And because you didn't look at the female contributor, you couldn't tell whether the male contribution to that mixture was a major or a minor contribution?
Correct.
Likewise, as we've heard other testimony in this trial, you're not able to tell from the testing that you did whether the biologic source of that male chromosome came from blood, from sweat, from mucus, from semen, or any other biologic material.
No, not with the testing we completed. We would not be able to identify body fluids at this point.
And while we're on the subject of statistics, which fascinates me, we've heard a lot in polling data about margins of error. Is the confidence level or the confidence factor that you've talked about, is that similar to a margin of error?
Not exactly. It's a conservativeness in our statistic. So it allows for 2.5% on each end of the bell curve. If you're into statistics, you know what I'm talking about. On the side of the bell curve.
Yeah.
Okay. We refer to it again as a confidence interval. So it encompasses the majority of my bell curve. So I'm confident, I'm 95% confident in this statistic.
Just you're talking about it makes my heart race.
Okay.
I got a D in statistics. So, so once again, the database on which you drew the statistic 1 in 1,773, is that a private database on which you drew?
No, that's a publicly available database that is used by forensic DNA labs that are doing YSTR testing. We have, that database has been merged with a larger database referred to as YHRD, that's YHRD database. But it still looks at just the U.S. YSTR population. So the statistic would be fairly similar.
I don't know if your, the exhibits that you've been shown this afternoon reveal it or not. Are you able to tell the amount of DNA that you were able to extract or that was extracted from the gear shift extract?
No, because that item arrived already extracted and quantified.
Okay. Thank you. All the
Yes.
questions I have for you.
Okay.
Redirect, Mr. Maybanks.
Ms. Nash, since you're targeting males by doing this process, then after the testing was done, were you confident that you only found the existence of one male contributor?
Correct. There's single source, no evidence of additional male contributors in this particular sample.
Okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
Anything further for Ms. Nash?
No, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. You may step down. State may call its next witness. Yes. Preparation for the next witness. We need to rearrange furniture a bit. So we will be in recess for about 15 minutes. Thank
All right, Chad, I'm just going to do a quick little recap here. So let's just see. I just want to say thank you to Groovy Cheryl and Mandy Strong for giving some cups of coffee. Really appreciate it, you guys. So Christina Nash was the 31st witness for the state. She's a senior DNA analyst at Bodie Labs. She talked a lot of technical speak, and it was fascinating, but it was basically just narrowing the noose on Jerry, basically. That was my final takeaway. And then actually the defense, he was funny. She says, you know about bell curves? And she's like, you know what I'm talking about? And he's like, just you talking about it makes my heart race. I got a D in statistics. So I thought that was kind of funny. So to me, it was just a lot of tech speak. a lot of it went over my head, but a lot of it was really dry, and it wasn't boring, but it was just reaffirming that Jerry's our guy. I think Song Chef, you asked, what's our opinion? DNA does not lie. So I think they got Jerry dead to rights, as they say. All right, so we're going to move on to, this is the last of day 5, and Judge Fay said they had to rearrange some furniture. So what is this about? Let's see what rearranging some furniture, what does that mean? All right. Let's check it out.
The record should...
Okay, see you on the other side of this break.
The record should show that parties and counsel have returned to the courtroom. The jury is also here. We are ready to hear from the state's next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Michael Allison.
You're headed across to the witness chair. Mind the step. Please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
There are just a couple of rules when we come into the courtroom. It's important that you allow the attorneys to finish any question before you start your answer. That's because each word that's being spoken in the courtroom is being taken down by Ms. Thomason, the court reporter. So it's important we not interrupt one another. I'm going to ask the attorneys to give you the same courtesy to not ask the next question before you finished your answer.
Okay.
All right?
Yes, ma'am.
There's also a microphone in front of you. Please make use of that so that we can all hear your testimony. Last but not least, please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
It's Michael James Allison, MICHAEL-ALLISON.
Thank you. You may proceed with your examination, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you. Mr. Allison, you can go this microphone. Talk into that for us.
Okay, yes, sir.
How old of a man are you?
I'm 53 years old, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Allison came to the courtroom today wearing a little bit different clothing than the people that we have been seeing. So do you have some pending criminal charges?
Right now, I'm in Lynn County.
Okay.
And I have some pending.
All right. And we're going to respect your rights and not ask you about those charges because those are still pending, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But I want you to tell us a little bit about yourself and your background.
I'm 53 years old. Went to Oklahoma State University and did some student teaching in Omaha, Nebraska, and moved to San Diego, California when I went to Iraq for 2 years in 1990 to 1992. And when I came back from Iraq, I lived in San Diego and had a couple problems with marijuana. Had 2 charges. And that's pretty much the history right there.
Okay. And so you said you went to Iraq. Were you a member of the armed forces?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What branch?
In the Navy.
And how long were you in the Navy?
4 years.
Obviously, from what you're telling us, you are on active duty then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were ordered to serve overseas?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many years were you in Iraq?
I was 2 years.
Okay. Tell us about that.
Well, I actually joined the service just to go to the war, actually. That's why I joined. And I went to boot camp in San Diego and went directly to Iraq, and then came back for 2 years in San Diego.
And so you get...
May we encourage the witness to pull the microphone closer?
Yes, sir.
Yep. Feel free to speak right into that,
Okay.
if you would, Michael. So you got back from Iraq, and you were living in San Diego circa 1992, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What'd you do with your life then?
I worked a couple different jobs. I was doing the student teaching for a while, but I didn't really feel like that was for me, so I got into some sales. I worked with Sears in installations, and I opened a swimming pool business in San Diego. And I bought a house in 2001 in San Diego, and I got married in 1997. I have 2 kids. And my ex-wife, she's Mexican-American. She just passed away 4 months ago from a stroke.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
When you lived in, so you have 2 children.
Yes, sir.
How old are your kids?
My boy Michael is 23. He graduated from Arizona State University, and he was working in Hong Kong, and he came back because of the accident with my ex-wife, and I have a daughter who's 17.
And where are they?
Right now, they're in Arizona.
So, given your circumstances, you haven't had a chance to see him much then?
No, not with what has been going on, no. No, sir.
Well, Michael, your story doesn't sound much different than some other people, so can you tell us what happened as far as, you mentioned something about marijuana. Did you find yourself in some trouble?
Yeah, I had when I came back from the war, I ended up having a substance abuse problem, and that kind of led to some bad decisions. Being in San Diego, it's real common for someone who has a drug problem to drive a car across the border, or a lot of other little things that you can do to support your habit, and that's kind of what I did.
What kind of drugs were you using?
I was using cocaine and marijuana.
Yeah, and as a result of that activity and becoming involved in drug use, did you pick up a criminal history?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you have some convictions for importation of marijuana?
Yeah, I have 2 convictions for importation of marijuana. One is approximately 25 years ago, and another one is probably 16 years ago. Both same circumstances.
What did you do?
I was given the keys to a car in Tijuana, Mexico, and told to drive it across the border for $2,000.
They had drugs in it?
Yeah.
Did you serve some time in prison for that?
Yes, sir, I did.
Were those convictions for importation of marijuana, then, do you remember the date, the year?
One was, I think it was approximately 96, and another one was 2005, right in that area.
And in between those convictions is when you bought the house and had the family and stuff like that?
Yeah, I was working. I was trying to keep things under control, and I was kind of a upside, up and down deal.
Okay. It's our understanding, too, that you recently spent some time in another prison?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I was in a Mexican prison for 8 years, and that's when I was brought over here in March after serving 8 years in a Mexican prison. I was apprehended with a small amount of drugs and a false identification in Tijuana. And they gave me 8 years, and I served all 8 years of it there in Mexico. And when they brought me across the border in March, that's why I'm here today in Lynn County, because the charge that I'm facing now is from 2009.
And so is that why you say Lynn County, does that mean you're in the Lynn County Jail? That's where you're being held?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that charge is from 2009, and I don't want you to say anything else about it because we want to respect your rights, but that was the year of the accusation?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember, Mr. Allison, approximately when you first arrived at the Lynn County Correctional Center?
Yes, I do. It was September 20th of 2019.
Do you know the defendant in this case, Jerry Lynn Burns?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know him?
I know him from living in the same unit with him.
Did you get to know Mr. Burns from being in the Lynn County Jail with him?
Yes, I did. Jerry and I probably spoke to each other more than we spoke to anybody else in the unit.
When do you think you began speaking with Mr. Burns?
Probably about 2 weeks after I got there. We're both kind of quiet as far as that goes, and we ended up becoming close after that.
So after those first couple weeks, what happened? that the two of you began talking, did Mr. Burns say something to you or approach you? Or?
Yeah, he came up to me and told me that I was probably one of the most normal people he has seen come through there, and we just started talking after that.
Under what circumstances did you and the defendant speak to each other? How did you spend your time?
We spent a lot of time playing a game called Pinochle. It's a one-on-one game or two-on-two, but we played one-on-one. It was kind of a quiet time. We could actually talk.
While the two of you played Pinochle together, would you talk about each other's lives and matters like that?
Yes, we would. Yes, sir.
Now, it's our understanding that people who are being housed in the Lynn County Jail pending trial, they have paperwork with them from their legal proceedings? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some people do.
Okay. And in federal court, is that a thing?
In federal court, we don't have any paperwork, but there's some paperwork up there.
And did some of the state court inmates have some paperwork with them?
Yeah, I don't think they have the same rules that the federal abides by, but I think that they're allowed to have it.
At any point in time during your stay with Mr. Burns, did you look at his legal paperwork and police reports or documents or anything like that?
No, never.
Okay.
Never.
Now, getting back for a moment, Mr. Allison, about your life and some of the things we talked about here today and your criminal history, an interesting one that led you to being in Mexican prison. It's fair to say you have some regrets about some of the choices you've made?
Absolutely. A lot of them.
Is that something that you ever spoke to the defendant about having regrets?
Yeah, I spoke to him quite a bit about being regretful for getting into the problems I had with substance abuse problems and feeling like that led me to most of my problems.
And when you talked to the defendant about substance abuse and his problems, what, if anything, did the defendant say to you in response to you talking about your regrets?
He said he couldn't really understand about being a drug addict because he never was, but he wished he had listened to his dad and cleaned up after himself, which I thought was kind of strange. I didn't really understand what he was saying at the time.
I'll object to the characterization of strange, Your Honor. It's improper subject of opinion testimony, and ask that my objection precede the witness's answer and move to strike the answer.
Any response to the objection, Mr. Maybanks?
Yes, Your Honor. I think Mr. Allison's just explaining his impression and response given the context of the conversation and how he construed it as a normal person would.
Members of the jury, I am instructing you to take that as just a personal observation made by this witness. Nothing more, nothing less, just his personal observation of a conversation that he claims to have had. You may ask your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, in regards to this conversation about regrets, Mr. Burns indicated to you that he wished he would have cleaned up after himself? Is that...
Yes, sir.
With respect to the time period of Mr. Burns' offense and on this same comment that he made, did Mr. Burns ever indicate anything to you about circumstances of the crime back in the day and his thoughts about it?
Yeah, that was in the same conversation, actually, and he said at that time, I think it was 79, he said, or in that area, that no one was thinking about a DNA as far as it being a possibility.
Did you ever ask the defendant directly if he committed the crime with which he's charged?
Yes, I did. I asked him directly I asked him, Jerry, did you do the crime? And he said, I can't talk about this.
Did he ever suggest to you during your conversations with him that he didn't do it?
No, never.
You mentioned that you and the defendant would frequently play Mr. Burns that would play pinochle together. Do you recall a time, and this would be approximately within the last month or since the beginning of the year or so, when you were playing pinochle with Mr. Burns and you kept beating him?
Yeah, I remember that well because he had told me if I keep beating him in pinochle, he was going to have to take me to the mall.
Mr. Allison, have you heard Mr. Burns make that comment to other people or in your presence?
No, sir.
And do you recall an incident within the last month or so when Mr. Burns came back from court and told you about an encounter that he had with investigator Denlinger, or with a police officer in the hallway?
Yeah, he said it was when he was leaving the courtroom, and I think it was his last court day. He said that I can't remember if it was a detective or if it was a police officer. He said that they had somewhat of a stare down, and he told me that sometimes he called me son, and he said, son, he said, they might have me, but I don't have to bow my head to them. And they kind of stared at each other.
While you were staying with Mr. Burns, while you guys were in the same cell block, did his case ever come up in the newspaper?
Yeah, it was in the newspaper.
Yeah, I want to take you specifically to a Saturday in January the 11th of this year, 2020, in the morning. Do you recall an incident where the defendant's picture had appeared in the newspaper and you had an interaction with him about it?
Yes, I do.
Did you have that newspaper in your possession when that interaction took place?
Yeah, it was on the table with us.
And did you have a conversation with him about his picture being in the newspaper?
Yes, I did.
And Mr. Allison, did you make a request, in jest or not, for Mr. Burns to autograph or sign that newspaper for you?
Yes, I did.
You just mentioned a little bit ago that at times Mr. Burns would call you son.
Yes, sir.
How did that happen? Is that just something he just started to refer to you as?
Yeah, it was kind of, we just kind of had that interaction going. Sometimes I'd even call him Dad, but we just kind of did that sometimes.
Okay. May I approach witness, Your Honor?
You may.
The handy witness, what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 16C1. Mr. Allison, I ask you if you recognize this photograph in this picture.
Yes, sir, I do.
And is this the same photograph that you saw in the newspaper that you were reading or had in your possession that you handed to Mr. Burns to sign or autograph?
Yes, it is.
And does this contain the writing on that picture that Mr. Burns wrote on and left it for you, or?
Yes, it
upon
is.
request?
Yes, it is.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of the picture and the writing and the signature from Mr. Burns as you observed him do?
Yes, sir, it is.
Move to admit State 16C1, Your Honor.
Mr. Spies, have you had an opportunity to inspect what's been proposed as 16C1?
I have, Your Honor, subject only to the motion made prior to trial. I have no objection.
The court will receive States 16C1 and make it part of the record.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Allison, the photograph's going to come up right above you on that TV there. Mr. Allison, this is the exhibit that's just been received as 16C1. Is this the photograph that appeared in the morning newspaper in Cedar Rapids with Mr. Burns depicted in it?
Yes, it is, sir.
And is this the note that he wrote to you and his signature that he signed in your presence?
Yes, it is.
And what does that say?
It says, "To my favorite son, Michael, Jerry Burns."
Thank you. Go ahead and take that down. You recall in the unit situation or time when Mr. Burns acted out in a surprising fashion to you?
Yeah, there was a couple instances.
Excuse me, I think I called for a yes or no answer, and I asked the witness to restrict his answer to that.
All right, yes, I do.
And do you recall, and what situation do you recall where Mr. Burns acted out in a manner that surprised you in the cell or alarmed you?
Your Honor, I object to this as irrelevant, and any relevance is exceeded by its undue likelihood of injecting prejudice into this trial under Rule 5403. I object.
Counsel approach, please.
More than one.
The objection is overruled, and Mr. Allison may answer the question.
There was an incident in there where, more than one time, where the person that sleeps above Jerry, he snores a little bit, and he caught us all off guard, where he grabbed the bunk and almost pulled the bunk halfway down. He almost fell out of the bed, and we were all just kind of in shock at the outburst.
Mr. Allison, has Mr. Burns discussed with you his feelings regarding the potential outcome of his trial, or something he told to you about no matter what happens, what his feelings would be?
Yeah, he feels like no matter what happens in this case, that he wins because he had the opportunity to be out there with his family all these years.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Allison, you've obviously alluded to the fact that you had access to newspapers in the unit in which you and Mr. Burns were housed, right?
Yes, sir.
Would you get them on a daily basis?
Yes, sir.
So the news coverage surrounding Mr. Burns's prosecution you were able to read as soon as you got into the unit in September of last year?
Yes, sir.
And you read it?
Of course.
Did you consider Mr. Burns something of a father figure?
I thought he was pretty calm guy when I met him. I mean, when we first met.
Sure. So, Mr. Allison, you've described for the men and women of the jury and for us something of your criminal background, and you talked about the difficulties that you had, I take it, after you got back from the service?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you also got into sales?
Yes, sir.
You got into sales in a big way, didn't you? And by that I mean you got into selling drugs.
Well, I drove drugs across the border. That's what happened. Yes, sir.
You were trafficking in drugs?
Importation of marijuana, yes, sir.
Right. That's trafficking, isn't it?
I don't know. It's called importation.
In addition to that, you were also convicted in 1996 of conspiracy to commit mail fraud.
Yes, sir.
And you went to federal prison for that.
For telemarketing.
And in addition to going to federal prison, you were also placed on supervised release.
Yes, sir.
And we'll talk about that more in just a bit. In 1997, you were convicted of importing marijuana.
Yes, sir.
And you went to federal prison for that.
Yes, sir.
In 2003, you were convicted of bringing illegal aliens into the United States.
Yes, sir.
And you went to federal prison for that.
Yes, sir.
In 2005, you were again convicted of importing marijuana and went to federal prison for that.
Yes, sir.
In 2007, you were convicted of again bringing in illegal aliens from across the border
Yes, sir.
and went to federal prison for that.
Yes, sir.
You're currently indicted in the United States District Court for the Northern District of Iowa in Cedar Rapids with another conspiracy to distribute drugs, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And this time you're charged with conspiracy to distribute methamphetamine.
Yes, sir.
And that's what you're in the Lynn County Jail for now.
Yes, sir.
And the charge against you in that indictment arose from 2009 and 2010?
Yes, sir.
And if I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Showing you Defendant's Exhibit G1, Mr. Allison. Is this the indictment that's pending against you in federal court in Cedar Rapids?
Yes, sir, it is.
And in count 1 of that indictment, you're charged with conspiracy to distribute marijuana, conspiracy to distribute methamphetamine, having previously been convicted of 2 drug trafficking offenses. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so did G1 accurately describe the charges that you're facing in Cedar Rapids now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We offer a G1, Your Honor.
Any objection to G1?
No, Your Honor.
G1 will be received and made part of the record.
And the charge that you're facing in federal court right now, the conviction for that, if you're convicted, you stand to face a mandatory minimum of 15 years in prison
Yes, sir.
and a maximum of life in prison.
Yes, sir.
But that maximum and minimum don't tell the whole story, do they?
I can get 15 is the minimum and 25 is the max.
Life is the maximum, isn't it?
No, it's 25 years, sir.
Okay, so based on your prior experience in federal court, you know that the sentence that you receive, if you're convicted of that, is going to be based on the federal sentencing guidelines.
Yes, sir.
And the federal sentencing guidelines are a system by which judges determine factors that might apply in determining a sentencing range for you.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes, sir.
And to be clear, in the federal system, there is no parole, is there?
It's supervised release.
There is no parole in the federal system.
Oh, no, sir.
So if you get sentenced to prison, you serve that time minus a 13% or so for good time behavior.
Yeah, 15%.
And in addition to serving a prison sentence, after you get out of prison, you're placed on supervised release.
Yes, sir.
And supervised release is a form of supervision by a federal probation officer.
Yes, it is.
If you violate supervised release, you go back to prison.
Yes, sir.
And you violated supervised release before, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
You violated your supervised release in 1997, 1999, 2005, 2008, and 2019, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And you went back to prison.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about these sentencing guidelines, okay? Under the federal system, if you commit a federal crime, there is a cookbook, the federal sentencing guidelines, that establishes a base offense level, and then there are additions or subtractions to that base offense level, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You're very familiar with this, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And in addition, there is a calculation about what your criminal history category is, right?
Yes, sir.
And the criminal history category is a system of points to determine where on a scale you fall on the criminal history score, right?
Yes, sir.
Would looking at a copy of the sentencing table help the jury understand what you've just been talking about?
I imagine so, sir.
Okay, if I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
For demonstrative purposes, we'd like to show the sentencing table. And if we could show this on the screen, please. So what you have there in front of you, Mr. Allison, is the federal sentencing table. This is a chart that's used by the federal courts to determine a sentencing range, right?
Yes, sir.
So across the vertical axis where it says offense level,
Yes, sir.
That's where a base offense level is determined, and then there are additions and subtractions to that base offense level based on all sorts of factors.
Yes, sir.
And across the horizontal axis is the criminal history category, and that's based on the number of offenses you've committed, when you committed them, whether you were on probation or parole at the time, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in your current federal case, you've negotiated a plea agreement with the United States Attorney, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
And that plea agreement is a contract between you and the United States Attorney about how your case might turn out
Yes.
if you plead guilty.
Right. Yes, sir.
And in that plea agreement, not only do you agree to plead guilty to count one of that indictment, but you agreed that there might be a decision about how your sentence would be calculated.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you, Mr. Allison, Defendant's Exhibit H1, and ask you if you'll take a look at H1 for me, please. Can you tell the men and women what H1 is?
H1?
What this exhibit is?
Oh, this is a plea agreement.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's the plea agreement between you and the United States Attorney.
Yes, it is.
And you signed it, your lawyer signed it, the United States Attorney prosecuting you signed it as well.
Yes, sir.
All right. So in that plea agreement, there is a section called stipulation of facts, right?
Okay. Yes, sir.
And the stipulation of facts are the facts that you agreed are true and that you agreed that the court could take into account in deciding your sentence.
Yes, sir.
And in that stipulation of facts, you agreed that, by the way, this agreement calls for you to plead guilty to count one of the indictment.
Yes, sir.
And you admitted that in 1997, as you told us just a moment ago, you were convicted of importing marijuana.
Yes, sir.
And in 2005, you were convicted of importing marijuana.
Yes, sir.
And then you admit that in 2009 and 2010, you conspired to distribute at least 500 grams of methamphetamine.
Yes, sir.
And in the summer of 2007, in California, you conspired with someone to agree to a scheme to import methamphetamine.
On this plea agreement, sir,
Yes.
this actual plea agreement is not actually active right now.
It's not accurate?
No.
Even though you signed it?
No, it's, this has been taken off the board. I'm no longer, I haven't pled guilty to this case.
Yeah, and we're going to get into that, but
Okay.
in signing that agreement, you agreed to those facts, didn't you?
No, but I actually went back in front of the judge, and the deal has been taken off the table.
Sir, each one of those paragraphs you initialed as being true, didn't you?
Yes, sir. But just afterwards, they called me back into court, and we took it off the table because we're going to renegotiate a different deal. I pled guilty in front of a magistrate judge, and the district judge decided that it'd be best if we renegotiate a different deal. So I have not pled guilty to this case yet, no, sir.
You know, I think I understand that, Mr. Allison, but tell me this, when you signed that agreement and initialed each one of the paragraphs in Defendant's Exhibit H1, you agreed that each of those facts were true, didn't you?
Actually, sir, if you can turn it to, okay, yeah, to paragraph on the sentencing provisions, where it says pursuant to Rule 11C1C of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure, the court shall be bound by the terms of this plea agreement, including the sentencing range as determined under the sentencing guidelines. If the court does not agree to be bound, neither party shall be bound by or held to perform the obligations imposed of this agreement. The agreement shall be rendered null and void.
Sir, I understand that, and we're going to talk about that more, but when you initialed each one of those paragraphs in Defendant's Exhibit H1 and signed it, at the time you signed it, you agreed each one of those facts was true, didn't you?
Well, at the time, sir, but at this point, I really can't talk about the plea agreement because I haven't pled guilty to the case.
Sir, that's not my question. My question is, by initialing those paragraphs and signing it, you agreed that those facts were true.
Initially, I did.
We offer H1 if it hasn't been admitted, Your Honor.
Any objection to H1?
Yes, Your Honor, we object on the grounds that this would be in violation of Iowa Rule of Evidence 403. The probative value is outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice in that this is not a current valid plea agreement. There's a prejudice for the jury to consider this not only for the contents that are not active in any kind of plea agreement, but also would, if received into evidence, would be compromise Mr. Allison's constitutional rights, being that these charges are still pending, and given the testimony of Mr. Allison not agreeing that the facts that he initialed in there are valid, only that they were part of a plea agreement at the time, that would lead to a confusion of the issues as well.
Mr. Spies, any response?
Yes, Your Honor, this agreement goes to the bias of the witness. Whether the facts are true or not, it's representations that he made to the court, and it shows his bias, and it also shows his credibility.
The objection will be overruled. The court will receive Defendant's Exhibit H1 and make it part of the record. Given the nature of the exhibit, I believe it has been, I have received it at this point under seal, so I'll give special direction to the jury should they wish to view this, that it is under seal from not only this court, but the United States District Court. So, well, we wouldn't expect you to publish any of the exhibits that you see, but you'll need to take special care with H1. So you'll receive further instruction, but the exhibit will be received and made part of the record.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Allison, if I may approach.
You may.
In consideration of the plea agreement that you attempted to negotiate with the United States Attorney and later had the opportunity to withdraw, which we'll talk about, you had in mind these sentencing guidelines, didn't you?
Oh, well, yeah, everyone on a federal case goes by the federal guidelines.
And in the plea agreement that you reached, there were some preliminary calculations about how your guidelines might work, weren't there?
Yes, sir.
And in federal drug cases, the offense level is driven by the weight of the drugs that a person like you was involved with.
Yes, sir.
And based on the plea agreement, Exhibit H1, there was a preliminary determinant based on the amount of methamphetamine you were conspiring to traffic. Your base offense level was 34.
Yes, sir.
And based on the fact that you had imported methamphetamine from another country, there was a additional level added to that, right?
Objection. I think that's asking the witness to admit some kind of guilt when a case is pending.
If you could rephrase the question, Mr. Spies, it's not clear whether you were talking about previous conduct by the witness or if it was the current conduct that he's charged with.
Sure. I'm referring to Exhibit H1, the plea agreement that we just talked about. Base offense level was decided at 34, and an increase of 2 levels because you imported methamphetamine from another country.
Yes, sir, but what you're not quite getting at, understanding is the reason that the deal was pulled was because they were going to change it from 15 to life to 0 to 20. So the weight came down, they saw the mistake, and that's why they pulled the deal.
All right. But again, in this plea agreement, because you're an habitual offender, a career offender, your base offense level is now at 37.
I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
Well, that's what H1 says, doesn't it?
I'm not sure on this particular deal because this deal's not, you know.
You take a look at paragraph 11C.
Right, but see, these are the things that have changed in the next deal. That's why this isn't.
But in agreeing to it, you understood how those guidelines might affect you, right?
At that time, but my lawyer, Chris Nathan, had caught the mistake, and that's why we pulled it.
Under the agreement that you negotiated, you were looking at a level 37 and an offense level category 6.
Well, actually, if you look at that deal, since we're talking about that deal, it's a Rule 1C.
11C1?
Yeah, it's for 210 months for 17 years.
And we're going to get to that.
Mm-hmm.
So, but otherwise, you were looking at a potential sentence of 360 months to life under this agreement.
No, that agreement is bound to 210 months.
If the judge rejected 210 months, you were looking at 360 to life.
Yeah, she didn't reject the deal.
Well, she you did. Because you attempted to plead guilty before a magistrate judge.
That's what I did, and when I went in front of Judge Reed, she asked me if I wanted to keep the deal, and I told her no, it'd be best not to at that time, because they were going to change the wording on it and change it from 15 to life to 0 to 20. So my lawyer advised me to go ahead and pull the deal.
Okay. You thought you were going to get a deal of 210 months when you originally negotiated that.
Yes, originally I did.
Yeah. And you pleaded guilty on December 4, 2019, before a magistrate judge in Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
Yes, I did.
And then on December 6, Judge Reed rejected it.
No, she asked me if I wanted to keep it, and she said that she would prefer not to have it because she doesn't like to be bound by the courts, but she left it up to me, and I decided to pull it under my lawyer's advice.
So she rescheduled another hearing for you on January 15th, and you appeared and got new counsel on January 15th.
Yes.
So Judge Reed had rejected that plea agreement because she doesn't approve those kinds of plea agreements.
She explained to me that she doesn't like those type of plea agreements, and she told me that I could go ahead and keep it, but she preferred that I not keep that deal.
Well, Mr. Allison, she told you she would not be bound by that plea agreement,
Right,
didn't
she did.
And she told you that she could give you a much more severe sentence than 210 months.
No, she did not tell me that at all.
You knew that, though, didn't you?
Under my lawyer's advice, he told me it'd be best to pull the deal. That's why I would entered that deal. It's a 11C1C for 210 months, and if not, we pull the deal and renegotiate. And that's when they decided to go from 15 to life to 0 to 20.
Do you have a new deal now?
I'm waiting for it. That's why we pulled that deal.
Okay. So knowing that you didn't have a deal on January 15th when you got new counsel, you then informed your lawyer that you had information about Mr. Burns and wanted to speak to the prosecutors.
No, it had nothing to do with it at all.
Well, you informed your lawyer that you had information about Mr. Burns, didn't you?
Well, of course, that's why I had to talk to the prosecutor. Yes, sir.
These prosecuting attorneys?
No.
The United States Attorney?
Yes, sir.
You had a meeting with the United States Attorney?
No, sir.
Well, who did you talk to?
I talked to my lawyer, Chad Freese, I mean.
And then he talked to who?
To an investigator and to the prosecutor.
Here?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Allison, can you tell the men and women of the jury what Section 5K1 of the sentencing guidelines provides?
I'm not sure of the wording on it. You could probably read it to me.
Yeah, 5K1 allows the government to ask for a lesser sentence for you than those guidelines call for it. Isn't that right?
On a federal case, see, yes.
Yeah, if you cooperate with the prosecution or investigation of somebody else.
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the men and women of the jury what Section 3553E of the Federal Criminal Code provides?
No, sir.
Does that allow the prosecutor to ask a judge to sentence you below a mandatory minimum if you cooperate?
Okay. Yes, sir.
You know that, don't you?
No, sir.
Well, in the plea agreement that you've entered into earlier that you've now rejected, it provides that the government was not going to make a motion for your cooperation. Isn't that true?
No, I didn't have a cooperating deal.
Yeah, that's what I said. You had no cooperation agreement.
No, I still don't, sir.
And they weren't going to make a motion for a reduction unless you cooperated and had a cooperation agreement.
I don't know, sir. I've never talked to him about cooperation.
Okay. But you're cooperating here, aren't you?
I'm cooperating right now, but I mean, at that time, I had no cooperation deal, and I had talked to nobody about a cooperation deal.
So you met with Mr. Baybanks and Investigator Denlinger on January 28th to tell them what you believed you knew about Jerry Burns and what you had heard.
Yeah, I had one meeting.
Yeah. We talked a little bit, and you mentioned in conversation with Mr. Maybanks about discovery, and in federal court, they don't let you keep your discovery in the jail, do they?
No, sir.
But in state court, you can.
I imagine so, sir.
And you knew that Mr. Burns had his discovery there in the jail?
I didn't know for sure, no.
In the unit that you and Mr. Burns were in, though, you bunked right next to one another, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Again, if I may approach, Your Honor,
You may.
Q and R. I'm going to show you what's been identified as a Defendant's Exhibit Q1. Can you tell us what that is, please?
Q1. This is where we live. This is where Jerry lives, and this is where I lived.
Okay. And is this an accurate depiction, a screenshot of the video showing the unit in which you and Mr. Burns were located?
Yes, it is.
Are you in that picture?
Yes, sir.
Where are you?
I'm right here, sir.
All right. If we could have that up on the screen, please, if we could publish it, Your Honor. We offer a Q1 into evidence.
Any objection to Q1?
No, Your Honor.
Q1 will be received and made part of the record.
Mr. Allison, using the pointer here, could you show, first of all, where you're located?
Yes, I'm right here.
And can you show us, please, where your bunk and Mr. Burns' bunk are?
Yes, Jerry Burns slept right here, and I slept right here.
Is that Mr. Burns between the bunks?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, that is Jerry.
Showing you now Exhibit R1. Can you tell us what R1 is?
It's the same unit.
Okay, and does this accurately portray the layout of the unit, again, showing the beds that you and Mr. Burns occupied?
Yes, sir.
We offer Exhibit R1.
Any objection to R1?
No objection.
R1 will be received and made part of the record.
If we could publish that as well, Your Honor.
You may.
Again, looking at R1 there, Mr. Allison, could you again point out the bunks where Mr. Burns and you occupied?
Yeah, this is Jerry's bunk, and this is my bunk.
And is that Mr. Burns there bent over between the bunks?
Yes, it is.
And is that where he kept his legal papers back against the wall between the bunks?
I imagine he kept it in his box there, but he kept his commissary there.
So, Mr. Allison, when Mr. Burns had visitors, for example, he visited with his family or visited with his pastor or visited with me, you had access to that discovery material, didn't you?
No, sir. As you can see, that unit is so small that in that setting, nobody touches anything of anybody else's, sir. Nothing.
And were you on the bottom bunk?
Yes, sir.
And was Mr. Burns on the bottom bunk?
Yes, sir.
And that box is right between you?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Allison, are you currently suffering from any emotional or a mental illness?
No, sir.
Have you ever been diagnosed with a mental illness?
No, sir.
Have you ever undergone treatment in a federal prison for a mental illness?
No, sir.
Or been placed in a special housing unit while serving a sentence for smuggling illegal aliens?
A special housing unit?
Yes.
No, sir.
On supervised release, did a federal probation officer or the court order you to obtain a mental health assessment?
Yeah, that's pretty normal in federal supervised release.
And to follow up with any recommended treatment?
Yeah, follow up with any kind of medications or anything people are taking, yeah.
Okay. Did you tell a federal probation officer, Mr. Allison, that you'd never been diagnosed with a mental health disorder in the past?
That I never have been?
Yeah.
I've been diagnosed with some depression issues, but as far as mental health, no.
Did you also tell the federal probation officer that you used this diagnosis as a bargaining chip?
No, sir.
If I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
If I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Allison, in the United States District Court, the Southern District of California, in case number 07-2681, you told the men and women of the jury just a short while ago that your supervision had been revoked for non-compliance or violating your terms of supervised release.
Yes, sir.
Right. And meeting with your probation officer, preparing a violation summary, did you tell your probation officer that you had been placed in a special housing unit to closely monitor your mental health, and that you told your probation officer during the initial supervision interview on August 26, 2008, that you reported to that officer that you had never been diagnosed with any mental health disorder, and that in the past you had used this alleged disorder as a, quote, bargaining chip?
Objection. Can we approach, Your Honor?
You may. Pending, would you please read that back?
Question: in meeting with your probation officer and preparing a violation summary, did you tell your probation officer that you had been placed in a special housing unit to closely monitor your mental health, and that you had told your probation officer during the initial supervision interview on August 26, 2008, that you reported to that officer that you had never been diagnosed with any mental health disorder, and that in the past you had used this alleged disorder as a, quote, bargaining chip?
That's what I said, yes, yes.
Beg your pardon?
That's what I said, yes, sir. But no, I mean, in this, I didn't understand the question, actually. Are you talking about this here, or what I said?
Asking you what you told your probation officer.
Oh, no, my probation officer, as far as that report that I just read there, as far as being in a special housing unit, I know that report now that I see it, and it's not accurate as far as how it reads. I was placed in a special housing unit because I take seizure medication. And as far as using my mental health for a bargaining chip, that was not said. But I've been in a special housing unit for my seizure medication I take daily.
So what your probation officer put in quotes?
Yeah, we actually had an objection with that comment. But as far as the special housing unit, I have been in because of the seizure medication I take.
Well, Mr. Allison, your supervised release was revoked because of these allegations, wasn't it?
Well, no, sir. That my supervised release was revoked because of the time I spent in Mexican prison. That's why it was from 2009.
So, Mr. Allison, are you using Jerry Burns as a bargaining chip to try to get a better sentence in your federal case?
No, sir, not at all.
No other questions, thank you.
Redirect, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Allison, as you sit here today in front of us and this jury, have you received any kind of promise of a plea agreement or a deal to testify?
None at all, sir.
When was it, while you were living with Mr. Burns in the Lynn County Jail, did you decide that you were going to tell your lawyer about what Mr. Burns had been talking about?
I decided to approach my attorney after Mr. Burns made the comment about he was going to have to take me to the mall if I kept winning pinochle. That's when that was it for me.
Why was that the final straw?
It disgusted me.
Do you have a daughter?
Yes, I do.
How old is she?
She's 17.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Additional cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
Not necessary, thank you.
Thank you. You may step down.
Okay.
Counsel, if you'd please approach. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the conclusion of our witnesses for today. We will adjourn early. I remind you once again of the admonition
All right. That was pretty interesting. We knew it was going to get spicy, right? Yeah, whenever you bring in the orange jumpsuit, things are going to get spicy. So, that is the end of day 5, but we're going to do day 6 because day 6 is only 30 minutes. So we're going to get to day 6 because I promised it on my thumbnail, so I'm going to get to it. All right, well let's see. Let's get to where was the last break? Okay, we did all that. Okay, so it is truly okay. So Michael Allison, and before we start this. 45 years ago, on December 19th, 1979, Michelle Martinko lost her life. Today's December 19th, 2024. So, we are going to dedicate this stream to Michelle. So Michael Allison, who was 53 years old, came in to testify, and he was wearing a orange jumpsuit. Wow. Didn't think that would affect me, but it did. Especially seeing her face. All right. He does have pending charges, and the state said they were not going to get into those pending charges, but he is in jail. He was in the Navy, and he went to Iraq for 2 years. He basically joined just to go to the war, and we all know that was after 9/11, so it was probably 2002, 2003 he left. He has 2 kids, and his wife has passed away. He has a substance abuse issue, and he got arrested for importing marijuana, and we'll hear multiple times about that. He spent 8 years in a Mexican prison. He arrived in jail, Lynn County, I think they said, September 20th, 2019, and he started talking to Jerry 2 weeks after that. He lived in the same unit as Jerry, and they played pinochle. And I think, yeah, they talked about the kids. He's got a son and a daughter, which will obviously play into it a little bit later. Jerry said he wished he had listened to his dad and cleaned up after himself. He asked Jerry directly, "Did you do this?" And he said, "I can't talk about this." He said, "If you keep beating me at pinochle, I'll have to take you to the mall." That's pretty, and he said later, that was the final straw. That's why he reached out. He said he looked at me like a son, he looked at me like a son, and there was a photograph and an autograph. Well, he autographed this photograph of, Jerry autographed a photograph of, for Michael. Then there was he talked about this guy snoring, one of their bunkmates, and they showed a picture of, how they bunk, and they are literally like on top of each other. And this guy was snoring, and Jerry got upset, and he pulled the bunk down. So that was this, violent outburst. So then Cross came in, and we knew it would get spicy here. So he said, "You had access to newspapers, and did you read them?" He said, "Yes." He said he did not consider Jerry a father figure. He said, "Did you sell drugs?" He said, "No, just driving across the border." So he's like, "That's trafficking." He's like, "No, I was just driving across Mexico to the United States." He said, "In 1996, you were arrested and convicted for conspiracy to commit mail fraud." He said, "Telemarketing." And then he went through his litany of arrests and prison. So 1997, importing weed. 2003, illegal aliens. 2005, importing weed. 2007, illegal aliens. 2009 and 2010, 500 grams of meth and I think some pot as well. Oh yeah, that was 2009. So for that, conspiracy to distribute 500 grams of meth and pot, and it's funny, I just think of Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, but because he was in Arizona, I guess, or Tijuana, maybe he was in California. He faces 15 years to life, but then he argued, he says, no, it's only 25 years, 15 to 25 years. So anyway, he faces a lot. And this is where defense, to me, kind of got in the weeds. I don't know. They kind of lost it here because he started to talk about the federal sentencing guidelines, no parole. He's violated his supervised release in 97, 99, 2005, 2008, and 2019. He took a plea agreement. They were talking about the stipulation of facts. And I thought Michael was kind of holding his own because he busts out his readers, well, they're not readers, but his glasses, and he says, well, if you go to, page 15, section 5, paragraph 3, he talked about the plea had been taken off the table. He had not pled guilty to those charges. And then they talked about sentencing provisions, and the court shall be bound. This is when he reads from the plea. Thought that was pretty funny. And Judge Reed rejected the plea, but he argues that. Judge Reed is this other, the other judge that's in charge of that. And then here's really truly when I thought Spees got into the weeds. He started questioning him about law. And I get it, he's trying to impeach him, he's trying to make him seem like a not credible witness, but did it really work? Okay, we did a poll. What's the poll? The poll was, okay, do you believe Michael's testimony? 91% of you said you believe it. So let me end that. 36 votes. So 92% of you thought that you believe Michael Allison's testimony. The ex-inmate, if you will. Then they got into mental illness. He's been diagnosed, treatment, special housing unit for smuggling illegal aliens, and then there was an objection, and they read it back. He told the probation officer that he was placed in a special housing unit for mental health and used it as a bargaining chip. I mean, defense was really fighting dirty, and I get it, but it was also, they were just completely throwing, getting the focus off of Jerry, and I get it, and I think that worked because the jury was all focused on Michael, but in the end, I don't think Spees had, this was really the only time he's bit into a witness. All the other times these witnesses have been like, obviously credible, you're not going to really impeach them, they're all very professional, even her classmates, her friends. These people are, it's 45 years on, or well, it was 40 or 41 years ago, because it was 4 years ago now, yeah. So 41 years ago, I mean, they're all professionals. They know how to hold themselves. So I think for Spees, this was his chance. He smelled blood in the water, and he's just like, oh, I'm going to go after this guy. I'm going to hit him hard. Did it score any points for the defense? I don't know. You guys didn't think so. 91% of you thought he was credible. Redirect says, have you received any promise of a plea deal from the state? He said, nope. And he said, what was the final straw? He said, I'll take you to the mall. Because he kept winning at Pinochle. He said, you keep winning, I'm going to take you to the mall. And he said, you have a 17-year-old daughter. So, of course, Michael's like, yeah, so. All right. Remy Nass. Took me way too long to find this channel, nearly 2 weeks. Well, thank you, Remy. I appreciate you finding us. Where are you coming from? Let me say hello to you. Welcome. Where did you find us from? All right, we have day 6 to go through, and that's only about 30 minutes, a little bit more than 30 minutes. But there was a little bit of chatter going on about some racism or something. So let's just be cool. All right, you guys. We have a great community here. So somebody says something, just be cool. That's all I can say. Love each other, be kind to each other, be courteous. We have a great chat. There's 53-45 of us, not here in the chat, but as subscribers. So right now we have 60 people watching. It's a great community. Let's keep it great. All right. Let's just move on. I know things happen, so let's just move on. All right. Do you guys have any questions for me before I move on? Oh, Remy, where did you come from? Where are you coming in from? Julie says, Arizona, between 2 and 4 pounds, class 3 felony with a presumptive prison sentence of 7 years, more than 4 pounds, class 2 felony with a presumptive prison sentence of 10 years. I'm assuming that's marijuana or cannabis. All right, guys. You're in England. You're coming from England. Awesome. Are you? How did you find out about us? I guess is where I'm ultimately asking, because I always like to see how people find us. So that's cool. You're coming from England. Well, we have lots of people in the chat that are from England. Unbalanced Equation, one of our mods who is not with us today, but he is from the UK as well. All right, so let's move on to day 6. And day 6 is a short day. It's only 30 minutes, so something happens because in one of the next, Well, let's continue on. Here we go. Let me cue this up. At least I hope I got it right.
Good morning.
Okay. Closed captioning is on. All right. And sorry, Michelle. I got to put myself over you for just a brief moment. Okay. All right. We move on to day 6 morning session.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you are well aware, we lost one of our numbers overnight, and I can hear people coughing. So we need all of you to take your vitamins and eat your Wheaties and get a little exercise and get a good night's sleep. We need everybody to be healthy and strong. We're coming into the home stretch, I promise. But the record should show that the members of the jury have joined us in open court, and we are ready to hear evidence from, and I just want to express appreciation again. You folks are working hard. There's been a lot of information that's come in, and we continue to appreciate your presence here, and we know that you're working hard to do your job well. So, the state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Kent Steenblock.
Good morning, Mr. Steenblock.
Good morning.
Please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and be seated. There are just a couple of suggestions I have while we're in the courtroom. Please use that microphone so that we can hear your testimony. As the attorneys ask you questions, please wait until they finish the question, even if you know where they're going with that question. We want to make sure that we hear the full question and all of your answer. The attorneys will give you the same courtesy of allowing you to finish your answer before they ask a question. And with that, please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
Okay. My full name is Kent, K-E-N-T, James Steenblock, S-T-E-E-N-B-L-O-C-K.
Thank you. You may proceed with your examination. Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please tell us how you are employed?
Yes, I'm a lieutenant with the Linn County Sheriff's Office. I'm currently assigned to Linn County Correctional Center as the Assistant Jail Administrator.
And how long have you been employed by the Linn County Sheriff's Office?
Been with the Sheriff's Office for 26 years. It'll be 27 years in August.
And how long have you been in your current role as the Assistant Commander of the Linn County Correctional Center?
Since 2011.
In that role, do you have access to the records of inmates who are housed at the Linn County Correctional Center?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall being asked to check if Jerry Burns and an inmate, Michael Allison, were housed in the same unit at the Linn County Correctional Center?
Yes, I accessed the jail management system and ran a cell block history of both of those inmates.
Okay. And did you find that they had been housed in the same unit at the Linn County Correctional Center?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Lieutenant, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 16A1 and 16A2. First, we're going to look at 16A1. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the cell history for each inmate. This is the basically the PDF form or report that is generated by the jail management system.
Okay. And who is the inmate whose record that applies to?
The first one for 16A1 is the cell history for inmate Jerry Lynn Burns.
And what dates does it cover?
On this specific one, I began the cell history check on September 1st. So basically, this begins on September 2nd, 2019, showing the cell assignment beginning at 18:29 hours, which is 6:30 p.m.
And what is the final date on that document?
The final date would be January 29th of 2020.
And just generally speaking, what type of information is contained in this document?
So this type of information that's contained on the cell history will show the cell location, which will say if it's an old cell location, let's say, for example, they were moved from one cell block to another cell block. In inmate Burns' particular case, he was assigned already in 4E dorm, which is on 4th floor of the Lynn County Correctional Center. He was assigned to bed number 11. So on the form, it'll say 4E dorm 11, which means 4th floor E dorm bed number 11.
Okay. And is this a document that is compiled in the regular course of business at the Lynn County Correctional Center?
Yes, it is.
And to your knowledge, is the information on this document true and accurate?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit 16A1.
Mr. Spees, have you had an opportunity to inspect that proposed exhibit?
I have, Your Honor. We have no objection.
The court will receive and make part of the record states 16A1.
May we publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Lieutenant, it's going to be
Yep.
popping up on the screen behind you. And you've got, right behind you, you've got a very high-tech pointer, if you could pick that up.
Okay.
And you told us already kind of the information that's on this document, but maybe if you could walk us through what we're looking at, starting with where the inmate name is.
Absolutely. So the inmate name is going to be located at the top of the form where it'll have the booking number, which is a specific number that's assigned to the inmate, and then the inmate name, Jerry Lynn Burns, which would be located at the top.
Okay. And now I see columns for old cell location and new cell location. Could you explain those to us?
Absolutely. So as you can see, booking number 2018-09962 is a number that was generated in the year 2018. So this housing assignment, since I began running it on September, the beginning of the month of September 2019, it'll show the cell location. LCCC stands for Lynn County Correctional Center, floor 4, E dorm, bunk number 11, and that's how that reads.
And then I'm going to scroll down just a little bit. It appears on at the bottom of the screen, or towards the bottom of the screen, on October 17th, 2019. It moves from LCC 4 E dorm 11 to LCCC 4 E dorm 1. In that situation, is Mr. Burns still housed in the same dorm location?
That is correct. So you're referring to this location here. So this is number 11 and number 1. So that assignment, that reassignment is from bunk 11 to bunk number 1. So he moved to a different bunk location in E dorm itself. So he did not leave E dorm. He did not leave 4th floor.
Okay. And during the entire period that's covered in this exhibit, Mr. Burns was housed on the 4th floor in E dorm. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Lieutenant, I'm going to ask you to look at the document marked as 16A2, should be in front of you.
Yes, it is.
And do you recognize this document?
Yes, that is also a cell history, but this is for inmate Michael James Allison.
Okay. And what dates does that document cover?
When I did my initial search, I again started the 1st of September. Mr. Allison came into facility on September 17th, so the first date that would show would be September 17th, 2019, at which time he was assigned to 4 E-dorm.
Okay. And what's the final date on that document?
The final date on this document is January 31st of 2020.
Okay. And is this also a document that's compiled and maintained in the regular course of business at the Lynn County Correctional Center?
Yes, it is.
And is the information on this document true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
The state would move to admit 16A2.
Without objection.
16A2 will be received and made part of the record.
May we publish, Your Honor?
You may.
So for 16A2, again, is this the cell history for Michael Allison?
Yes, it is.
And what cell location was he located in?
In this particular case, as you can see, he was assigned a new cell location. Again, LCCC 4 E-dorm, bunk number 2.
And looking over 16A2, was Mr. Allison housed on the 4th floor in E-dorm throughout that entire period?
He was housed in E-dorm up until he was moved on January 31st.
Okay. So up until January 31st, Mr. Allison was in the E-dorm on the 4th floor?
Yes, he was.
And during that same time period, Jerry Burns was also in the E-dorm on the 4th floor, correct?
Yes, he was.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Now, Lieutenant, is there a system of video surveillance at the Lynn County Correctional Center?
Yes, we utilize a Bosch DVR system, which is a proprietary video system for the Lynn County Correctional Center.
And does that video surveillance system cover areas inside particular cell blocks or dorms?
Yes, we have cameras positioned in all of our cell blocks. In E-dorm's case, we have 2 separate cameras that face 2 different directions.
And in your role at the Lynn County Correctional Center, do you have access to that video?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall being asked to review the video for the 4E dorm?
Yes, I was.
And what were you asked to look for in that video?
I was asked to review video of a possible interaction between 2 inmates that occurred on, I believe it was January 11th of 2020.
Okay. And were you able to find video showing that interaction between, and were those inmates Mr. Burns and Mr. Allison?
Yes, the 2 inmates in question were inmate Jerry Burns and inmate Michael Allison, and they were both housed in 4 E-dorm together.
Okay. And do you recall what in particular you were looking for in terms of an interaction?
Yes, I was looking for, in particular, an interaction that involved the exchange of a newspaper and the writing on that newspaper of an apparent signature that was made by Mr. Burns.
And were you able to find that interaction?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Lieutenant, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 16D. Can you tell us what that is?
It's a CDR or a DVD, possibly, that I believe would contain the jail video, as it is indicated with the case number, the subject's name, and then it says jail video on the front of it.
And have you had the chance to review the contents of that disc?
Yes, I did.
And does that disc contain a true and accurate recording of the jail video from the Lynn County Correctional Center?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit 16D.
Have you had an opportunity to review 16D?
I have, Your Honor, yes, and we have no objection.
16D will be received and made part of the record.
Permission to publish?
You may.
And Lieutenant, is this video covering the 4th floor E-dorm at the Lynn County Correctional Center? I haven't pulled it up yet, but to your recollection, is that...
From my recollection from reviewing it, it does.
Okay. Okay, and I'm going to stop it right here. Could you tell us what we're looking at in this video?
So this would be one of the camera views of 4E dorm, and in this particular case, the camera view is pointed towards the main door, so this is the main entrance door into 4E dorm. There are also two other doors on either side where inmates do move through and are access to other cell blocks within the facility.
And then there's an individual in the middle of the video wearing a white shirt with no sleeves. Who is that?
This is inmate Michael Allison.
Okay. And then there's an individual sitting at a table off to the left as we're looking at it. Who is that?
This would be Mr. Jerry Burns.
Okay. And is there a timestamp on that video?
Yes. As it'll show down here, it says 1/11/2020, be 9:45, in this particular case, 01 a.m.
All right. Thank you. So, Lieutenant Steamlot, this was a video that you found from January 11th of 2020, is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
And the interaction that we just saw was between inmate Michael Allison and Jerry Burns, as Mr. Burns passed the, wrote on a newspaper and then passed it over to Mr. Allison?
That is correct.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Cross-examination for Mr. Steenblock.
Thank you. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
Lieutenant Steenblock, in the video that we've just seen, there is what appears to be Mr. Allison pointing down at the newspaper. Is that how you interpret that portion of the video?
Yes, it is.
And then standing over Mr. Burns?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Allison, at the outset of the video, doing calisthenics, appears to be physically imposing. Would you agree?
Well, he's doing push-ups, yes.
Yeah. Concerning Exhibits 16A and 16A1 and 16A2, there are references in those exhibits to each of the respective inmates going to a conference room. Would that be a conference room on the 4th floor of the Lynn County Correctional Center, or could it be a conference room on a different floor?
It depends on if they request a specific conference room on a different floor. We have conference rooms on 2nd floor, 3rd floor, and 4th floor. There's really no variance in regards to it when they're moved from one location to another.
So 16A1 and 16A2 wouldn't necessarily reflect on which floor that conference room visit would have taken place?
That is correct.
Is it your experience, Lieutenant Steenblock, that when an inmate meets with law enforcement, that conference ordinarily occurs on a floor other than the floor in which they're housed?
Yes, most commonly it does.
Okay, so for example, when Mr. Allison met with Mr. Maybanks and Lieutenant Denlinger, about which we've heard testimony, that would have occurred on a floor other than 4th floor?
It more than likely would have occurred on a different floor because the 4th floor conference rooms are a little bit more visible.
Exactly. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for you.
Okay.
Anything further for Lieutenant Steenblock, Mr. Harris?
Lieutenant Steamlock, at the beginning of the video, it showed Mr. Allison doing some push-ups.
Yes.
Is that correct? Is it common for inmates to attempt to exercise or do push-ups or other type of calisthenics in the dorms?
It's very common. As a matter of fact, with the majority of our cell blocks, we have recreation equipment in those cell blocks that the inmates can utilize.
Okay. In this situation, though, in this circumstance, though, in the E dorm, what we were looking at, there's not that equipment, so they may just have to do push-ups on their own.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Anything further for Lieutenant Steenblock?
Yeah, I neglected to ask you, are bunks 1 and 2 next to one another?
Bunks 1 and 2 are actually attached to each other. It should be bunk 1, and then bunk 2 should be one unit.
Okay, so are they up and top and bottom?
One will be a top bunk, and the other one would be a bottom bunk.
And then the next bunks over would be 3 and 4?
That's how the numbering system works, correct?
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Harris?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Lieutenant Steenblock.
Thank you.
You may step down. The state may call its next witness.
State calls, recalls again, Investigator Matt Deninger.
Please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and be seated.
Thank you.
And just for purposes of the record, please introduce yourself one more time and spell your first and last names.
Matthew Denlinger, Mathew, and Denlinger is Denlinger.
Thank you. You may proceed with your examination, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Matt, third and last time here. I want to follow up on a few things that have been introduced at trial here. First question for you is, do you recall on January 28th, 2020, just a few weeks ago, having an opportunity to meet with an inmate at the Lynn County Correctional Center by the name of Michael Allison?
Yes.
And was that a meeting that was requested by you or somebody else?
Mr. Allison's attorney, Chad Freese, reached out to us and said that his client had some information he wanted to share with us.
And was that a meeting then that took place not only with Mr. Allison and his attorney and you, but also me?
Correct.
As a result of that meeting, did you complete a report?
I did.
When you spoke with Mr. Allison at that time on January 28th of 2020, and as you again heard testimony about it here yesterday in court, do you recall him talking about an incident during a court hearing where Mr. Burns reported that he made eye contact with you in the hallway?
I do. He mentioned that, and then I do recall a time after one of the recent court hearings that we had that Mr. Burns walked out of the courtroom and stared at me as he walked by, made eye contact.
And was that look or that stare more than just a passing glance?
Yeah, it felt like it, definitely.
Did you have an opportunity to observe the newspaper that Mr. Allison reported that Mr. Burns autographed for him and that we just saw on the video here in court?
Yes.
When you saw that, what, if anything, did you and our team here do to attempt to find a known signature for Mr. Burns?
We checked court filings and just found a document that had a known signature of Jerry Burns on it.
Were you able to compare that newspaper provided by Mr. Allison, of which a copy was made and introduced into evidence, to the court filing with Mr. Burns' known signature on it?
Yes, we compared the two of them, and they look the same.
May I approach a witness, Your Honor?
You may.
The hearing, the witness would have marked what the state's marked as State's Exhibit 16E. Yeah, Investigator Denlinger, what is this?
This is the court filing that we found that had Jerry Burns' known signature on it.
And does this court filing contain some editing of personal information that was on it?
Yes, it does.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of the court filing minus the edited personal information from the public court file of the 6th Judicial District of Iowa, State of Iowa versus Jerry Lynn Burns, FECR 129718, a time-stamped public record?
Yes.
Move to enter State 16E, Your Honor.
Without objection.
16E will be received and made part of the record.
May we publish, Your Honor?
You may.
And now we're looking at, on the media above you, State's Exhibit 16E just recently published here. And is that Mr. Burns' signature on the bottom?
Yes, it is.
Now, if we could please republish, I believe it was 16C. And is that 16C, again, the photocopy made of the newspaper?
Correct.
Does this show the two signatures next to each other?
Yes.
And is that the comparison that you made when you retrieved the public document with Mr. Burns' known signature?
Yes, that's the comparison I used.
All right, thank you. Matt, I want to go back to December 19th, 2018. This is the day that you met with Mr. Burns at his office. As a result of that interview with Mr. Burns, was he arrested that day and taken to the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
Yes.
How was he transported?
He was transported in the back of Officer Boyer's car. I rode in the back with him.
And what kind of car did Officer Boyer have?
It's a Ford Explorer. It's kind of a squad car, although it's not marked. It's all black. But it does have the normal squad car features on the inside.
Does it have the ability to record conversations, interactions that take place in the back portion of the squad car where arrestees are transported?
Yes, it has audio and video recording capabilities.
And did you sit with Mr. Burns in the vehicle during transport?
I did.
Did he proceed to continue to talk to you in the vehicle?
Yes,
Was that encounter captured on video?
it was.
May I approach a witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Handing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14B. Investigator Denlinger, excuse me, do you recognize that exhibit?
I do. This is a DVD copy of the transport video.
Does that contain then a recording of an excerpt of your conversation with Mr. Burns?
Yes.
During this transport, I know you were asked this yesterday about timing, but do you remember approximately how long that was?
That was about 45 minutes.
Okay. And during that 45-minute transport, were there periods of, extended periods of silence?
Yes.
And is this 14B captured just an excerpt of that conversation with him?
Correct. Just a short excerpt of the car ride.
Is it a fair and accurate recording of that conversation between you and Mr. Burns that was captured in the back of the transport car to the Cedar Rapids Police Department on December 19th of 2018?
Yes.
Move to enter State's 14B, Your Honor.
Have you had an opportunity to review 14B, Mr. Spees?
I have, Your Honor, but I do have a couple of questions for the witness, if I may, please.
Proceed.
Investigator Deninger, so are we to understand that the portion of the video shown in 14B has the silent portions excised or redacted from that video?
Yes.
So if we are to determine the length of time between your drive from Manchester to the Cedar Rapids Police Department and subtract the amount of time on which this video is doing recording and shown to the jury, we would know the amount of silence that was taking place during that ride.
No, we had other small talk. This is just a portion of our conversation.
Including the small talk?
Not everything. I mean, in 45 minutes of driving, we talked about a variety of things, but this is just a portion of it. There was some extended periods of time where he's not talking, and there are other periods of time that he or I may have said something to each other.
Then, Your Honor, we object that it's not a complete rendition of the encounter between Investigator Denlinger and Mr. Burns during this ride. It's not complete.
Okay. Mr. Maybanks, any response to the objection?
Your Honor, the parties aren't required to enter a full recording or transcript containing brief periods of silence or matters which are not relevant to the proceedings. The defense wishes to question about that. I think that they can do so.
Okay. I am concerned under the rules of evidence. I think if a document were to come in, and I'm going to treat this as a document, it would, the entire thing should come in rather than just a portion of it. So if the state wishes to amend its exhibit and play the entire recording, I'll let you do that.
Your Honor, can we approach?
You may. 25 minutes, just so that we aren't having you sit back there waiting on us.
Okay, all right, guys. Yeah, so that's weird. And then this next. Okay, let's see. Okay, so this next one is. Okay. This is an hour long. I misread this. I thought it was only a minute long. Sorry, guys. All right, so let's just recap real quick. Before I do, I want to. Really, dude? cat just fell off the amp. I want to welcome to our new Patreon, our family, Kelly Cardenas. So thank you for joining Patreon. I really appreciate that. And if you are in our chat, please say hello. I don't necessarily see you, but hello. Thank you for joining. All right, so we just heard from Lieutenant Kent Steenblock, who is the correctional facility. He worked where Jerry and Michael came in. He talked about Jerry's cell assignment and Michael's cell assignment. So then they showed a video of Burns and Allison's interaction, this exchange of newspaper and a signature. So the video is from January 11th, 2020, and Burns is in black, Allison is in white, and the photo is passed. Nothing too spectacular there. I was expecting to see the interaction with the guy that was sleeping, snoring. I thought we might see that, but. And then we're just hearing from Matt Denlinger, and he talks about his meeting with Michael Allison. His attorney had reached out, so it was the state, the prosecutor, the lawyer, Allison, and then Matt, and then all of a sudden just cut off. I don't know. So all right, so let's also just remember Michelle 45 years ago, December 19th, 1979. What were you doing on December 19th, 1979, a week before Christmas? And she lost her life. All right, so this next segment is an hour long. So this will be done around 6:30 or so, and then I'll come on and we'll do a quick little recap. So let's finish up day 7. I'm sorry, day 6. I'm getting ahead of myself. Day 6.
The record should show that council...
Okay. And also somebody, a juror was, they were down one juror. And because this is right at the start of COVID, guys, so let's see what happens here. Put on, closed captioning is not available. So if you don't see closed captioning, it is not available. All right, let's pick up. And here's to you, Michelle. This is the last video for day 6, and it's an hour and 6 minutes long. So if you're timing your day around it, it's going to be another hour or so. All right.
The record should show that counsel, Mr. Burns, and the jury have returned to open court, and we are ready to proceed. Mr. Denlinger, do you want to return to the witness chair, please? I think that's where you were when we left off. Okay, you're welcome. And go ahead and be seated. You remain under oath from before the break. Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you to the court and the defense for allowing the break to obtain the evidence in this case. Investigator Denlinger, can I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
You may.
Behind the witness, what's marked as State's Exhibit 14B. Ask you, Matt, do you know what's contained on State's Exhibit 14B?
I do. This is a DVD containing the audio and video recording from Officer Boyer's car of the transport of Jerry Burns to the Cedar Rapids Police Department.
Is that a fair and accurate recording of your conversation with the defendant, the interactions between you and the defendant in the back of the squad car?
Yes.
And are all those interactions related to or pertinent to the investigation?
No.
Is there a portion in there during your conversation with the defendant where you discuss with him or requested to an explanation from him as to what happened that night?
Yes.
And when you talk to him about that, what does he refer to?
He made reference to blocking things out. You'll see in the video that I was not able to hear him very well, and I thought he was saying blackout, but he corrected me.
Your Honor, I object to this at this point. I think that it's more appropriate for the jury to hear itself what Mr. Burns said or didn't say. So if the government wants to emphasize portions of it after the recording is played, I have no objection to that. At this point, I object.
Okay. Response to the objection, Mr. Maybanks.
Your Honor, I think it's fair for the state to, given this is a 56-minute video with a lot of lapses and matters that aren't pertinent to the investigation, so the jury can, well, I'm sure they'll stay awake, but to the portion that they can, know what was germane to the case and what was discussed.
Okay. The objection will be overruled. Mr. Denlinger, you may finish your answer. I think you were midstream. If you can remember the question.
No. Could we read it back to me,
Ms.
please?
Thompson, could you reread that question, please?
Question, and when you talk to him about that, what does he refer to?
Like I said, partway through, I did ask him several questions about, what happened. And I was referring to the murder of Michelle. He began talking about blocking things out and how people block things out. And so you'll see, like I was starting to say earlier, that there's a little confusion on my part. I was having a little trouble hearing him in the back of the car, but I thought he said block, but he corrected me. And, I'm sorry, I thought he said blacked out, but he corrected me and clarified that it was blocking. There are some things that people block out.
We move to enter States 14B, Your Honor.
Any objection to 14B?
No.
14B will be received and made part of the record.
Permission to publish in front of the jury, Your Honor?
You may. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you think it would be helpful to see if we dim some of the lights that are near the television, or are you able to see all right? Leave the lights? Dim the lights. Okay. We'll leave them. We don't, okay. Go ahead, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let me know. Yeah, I'm all fed up. That gets uncomfortable. I think it's gonna be fine. How does this work? I don't know. We're back here. I hope not. Well, they're not built for comfort, I will say that, so. Hey, Matt, does headquarters even copy? I'll get out my... No, they do not. Okay, gotcha. They got a lot of cars.
You're going to have to use a phone call. Hey, I know I didn't say it before because before we hadn't really decided whether or not, what we were doing with the situation, but you're clearly in custody now. Okay, so I'm going to advise you your rights, okay? You have the right to remain silent.
Hey, Judy, this is Boyer. How are you?
I'll let him finish real quick here.
Hey, Judy, real quick, I need to just document some mileage here. I'm going to be 1095 from an address here in Manchester. This is 1608 230th Street, and my miles are 0. I'll be en route to the station with adult mail. Yeah, 1608. Yep. All right, thanks, Judy. Bye. All right, we were shoving off. Hey, Judy, so I got your cell phone and your billfold, your key up here, so.
Okay.
Matt, if we're good to go, I'll shut off then.
Yep, let's head back to the office there.
Sounds good. Hey, Matt, just let me know about the temperature and stuff back there. I got the heat off, but I know it's a little bit warm.
Jerry might.
So just let me know.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to an attorney. They have an attorney present during questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, the lawyer can be provided to you by the court without cost to you if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not make any statements. You understand those? Okay.
out. I said, things, you block things out of your memories.
Oh, you block things out. I gotcha. I'm with you now. Oh, how was everything going on at that time?
I don't know.
79, you had how many kids? Two. You had two. Well, how about in December of 79, you had 2 kids? So you had James, right? You call him James?
what's going on? Well, I mean, I didn't talk to him, but yeah, probably. He probably would have given him the basics. I mean, I'm sure not going to tell him about the whole conversation or anything like that, but, you know, probably just a little that you're arrested, that there was a cold case homicide that we're working on and stuff like that.
right, well, this is quite entertaining, isn't it? Do we need to get you a cat chair? Yes, we've tried cat chairs before. We're good with all that noise, yeah. We don't even have closed captioning. Oh yeah, hold on. Because so even if they do say something, we're not going to hear it. Have you guys heard of playing clips of video? How long was a car ride? Well, let's see. I'm just going to, this is just, I mean, I'm all for capturing a trial, but when there's no closed captioning and, there's just nothing going on. So I'm gonna fast forward, guys. Okay. All right. We're going to fast forward, and I'll recap at the end.
How many miles we got? 44.9 here at the station. Drive people. That's all we do. That way people don't say we drove them for 100 miles. Thanks a lot. Off the beaten path. Right. All right. Did something stupid. Side here, Jerry. Oh, maybe we're driving inside. No. There you go.
You may proceed with your questions, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just for the record here, there appears to be about 3 more minutes on this video. Is there any other interaction between you and Mr. Burns captured?
Not on that video, no.
So we'll just continue with some final questions here. Investigator Denlinger, now that we've watched nearly all 56 minutes of this video, besides the comment that Mr. Burns made about blocking out memories, did Mr. Burns offer an explanation as to what happened that night?
No.
And besides saying that he does not recollect or does not know to questions about what was going on in his life, did he offer more explanation of his life circumstances?
No.
And now that we've watched all 56 minutes of this video, Matt, where in the interaction between you and Mr. Burns in the squad car does he deny killing Michelle Martinko?
He never denied it.
In this video, does Mr. Burns tell you emphatically that you have the wrong guy?
Never.
Did he ever say to you, this must be some kind of mistake?
No.
What happened once you were at the police department?
We walked him inside and put him in an interview room, and then we waited a couple minutes for J.D. Smith to come to the police department.
Did you ask the defendant initially if you could ask him some more questions?
I did, yes.
And did you say something along the lines of, sure?
He said, I'm not going anywhere.
What did you say to him at that time?
I tried to remind him of this conversation in the car about blocking things out.
Did the defendant remember making that comment?
Yeah, he remembered making the comment. He said there are some traumatic things that people just block out.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
Yes, thank you very much. Investigator Deninger, in the questioning that occurred in the squad car, or in the transport vehicle, you asked Mr. Burns what happened, and he brought up the subject of his cousin, right?
Yeah, he changed the subject to talk about his cousin.
Well, it'll be for the jury to decide whether he changed the subject, but in answer to your question about what happened, he mentioned his cousin, right?
Well, it can also be for me to decide. I was half of that conversation. So I believe he was clearly changing the subject.
Again, it'll be for the jury to decide whether or not he changed the subject, but he brought up his cousin.
He did, yes.
Okay. And when you asked him if it was possible that this happened and he not remembered any of it, he said, I'm sure something like that would be possible to block out. He didn't say he blocked it out, did he?
No,
He said it would be possible for somebody to block it out.
correct.
And again, when you misunderstood what he said, and you said something about blacking out, he corrected you and said, I said you could block things out of your memories.
Correct.
And then when you asked him, you don't know what was going through your mind, he said, I don't know what's happening, right?
Correct.
And when you asked him if he was confused, you said he was somewhat confused about what's going on,
Correct.
confused about everything.
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect, Mr. Maybanks.
Do you remember, Investigator Denlinger, when you were talking to Mr. Burns in the transport vehicle there, and you stated to him, it's a shame what happened to her?
Yes.
Do you remember what his response to that was?
I don't. I'm sorry. I don't remember exactly.
Did he acknowledge that comment?
No.
Did he start asking about medications and stuff?
Yes.
And through the conversation with him, was he asking about how how he could take care of some things once he got to jail?
Yes, he asked about that.
You recall asking him, or telling him you wish that you could talk through the issues of that night, put you in his shoes to understand. Do you remember what he said in response to
Your Honor,
that?
this is beyond the scope of cross-examination. I object.
Response to the objection, Mr. Maybanks.
Your Honor, Mr. Spies inquired as trying to indicate what Mr. Burns meant by his answers to certain responses. So this is a fair cross or redirect examination about the statements in their entirety and to put them in context.
Anything further, Mr. Spies?
No, Your Honor.
The objection will be overruled. If you can remember the question, Officer Denlinger, you may answer.
Can you repeat the question, please?
I believe the question was, do you remember talking to Mr. Burns about asking him that you wish you could have him talk you through the issues that night and put you in his shoes to understand? Do you remember that?
Yes.
You remember what his response was to that?
Something similar to, I don't know.
Remember talking to him about being only 25 and that he's an old man now, a world apart?
Yes.
Do you remember what he said in response to that?
I'm sorry. I don't remember his exact wording to that.
Did he acknowledge that? Did he say, yeah?
Yeah, he did. He didn't elaborate, but he did acknowledge that I had said that.
And when he said he was confused about things, did you ask him if he understood he was being arrested?
Yes, I did. And he said he understood that.
And did you ask him if he understood what he was being arrested for?
Yes, I did. And he said he understood that also.
And did he also say that to you that he respected what you guys had to do?
He did.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any additional cross-examination?
No further questions necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Investigator Denlinger. You may step down.
Thank you.
State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state rests.
Okay. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, at this stage in the proceedings, the attorneys and I have items that we need to take up outside of your presence. And I believe we have reached kind of a lull in our schedule, and we will adjourn for the remainder of today, and we will return tomorrow. And counsel, if you could approach briefly so that I can give the jury a better understanding of when, or I can direct them better when they need to return or from far away. And barring any issues with travel, we will be ready to resume testimony in this case, evidence in this case at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So you will have the balance of today, and we will see you back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Please bear in mind, as always, the admonition. The record should show that Councilman
All right. Well, that was a good ending there. Yeah. So, what did you guys think of that? The state. You think? Oh, here, let me put up a poll. Let's go to a poll. Did the state prove their case? Let's see. Yes, no, need to hear from defense. All right. Did the state prove their case? Yes, no, need to hear from defense. I know which way I'm voting, but let's see. 9 votes in, 12 votes in. Ooh, wow. 16 votes in. People need to hear from defense. All right, all right. I would not be a good juror. I've already made up my mind, and that's like the last thing you should do, right? Don't make up your mind until you hear from defense. All right, cool. So let's, first of all, Julie, thank you so much for that Venmo. That was much appreciated. Chad, Julie just gave a very generous donation supporting us. So thank you. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And we have some cups of coffee coming in too. Dwayne, thank you so much, Dwayne, for buying us some coffee. Someone bought some coffee, and I don't know if you want me to call you out or not, but it starts with a C, so thank you for that. Mandy Strong and Groovy Cheryl, you guys bought us cups of coffee today. And this morning, Anonymous bought us 10 cups. So whoever you are, Anonymous, thank you so much. Really appreciate it all. You guys are fantastic. We really do appreciate you. And again, 45 years ago, you know, Michelle was just finishing that event. I think she made it over to the mall around 8 or so, I think, 8:30. So she's got like maybe 5 more hours left on this earth. It's so weird to think about that, you know, 45 years ago. So, oh, Therapist, you know, are you in the chat? I was going to show this. These are some band names we came up with. Every trial we have band names. So this trial, we came up with some band names. Let's see. So Essential Tremors, and Therapist You Know, who's one of our fantastic mods, said she did a spinner of all the words. She said, give me some words. So Blue Row Pantyhose was the name that she came up with. Essential Tremors is from Brat. That's a good one too. All right, so quickly to recap, it was basically the Burns riding in the back of a squad car with Denlinger. And the main takeaway was blacking out versus blocking out. He has he's blind in his left eye, and he has glaucoma, so that's why he uses eye drops and he blinks a lot. There was, I don't know, I didn't get much from that. It was very quiet for a lot of it. I even zoomed through it. So, all right. So then tomorrow is going to be day 7, and then we're going to go all the way to verdict. So I have that in my thumbnail, and it's pretty short. It's going to be, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's going to be about 8 hours. It's going to be about an 8-hour day. And we're going to start at 12. All right, so I'm going to start at 12 because I have some errands to run tomorrow morning.
I'm going to start
Huh?
I thought you were going to start at 1.
I know, but now I'm thinking about. Anyway, so we're gonna cover this. We're gonna try and get through day 7 all the way to verdict. Oh yes. Okay, we're gonna go through verdict, and it's about 7 hours long. So if we start around 1 o'clock, we'll go through till about 8. What is Trial Junkies? Have they ever said anything about the rabbit fur coat? Not really. That they didn't. There was no. It wasn't on the dress. I think. Yeah, they kept bringing. Defense kept bringing that up about the rabbit fur coat. You know, was it found on the dress? And I don't know why they didn't find any hair on the fur on her dress. I'm not sure. But before I let you guys go, Courtney Clenny, who we've been following, she's the only fan from down in Miami who threw a knife at at Christian, her boyfriend, and they have a toxic relationship. So we've been kind of following that. We've done a few pre-trials with her. She had a pre-trial today, and Aaron's working on the thumbnail right now. So we're going to stream that, I think, tomorrow as well. We thought about doing it tonight, but I got to go make some cat food. So we're going to call it a night for tonight. We are going to be next Tuesday, Christmas Eve, starting at 4, we're going to be live. We're going to probably do a trial. I'm not sure what trial we'll be doing, but we'll do a trial Monday and Tuesday, and then we'll be off for Christmas on Wednesday. But I want to just throw it out there. We're going to have a bunch of really cool guests. We're going to have Sneaky Side. We're going to have Florida PI Sam. We're going to have Jules. We're going to have my friend Tony.
Mods.
Who?
The mods.
Oh yeah, some of our mods. Hopefully, I'm not going to say who because I don't want to. I don't want to say they'll be there and they have other things going on. But basically, you guys, if you want to just hang out with us, we're it's not a big deal for us. We're just going to be sitting around drinking anyway. So we'd rather share our evening with you. And we're going to start at 4 Christmas Eve. And if you want to join us, cool. And if not, that's fine too. If you want us just in the background, oh bless you. If you want us in the background, that's cool. And if you want to join us, please do. Yes, thank you to Aaron, as always. Thank you to our mods, OnlyFan, Julie, Therapist Brat, Rachel B., Florida PI Sam, and Jules were not in the chat. Unbalanced Equation was not in the chat either. Therapist says bless you.
Thank you.
She says thank you. Salud. So join us tomorrow. So tomorrow I got some errands to run. I actually have to just do some food shopping to get ready for Christmas. So tomorrow's going to be my food shopping day in the morning. But we will come back on. We'll do Courtney Clenny, I guess, first. Then we'll jump on to this. And we're going to go through day 7 to verdict. And then depending on how far we go, we'll see what happens after that. But join us tomorrow. I think we'll start at like 12. We'll be done at 1. Bless you. So we'll start at 12, I think. We'll schedule it for 12. And then we'll pick up on day 7. So thank you guys so much. Everybody, you guys are the best. Thank you, Trials Junkie United. You always leave fantastic comments afterwards. And that reminds me, guys, leave comments. We appreciate the subscriptions and that and eyeballs, but YouTube also likes comments. So we get to your comments. We see them all. It takes us maybe a day or two to get to them, but please comment. And Trial Junkies United, you always leave, a book, a tome that I like to read through. So thank you for that. Really appreciate that. All right, guys. Little Miss says bless you.
Thank you.
She says thank you. And to all the new people from Broken Baker, again, thank you for having me on, having us on this morning. That was a lot of fun, and I hope to see you soon. Maybe Christmas Eve, maybe down the road on one of our Wednesday night shoot the shits. But guys, thank you, Song Chef, Lovely Beth, Cheryl, Shirley, Groovy Cheryl, all you guys. Thank you, Little Miss. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate you all. Capri Law, Dwayne, thank you. Red Pen Resentments. that was great. I love your new handle. Sinbad, Traveling Teresa. Thank you guys. Erica, Mandy, Hellcat, You guys are the best. You know, a lot of people say it, everybody says it, but we have a great chat, and you guys are a huge reason that, you know, we respect each other, we're courteous to each other. We may have some disagreements, and you know, but we get through it, and that's what we want from our chat. Please, let's just let's be cool to each other, and have a great night. And remember, this is the 45th anniversary that Michelle left this earth. So this stream is for her. And have a great night, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.